A little bit late, but that's all right. Hey, what's happening, YouTube? Hey, it's Jeff from Gas Mask and Hand Grenades here. We had some stress today. We had some stress all weekend because we were gonna do this last night, and I had gone to Philly for Decibel Fest, and I was pretty rough. My voice was pretty rough. Still is kind of rough. And Erik had hit me up and said, "Hey, is there any way we can do this tomorrow? Because I've got some plans." Then his plans fell through. We were kicking around doing it last night, and then we thought, well, let's just do it today, which I'm glad we did that because I needed some more time with some of the material. But when we went to get on here earlier, Erik was stuck in traffic on the highway behind an accident, and so we were kind of screwed up there. And then when we went to go live here, I fucked up and could not hear him, and it was all issues on my side. So we're here. We're finally going to do Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush. Thank God. What's up, dude?
Not much.
Stress, right?
Yeah.
You're all right, man. We're good. We're good. I'm any stress I had, I'm over it. So we at least got that worked out on my end with the sound thing. So yeah, so okay, so Frank Marino, Mahogany Rush, is not a band that you would associate a young guy like you with being into. And the reason I say that is because they're pretty much predominantly from the 70s and a little bit into the 80s up to about 1990. And then Frank went dark for about 10 years, put an album out in 2001 or 2000. And then he's been quiet ever since then, more or less. And we'll kind of get into why that is. And we'll talk a little bit about that and all that kind of stuff. But Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush, this is a very, 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 very important band to me, dude. And so it was kind of cool because I thought I was going to have to do this one on my own. And I don't like doing these on my own because I like to get some other perspectives. And if it's just me left to my own devices, I'm just going to keep running on at the mouth for hours and people will tune out very quickly. They probably do anyways. But this is a band that means a lot to me. And this is a guitar player that means a huge amount to me because he's one of the first guitar heroes I had of the 70s. He was one of the first guys that I identified with and thought, oh my God, I want to be like that dude, man. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute here. But yeah, so Frank Marino, I'm going to give you a little history. Then we'll get into where and why and how we got into Frank. Frank Marino was born November 20th, 1954. He's a Canadian guitarist and singer, best known as the leader of Canadian hard rock band Mahogany Rush. He's often compared to Jimi Hendrix. He's described as one of the most underrated guitarists of the 70s. In 2021, he retired. He announced his retirement from music. We'll get into that in a little bit here. Hang on here. I got to move down a little bit. Mahogany Rush was a moderately popular band in the 70s. The records charted in Billboard, and they toured extensively, performing with well-known bands such as Aerosmith, Ted Nugent. They also played the California Jam 3 in 1978, which is huge. I'm going to show some pictures of that because that's pretty cool. Yeah. I tried to find some fair use, and I may do it while you're talking. I may try to find a little more fair use live stuff that we could throw up. I do have one show that I'm going to try to sneak in at the end to give people a little taste of what Frank is like. Hopefully it won't kick me out, or it probably will demonetize me, but I don't make any money anyway. So, yeah. So the band began being built as Frank Marino Mahogany Rush in 1980, and later when Mahogany Rush split up. What's that?
I think that was like back in 77 or so.
77. You're right. It was 77. That's right. That's right. It was actually with New World Order or New World Order.
World Anthem.
New World Anthem. Thank you. What's New World Order? That's NWO. That's a band, isn't it, or is that an album? It's probably an album.
I think it's a band. It might be both. I don't know.
So yeah, in I guess it was like about 82 or 80. No, it was 80. They began. 1980, they were Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush, and then for Juggernaut, it was Frank Marino. And it was billed as a solo album, but it really wasn't because Paul Harwood and Jimmy Iove were still playing in the band. But that was a whole record company thing, and we'll get into that. You probably have some history on that, so we'll talk about that as we get through here. Oh no, that's right. New NWO's wrestling. There you go. And let's see, Marino reformed the band in 2007. He said, I always knew we had fans. I just didn't know I'd find 500,000 of them on the web. He said in an interview with Guitar Player in 2005, he released Eye of the Storm and went on tour again, playing more improvisational shows after having not played live for a decade. Frank scheduled a tour in 2020, which was postponed due to the pandemic. He then rescheduled for 2021. I was going to go see him. And then he announced his retirement on June 30th due to an undisclosed medical condition, which I kind of think I found out it might be a nervous system thing. I'm not entirely sure, but he's resurfaced recently in the last 2-3 weeks, ironically, and done a couple of very short interviews. Frank is a guy that can talk, man. He will talk and talk and talk. He loves it. And I noticed in these interviews, he's shorter and he seems a little bit more tired. So something he's dealing with was going on, but he said he's getting better. So that's a good sign. And he even mentioned he's building some hand-built guitar pedals that he's going to manufacture and hand-build and then ship out, signed and everything. And that's kind of in its formulation stages, and he's kind of excited about that. And that's what he did an interview with, and I'm going to try to get him on too. But he mentioned that he might start looking to potentially do a few dates here and there, which would be, that'd be fantastic if I get a chance to see him, because I didn't get to see him in the 70s and 80s. I was kind of I was too young in the 80s or in the 70s. I probably could have seen him at the very tail end. I certainly could have in the 80s, but I just never ran into him. And the one or two times that I could have seen him in the 2000s after he toured for Eye of the Storm, I didn't go. And I'm kicking myself in the ass for that forever. So there's a little basic history on Frank, and we're gonna intersperse a lot more history as we go along, because Erik has something very special he's going to show here towards the end of the show. But he has some history in that book that's in there. We're gonna tag team on that stuff. But Erik, tell me, and you're 28, right?
Almost, yeah.
Almost 28. So, you were quite frankly not born when Frank Marino was at his apex, right? He was, and that doesn't mean anything because Jimi Hendrix died in 1970. So I was only 4 years old, so I didn't really know Jimi Hendrix, right? But I love Jimi Hendrix, so it doesn't matter how old you are. It's just interesting to me to get a young guy's perspective. So how and where and when did you first come in contact with Frank Marino?
I'm not totally sure exactly when. I think it's probably around 2017, 2018. I'm trying to remember. It was either a video from Pete Pardo over at Sea of Tranquility, or it might have been an interview with the guys from Opeth that I read somewhere online. And Frederick. Michael and Frederick were in a record store somewhere on tour, and I remember Frederick was looking like frantically trying to find a Mahogany Rush album.
Oh yeah,
I was like,
he's a huge Mahogany Rush fan.
Yeah, I think that was the first place I heard of them, and then then I remember Pete Pardo talking about them too. He ranked albums or something, and and he showed off the DVD and stuff a couple of years ago too.
Right, that was a couple of years ago. He did an interview with Frank too. It was about,
he did too.
I want to say it was 20. It was either late 19 or 2020, somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
Probably 19 actually. Now I think it was right around the time that the DVD came out. So, which we're gonna get into that, but we'll wait and save that for last because it is the last thing he's done. All right, so I kind of told you a little bit of the story, but I don't think I told you the whole story about.
Do you want to take me out of solo mode?
I'm sorry?
I'm still in solo mode if you want to.
Oh, yeah. I always do that. I'm kind of dumb. Let me get my, there we go. I didn't have my mouse on. That's why I forgot. So, Frank Marino. The first time I heard Frank Marino, it was 1978. I was living in Houston, Texas. I was almost 13 years old. Not quite, but almost 13. So I'm in seventh. I believe I was in seventh. I might have been in eighth grade. I think it was eighth. I think it was the summer from seventh into eighth. So I was right on that line, right? And I had this buddy named Erik. I can't remember his last name anymore. He was a weird dude, man. He was a weird fucking guy. Like everybody in the school fucking made fun of this guy. He was like the the goober that everybody was like, God, that guy's so weird and creepy and strange, right? Because he was into like hard rock and Aerosmith and Yes, and he was a music nerd. And I was beginning to be a music nerd around that time. I had gotten to see, right around then is when I got to see Kiss for the first time. And I just discovered Rush right around that time, that summer, or actually it was that fall. I had discovered Triumph. I had discovered UFO, all these bands, right? My world is just opening up, and it's like, bring it, man. Just bring all this fucking awesome shit, right? Erik was the one guy that I knew had every album. I think he was an only child. I'm pretty sure he was. And I think he lived with just a single mother. And they lived in the subdivision near us, right? Like a couple streets up from us. And he lived near the school. And one day after school, we stopped at the house and he showed me all of this shit. He was really into Todd Rundgren and Utopia too, which was awesome, right? Yes. So I'm getting into all these bands from him. He's just turning me on to all this stuff. And one, that's while the school year was going on. Then this summer, I remember it was summer because it was fucking blazing hot. And I rode my bike up to his house and banged on the door, and his mom's, I'm like, hey, is Erik here? And she's like, he's back in his room. He's got that damn music on so loud I can't even think straight. And I'm like, uh-oh. I'm like, uh-oh. So I walk back to the room, and the door is shut, and I'm just hearing this. I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm like, dude, what the hell, man? And he's like, bro, come in. He didn't say bro. He's like, you got to hear this, man. And I'm just listening to this, and it's mind fucking blowing. And it's Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush live. And it's Electric Reflections of War. And I'd never heard anything like that. Keep in mind, this is right around the time Eddie Van Halen came out. I think I'd have to look at the dates on those two. I don't know who was first. But, I was used to hearing guys like Steve Howe from Yes. I was used to hearing Joe Perry and Brad Whitford from, Aerosmith, and UFO was Uli and Michael Schenker and, Rudy Schenker and stuff like that. And they were all great. Don't get me wrong. All great guitarists, especially Uli too. And obviously Eddie. But I don't think if Eddie had come out, I just don't remember him coming out before this.
The first Van Halen album is 79, I think.
I was 79. That's what I thought. I thought it was 79. And so Frank is out in June, I think, of well, let me see. When did that come out? Let me double check. Mahogany Rush Live was
February.
March. It says March of 78 here, so February. Okay. Was recorded in 77. I know that what he was doing with the whammy bar and shit, hardly anybody was doing that. I don't know anybody was doing it. There was Alan Holdsworth, there was John McLaughlin, those jazz guitar players, but there was nobody playing the guitar as fast and as fiercely and intensely as Frank Marino, in my opinion. That was my first exposure to Frank Marino. I got Mahogany Rush Live, got the tape of it like the next day or that week or whatever. Probably got the album. I don't have it. They're all lost to the sands of time now. I got rid of a lot of my vinyl years and years and years ago, which was a big mistake. But so yeah, that's where I first heard him. And so I go way back with this guy. And him and Alex Lifeson, it's weird, dude. Like probably 3 of my top 10 guitarists are Canadian guys. Rick Emmett, Frank Marino, and Alex Lifeson. Those are like the holy trinity for me. And I still fucking love all 3 of them and listen to their music constantly. And so, yeah, Frank is just the shit. So, yeah, man, we'll get into these albums here. And did you have any anecdotes you wanted to throw out there before we got started?
I could give a little bit of background on what happened before the first album if you want.
Yeah, go ahead. You want to get into the acid trip and all that stuff. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, man, I didn't unfortunately have time to read the entire last half of the book, which is about the recording of the DVD.
That's all right, because I know quite a bit about it actually.
Okay. But I did finish the whole history part
awesome.
In the first half.
Good.
So yeah, I took quite a few notes.
Go for
Hopefully
it.
it's not too many, but
Get into it.
yeah. So Frank originally he was born in 1954 in Montreal. He originally played drums actually as a kid. One of
Yep.
the main reasons he originally liked Hendrix was because of Mitch Mitchell, the drummer in Hendrix's band.
Jimi Hendrix Experience. Yep.
Yeah, Jimi Hendrix Experience. Through his older siblings, he ended up getting into drugs by the age of 11. And by 13, he was using acid, LSD.
A lot.
He had 3 bad trips in a row when he was 13 and felt like he was losing grip on reality. Basically, he made a conscious decision to reach out to his mom, and yeah, he basically said he felt like he would be completely lost in a matter of weeks if he kept going in that direction.
Yep.
And he ended up being in a children's psych ward, and he found an acoustic guitar there. I don't think it didn't sound like they had a drum kit in there, but
Right.
there was an acoustic guitar, and he basically said that is what saved him ultimately, because playing guitar kind of kept him sane in his altered state of mind and the terrifying psychedelic world he thought he was living in at that point. Because I mean, I haven't really dabbled in that kind of stuff very much, but I guess
Neither
there's
am I.
residual effects sometimes too, even like
Well, yeah, if you're doing a
me,
lot of acid like he
yeah.
claimed he was, especially at a young age like that, with your mind kind of very,
Yeah.
very, new like that, that could be pretty devastating, man. And,
Yeah.
because you don't have a lot of worldly experience to know that, okay, everything's going to be all right. And I've never tripped. I've never done acid. That's the main reason I haven't, is because I was always scared that something would happen that I'd never come back. I've done other stuff, but not that. I've never even really done mushrooms either. Nick and some of the guys talk about their experiences, but I've never done that because psychedelics always kind of freaked me out, man. Like they just made me feel like I don't know if I can handle that. So yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, he ended up being kind of well enough again after a while to get released from there, and he immediately convinced his mom to buy him a guitar. A guy down the street from where he grew up happened to have an SG lying around that he sold to Frank's mom. Frank kind of felt like an outcast after he came back because his whole circle of friends that he'd been hanging around with were still using drugs, and he kind of didn't want to have anything to do with that anymore for obvious reasons. So he was kind of looked at as like just a freak, or kind of, even like he said it, even as a narc almost, like
Yeah,
in a weird way.
yeah.
He ended up finding in a different part of the city, he found a music co-op for like teenagers where you could basically rent a basement room for like $1 for 12 hours and just jam. And he met a bunch of other kids his age there who were into music and stuff. That's where he ended up first jamming with Jimmy Iube, who ended up in Mahogany Rush, the drummer. Let's see. They went through a few bass players, even did some serious gigs before Paul Harwood joined. He was basically a fan at first, and he would follow them around to gigs. Yeah. And they ended up, they were playing one show in a park or something the one time, and their bass player, who was supposed to be with them, just disappeared like between sets to go hang out with a girl or something, and didn't come back. So fortunately, Paul was there, like watching the show, and he just ended up jamming with them on stage, and that was pretty much it from there. Some of Frank's early influences were Hendrix, of course, Allman Brothers Band, The Doors, The Beatles, Pink Floyd, Cream, Santana, Johnny Winter, and John Cipollina, if that's how you say it, from Quicksilver.
From Quicksilver Messenger. Yeah, that was one of his favorite bands.
Okay, I've actually
John died pretty young. I think he died. I'm pretty sure he died of a drug overdose. I think, or a heart attack as a result. but he was very young, late 20s, maybe early 30s. Yeah, I forget. I have some Quicksilver messages, but I haven't listened to it in a long time. But yeah, it was a huge influence on him. Also, jazz players like Wes Montgomery, Charlie Parker, the guys like that were older cats like that, and also like Coltrane and Miles. He was into that kind of thing too. So
cool. Yeah, the term Mahogany Rush was actually coined by Frank as a way to try and describe some of the stuff he was feeling and seeing to the doctors when he got admitted to the hospital. The band got a lot of offers for recording deals in the early days, but Frank refused for a long time. He didn't really want to have anything to do with the music business. He just wanted to play. He finally accepted when he was told by the label that they'd give him total creative freedom, basically, and he could do whatever he wanted.
Right, which is pretty rare.
Yeah, especially in those days.
Well, the weird thing is, though, in those days, they would develop an artist. They would have you for a few albums. They'd pump some money into you, and then they'd start putting the screws to you, like they did with Rush. Rush had the Caress of Steel album was called the Down the Tubes tour after that came out because they're like, we're done. And so they went into 20. They had a lot of pressure on the fourth album to get hits, get radio songs, and they're like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just do a sidelong album, science fiction piece, and a bunch of other weird stuff, that's offbeat, that's not really radio stuff. And if we're done, we're done. It was a good run. We tried it. We got to open for a lot of cool bands, and we even got to headline a little bit. And, that's how it happened. But with Frank was a producer. Yeah, he was a producer, I believe, of all their albums, which is highly unusual for a band, a label to do that. Now, keep in mind, though, he was signed to Cote Records in Canada and 9 Records, which was a division of 20th Century Fox Records. Right. Then Columbia bought out 20th Century Fox later on, a few albums in. And then he was just one of those guys where like, yeah, he gets a lot of people to come out to shows. He sells just enough albums that we make a little bit of money off of him. Just let him do whatever the hell he wants. But that changes after a couple of albums. A lot of animosity happens there. Let's jump into the first album, and then if you have some notes on that, we'll talk about that. So the first album, Maxoom, which I'm going to pull out. Hold on a minute here. So I have Maxoom on this, which is the hold on, let me blow it up. So this is the this is called, what's the name of this label? Big Beat. It's a British company. Big Beat Mastered Originals. These are the they've got 3-on-1. So it's kind of a pain in the ass because I believe, if I remember correctly, yeah, they do that fucking stupid thing where they put one album on one side and half of the middle album on one and half of it on another, which is kind of stupid. But what the cool thing that they did do was they took what I feel is the shittiest album, Maxoom, and split it in half instead of doing Maxoom and splitting Child of the Novelty or something. So
right.
So
yeah.
This is Maxoom down here. Whoops, sorry. Oh, nope, doing it again. Maxoom's down here. The second album's Child of Novelty, and Strange Universe is over here. I'm trying to find my Strange Universe album, and I can't find it. One of the bummers about my CDs from Frank Marino is that I had a leak we had a freak snowstorm in April of 2016 when all my shit was in storage, and my storage unit was down at the bottom of a hill, and we got like a foot of snow, and the next day it was like 80 degrees, and all of it melted and washed down, and it went into mine and a couple other people's storage units, and all the stuff that was near the door, which was unfortunately my MNO box of CDs, got hit. The CDs are fine. They all play fine, but the booklets are glued together. See that?
Oh, yeah.
Which sucks because these are one of these I have is pretty rare. It's my copy of Mahogany Rush 4 is a Japanese import, and I have no idea where I'll find that again at a reasonable price. And so, but anyway, that's Maxoom, and I do have the vinyl, an OG copy. I got to be honest with you, I have no clue where this came from. No idea where I got it. I don't ever remember buying it. It may have been given to me by my friend Erik. I don't remember. And this is the original. You see what you got back then. You got the 20th Century Records on the cover, which is kind of cool. And then you got the actual record itself. Had the. Nope. There we go. Now, I can tell you, I don't know if I've ever actually played this. And I know it was used when I got it, so it's pretty beat up. And you can also see this album got some water damage on it too. Hold on. Got a little bit of water damage on the bottom. See it? So I don't know if somebody had it out in the, this wasn't from my storage unit. I had these before the snowstorm. So no clue how that got damaged like that. Might have been that way when it came to me. But so that came out October 31st, 1972. And it just says 1973 in the States. You have a date on that? I didn't see one anywhere.
Let's see.
It was recorded in early 72.
It was actually, according to the book, it was recorded in late 71 mostly.
Right.
When Frank was still like 16 and turned 17 while they were in the
That's the crazy
studio.
part. That's the crazy part. Frank was 16 years old when he was recording this, and 17 when it came out.
Yeah.
It was recorded in Little Coyote Studios in Quebec, on Cote again in Canada. Producer was Frank Marino. Maxoom's the debut album by Canadian rock band Mahogany Rush, and they're not called Frank Marino, they're called Mahogany Rush here. Released in October of 72 in Canada and 73 in the States. And the group's frontman Frank Marino is credited as the writer of all songs of the album and producer. Songs Buddy and All in Your Mind were previously released as a single in May of 72. The album's front cover includes part of the central panel from Hans Memling's painting The Last Judgment. The phrase dedicated to Jimi Hendrix is printed on the back cover. And that is true. It's right. See if I see it here. Yep, right up top here. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Dedicated to Jimi Hendrix. So, you wanna get into this one, man, and talk about it a little bit here?
Sure.
Go for it.
Yeah, a couple other little snippets here. Buddy and Funky Woman, two of the songs on here, were actually recorded earlier on 4-track tape.
Wow.
Recorder, while the rest of it was done on 8-track.
8-track, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is crazy when you think about bands now have unlimited tracks. Back then, if you got to record on a 16-track, you were like, that was like the top studios. So 8 was pretty nice.
Yeah. Another interesting kind of thing, during the recording of this, they opened for King Crimson actually in at a college in Quebec. Yeah.
That I did not know.
Yeah, they actually jammed that later that night with the drummer too, which would have been Ian Wallace, I think, at that time.
Yeah.
It would have been like Islands era kind of.
That's crazy, man. Like to think that Fripp would jam with somebody like Frank Marino is pretty nuts.
It sounded like they only jammed with the drummer.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, because Robert Fripp doesn't just jam.
Yeah, I would have been surprised to hear that too. Yeah,
even back then he doesn't just jam. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And there's two other songs actually too that were recorded around this time: Nickels and Dimes and Some Words for You, which are both actually pretty cool songs.
Yeah, they're out on YouTube. They're out there.
Yeah, I found them on there yesterday. Yeah.
I don't. Was it a single? Or they didn't want to release as a single though, right?
One of them I think was released as a B-side with one of the songs from the album. I can't remember which one that was.
Yeah, I didn't go that deep.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So this definitely sounds like a debut album.
Yeah.
They're definitely still trying to like find their sound and their identity kind of. It's not bad, but it's kind of just nondescript and not really unique enough to stand out at the time. I mean, 1973, there's already so many amazing bands around at that point, and this kind of, I can see why it wouldn't have made too much of an impact. It turns out it actually kind of did in certain places, but we'll get into that in a bit. Songwriting is mostly mediocre and kind of predictable to me, but there are some cool ideas that pop in here and there that's kind of foreshadow some of the stuff that would come pretty soon.
Yeah, it's very blues based, kind of barroom boogie, but not. Yeah, but it's not the barroom boogie of like all like. It has that element to it, but there's some psychedelic trippy stuff going on that you're like, oh, okay, that's interesting. And the other element of this is that the guitar playing, while kind of I don't want to call it rudimentary, because for a 16-year-old, it's pretty special. Yeah. But, especially for a 16-year-old, it's only been playing for 3 years. That's the other thing. He only started at 13. But what's kind of crazy is it's got, hey, what's up, Phil? It's got an element of, okay, there's something unique here. Maybe it's just needs a lot of refinement. So maybe if he'd had a producer on that first album, it might have been a bigger impact out of the gate. But, since he was doing it on his own, oops, shit, just knocked something over. Sorry. That wasn't quite the way. But yeah, get into the tracks if you want.
Yeah. Yeah, like while we're on the topic of production, the production on here is not great. It's kind of just muddy, especially the drums sound kind of just distorted. The guitar tone as well. Frank's guitar tone is definitely different than it would be for basically the rest of his career after this. It's kind of more of like a 60s style sound, like kind of thin.
Very thin, not a lot of distortion. Fuzzy. The distortion is very fuzzy bass. It's not very distorted. The tone's not that great.
Frank's, like you said, he's a pretty decent guitarist at this point, but I mean, he would get leaps and bounds better even just by the next album. In my opinion, anyway. Sure. So we start off with Maxoom, the title song, which is like just creepy and weird.
Bizarre.
It's
Maxoom.
Frank described it as a clumsy attempt to make an audio representation of his bad trip, basically, but he said they didn't really get very close. This is like crazy. It almost sounds like the intro to like an 80s thrash album, like Slayer, Hell Awaits or something like that.
Yeah, it could be, but
like all the whammy bar stuff and the weird pitch shifted vocals and
it's all the sound effects. It's like, and then he's got that slowed down tape thing, and then a reverse tape, and it's like you're hearing him go whatever Maxoom is. I guess that's one of the places he went to in one of his trips, because allegedly Mahogany Rush was a trip. Everything looked like mahogany and Rush, and like he explained it as purple colors, and like things looked like alive, like trees and all that stuff, like trees looked alive. But on Maxoom, you just get this Maxoom, and you're like seriously, man. Like when I first heard that song, I'm like, I'm gonna hate this thing, But keep in mind, this is right around the time that In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida and Iron Butterfly had just come out with a couple, like 4 years earlier, had just done In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida, and there was kind of that weird, trippy, psyche, San Francisco bizarro thing going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There were more bands kind of like, as opposed to like the mid to late 60s where it was all kind of like more of the flowery,
flower power stuff. Yeah.
There were more bands by this time that were delving into like the darker kind of side of things.
And the drug trippy thing was definitely part of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like just to make it clear though, Frank was not on drugs at this point. He had stopped. He didn't even drink. He didn't even drink alcohol.
alcohol or drugs ever since he got out of the
Nope.
hospital, I don't think.
Nope. He's been sober all of his life. Cigarettes. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Next song is Buddy, which is definitely not what you expect after the intro. It's just kind of mellow, slow, kind of jazzy. There's some good guitar work here, but the song doesn't really do a whole lot for me, to be honest. And his vocals kind of sound like he's straining.
He definitely is.
Kind
Yep.
of like hit the right pitches.
He's having pitch. He's definitely having pitch issues in there. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. The guitar solo is pretty good, but not great. Next song is Magic Man. This one's better, in my opinion. Pretty heavy and funky, kind of.
Very funky.
There's a cool, fast, like galloping section almost. Pretty heavy part at about 1 minute. The solo at the end of the song is pretty good too. Funky Woman has some backwards guitar effects, like reverse effects. Another funky groove for the verse, but the chorus kind of is not great. I like the heavier bridge section, which has some really good drumming in it. Madness reminds me of Buddy, kind of. The singing is rough and not super interesting of a song, but it gets a lot better at about 3.5 minutes. There's kind of a descending minor chord sequence with a pretty good solo on there. All in Your Mind, another good funky one with some killer lead work, and Hendrix Hendrix style, like, that kind of talk singing thing he kind of did.
Yep. Yep. George Benson, Jimi Hendrix, all those guys. Yep.
Yeah, but like the vocals too, more like da 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 kind of thing.
Yeah, they follow
the
guitar notes. They're doing what the guitar notes is doing. Yep.
Where was I? That's what. Yeah, All in Your Mind is probably one of the stronger songs here. For me.
I agree with you. Yep, you and I are on the same wavelength there.
Blues. The title basically says it all with this one. Pretty basic blues progression. The second guitar solo is pretty good, but I mean, it's not a bad song, but I don't really come to Mahogany Rush to just hear basic blues stuff. So. Boardwalk Lady, more funk. There's almost some like Bob Dylan-esque kind of spoken word vocals with some where am I? Sorry. It's kind of decent, but doesn't really go anywhere. Back on Home is kind of bluesy, has some great drumming and a cool chord progression. There's some nice harmonized leads that come in just before 2 minutes, and a really good solo on that one. Some more cool like reverse effects. The ending of that one could have gone longer, in my opinion. But
I agree. That's one of the better tracks too.
Yeah. And The New Beginning closer, psychedelic outro with some cool organ, kind of reminds me of like Vanilla Fudge or something, played by John McDermott. Nice overlapping guitar melodies with more reverse effects, good bass and drum work. Kind of makes me wish there was more stuff like this on this album.
Yep. Yeah, that's the best. That's probably the best song overall as far as like listenability. Yep.
Yeah, and it's just the short instrumental too.
Yep.
But yeah.
All right, I got some quick notes on it. We kind of came in around the same place, then we'll wrap up together.
Did you want me to rate it?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Like a 6.5 out of 10 on this one, probably.
Wow, you're a little kinder than I am. Yeah, I got Maxoom, drug-fueled trip out, and it sucks. Total trash track. It's just terrible. It's not even like a listenable track. Sorry, Frank, it's just not. Buddy, some nice basic blues playing, an ode to Jimmy. That's the song that's kind of an ode to Jimmy. The solo tone is total ass, and the playing very rudimentary compared to what will happen soon with Frank's incendiary playing. Frank's voice not exactly pitch conscious, but he is only 16 or 17 here when this was recorded and released. Magic Man, funky blues again. Forgot how bad the guitar tone on this album is in general. The up-tempo section has some trippy psych solos that show some flashes. Funky Woman has some cool riffs and jams. Very Hendrixy in tone and the blues playing, and it's again very funky. Madness, trippy psych jazzy blues track. Probably the best song on the album for me, other than the last one. The solo is solid, if a bit predictable. with a few clams in there. But again, Frank's only 16 or 17. Towards the end, the multi-track leads are pretty cool, actually. All in Your Mind, jamming, up-tempo, funky rocker, some cool blues, and jazz chords that swing. Cool riffs on that one. I kind of like that one. Blues, a weird slow blues with piano and lots of cliched blues riffs on guitar and piano. It's a snoozer. Boardwalk Lady, ugh. Guitars are ugh. The guitar tones are terrible. Screaming, whiny, wild-drenched, semi-clean tone, repeating lines that sound like screaming cats in a bag. No thanks.
Nice.
Back on Home, dry, jazzy. I don't know what that word's supposed to be. Very solid track, some great blues-based riffs, and a cool multi-track guitars and wild-drenched goodness. That's another real good one there. The New Beginning, a very cool, psych, trippy space jam. The clean tones are really cool. It's hypnotic. It's very cool. That's a cool track. So of that, I really like 3 tracks. I kind of like one. I don't like the rest of it. And had I heard this back then, I never would have followed this guy. No way. For me, this is a 4 out of 10. Knowing that the guys in the band, especially Frank, are so young, it kind of tempers my opinion a little. It's mostly bare bones blues rock record that has were a dime a dozen back then. Had this been my first Frank, I'd never have gone forward or backward. Well, there was nowhere to go backwards. It's mostly bland and cliched for the most part. This album barely gets 4 out of 10 for me, but things dramatically improve the next 2 albums. Any quick anecdotes there you want to throw out for the Maxoom?
No, but I do have some like kind of in between album tidbits.
Okay, go ahead.
If you want me to? Let's see. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Here we are. They opened for John Mayall, December 1972.
Okay.
The band was very popular in Michigan, turns out. Maxoom was actually the highest selling import record at the time in all of Michigan. Yeah. Which is it's kind of surprising, but
so weird.
Yeah.
So weird.
Their first US gig was actually in Vermont, July 1973 at a festival. Their set was extended from 90 minutes to 2.5 hours due to being called back for 6 encores by the crowd.
Good Lord, who the hell else was on that bill? Must have been nobody.
I can't remember. I don't think it's said in the book, but they played a show with Blood Rock, or a couple of shows with Blood Rock in Detroit.
Blood Rock.
Early August. Yeah, that would have been a cool show to see. That was a couple weeks before they entered the studio to record the second album. Then they played at Max Party Festival in front of about 35,000 people, which is, pretty big festival for a band with only 1 album. October 73, event promoters in Detroit called the band in an attempt to move more tickets for an Iggy and the Stooges show. And once they got them on the bill, they sold 2,000 more tickets in 4 days.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just finding that so crazy to believe.
Yeah. Just after that album, too.
Yeah.
The fact that it's that album that people...
Which had no real radio play or airplay. No real hits on it.
It must have had some, like, I don't know.
Well, I think the thing about Frank that was a bit unique back then was he was just real willing. Him and the guys were willing to get on the road and play with anybody and go to any, and open for anybody and just be on stage because, excuse me, for him, it was about being a musician and playing gigs. That was the highlight. It wasn't really about the money or all that stuff. It was just that going, that forward direction of playing music for a crowd and feeding off that energy. That was what was really, he was really into, so that's all I can think of.
Yeah. November 23rd, 1973, they played an infamous show with the Amboy Dukes in Detroit.
Ted Nugent.
Yeah, this is where the legendary guitar duel between Frank Marino and Ted Nugent took place. Basically, during Frank's set, Ted's roadies wheeled all his gear on stage and tried to basically outvolume Frank during playing his own song, which is kind of a dick move.
Wait, this was during the Amboy Dukes show?
Yeah.
I thought it was a little later when Frank was a little more. This is 73.
73. Yeah.
I thought it was
Late
76.
73.
Okay. All right.
I'm just going off the book.
You're going through the book. If it's from the book, it's from Frank. So, yeah. I always thought it was 76, 77 when that happened. That's great to know. I'm really glad you told me that because if I ever talk to Frank, that's one of the things I'm definitely going to talk to him about.
Yeah. Basically, Ted was throwing out like licks and stuff and seeing if Frank could play them, which he basically had no trouble doing. And
he shredded him.
Yeah. So Ted ended up like playing with his teeth, playing the guitar with his teeth as a last ditch effort kind of. And Frank basically waited until, I mean, he didn't really want to do it, but then Ted was kind of like swaggering around on the stage and he finally just like did it too. And the crowd went wild. And Ted kind of like acted like he was shot and fell down, basically gave up at that point.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I've heard two different versions of that, and that's why I would love to ask Frank about. But I heard it was animus in some things, and then other. Does he mention whether it was like a legit like rivalry between the two, that they didn't like each other, or that it was just Ted being a dick?
He didn't say much about like whether they were rivals or anything like that, but he did say he thought it was kind of, the whole thing was pretty ridiculous,
like childish.
He described it as he felt that was the day that the WWF came to rock and roll.
Yeah. Well, that's, I mean, Nugent, who I am not a fan of at all, except back in the 70s, he was huge, man. In the late 70s, Ted Nugent was giant. Free for All and fucking Great White Buffalo, and especially the Double Live Gonzo album, man. I mean, it's a killer album. It is just a killer guitar album. But Frank was always, in my opinion, way better. Ted's good, but Ted's kind of, he's rudimentary blues. Frank was like, again, I'll say it again. I don't think there was anybody playing as fast as Frank back then. There was guys like McLaughlin and Holdsworth that were playing very fast, but they were in a different universe of playing. They were playing jazz. They were playing these weird chordal things. And believe me, I think Holdsworth's the greatest guitar player that's ever played. But he's a different animal to Frank. Frank is a pentatonic blues player for the most part. And without you wouldn't have guys like Frederick Ockerson. You definitely wouldn't have Zakk Wylde, man, because Zakk Wylde is a carbon copy of Frank Marino, and there's nothing wrong with that, and he admits it freely, But went back. I'm glad you told me that, because I really thought that happened in 76 or 77. So that was on their first album or the second?
Yeah, after the first.
No
one.
way.
Yeah.
How about that?
It may have been. I guess it was after the recording of the second album, before it was released.
Okay, so we're talking 73 or 74?
Late 73.
Late 73. How about that shit? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Any other quickies?
Footage of that somewhere on YouTube.
It'd be great if there was, but I don't think there is.
No.
Yeah, that would be so cool if there was. That'd be like the greatest. I would play that tonight. I would absolutely play that right now. Yeah. I don't care if we got kicked off. I would play it. Any other quickers? All right.
No.
Let's move on to album number 2. I also have that on somewhere back here. I think. How did I do it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Again, I have no clue where this came from, because I don't remember ever buying it. And I don't know if somebody got it for me or gave it to me. You can see it's got a lot of ring wear. In fact, it's falling out the bottom.
Yeah.
Some water damage on the bottom, a wear damage, abrasion there. I kept them just because, I love this trippy fucking, fantasy weird, head trip fucking artwork. There's some really cool shit on there. I don't know. I'll read the write up on dragons and wizards and castles and crazy fucking plant people and shit. You definitely psychedelic, of course. And this one's actually Maxoom wasn't, but this one is. So here's the gatefold. So you got down here, you got Paul Harwood here. You got Frank where my other fingers are over over here. You got Jimmy obviously in the middle over there on the drum set, and then a little bit of a tail of stuff. And again, that's 20th Century Fox records there. And you know what? These are not really valuable. They mass produced them crazily, and you can find them for a couple bucks, but they're cool to have.
I'll have to do that.
Yeah. So I was released in 1974. I don't have an exact date on that one.
No, I couldn't find one either.
Maybe you have it in the book there.
Spring 1974, I think it said.
Yeah.
But
came out, was recorded in Tempo Studios in Montreal, Canada in 74, on 9 records now. This is full. I didn't see Cote on there. Maybe it is still on there. I'd have to look.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, the first 3 were Cote.
The first 3 were Cote. Okay, but in Canada. I doubt it was released over in Europe. I don't think they had a distributor over there probably. Till later.
Sure.
Till much later, I would think. And then again, like I said, the CD, this is a British company that did these called
Big Beat.
Yeah, Big Beat. I thought it was called something else though. I thought they were called. Could have swore this was a different company, but let me look. Hold on. Westbound Records, made in the UK.
Okay.
Again, it's this one is the 3 on 2, so it's a double CD. And again, the water damage didn't damage the CDs, just the booklets and the inlet trays, which is kind of a fucking bummer. But so we'll talk about this one here. Frank produced this one again, and you've got. Go ahead, Eric. I'll pop out and you jump in.
Okay.
Child of the Novelty, by the way, is the name of the album. Sorry.
Yeah. I'll mention the artwork real quick.
Yeah.
It's super cool. Done by a friend of Frank's named Ivan Schwartz. He unfortunately passed away pretty young. Frank said he would have gotten him to do more covers if he was still around. He did this one and Strange Dreams.
Strange Universe. Strange Universe.
Oh, Strange Universe. Sorry.
Yeah. Strange Dreams is a song coming up.
Yeah. Which is not on
Strange Universe is my favorite album cover.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So cool. Of his. One of my favorites of all time. It's very King Crimson in the Court of the Crimson King sort of kind of.
Yeah, for sure. Basically, how they did it is Frank would describe in detail some of his experiences, and Ivan would try to capture them basically in ink. The original was about a double size of an LP, like 24, 25 inches square, and done with felt marker.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The inner gatefold has 2 poems in it. I couldn't find them anywhere. I was trying to look up like a photo or something, but nothing.
Yeah, they're right here. I showed it.
Yeah. One's by Frank and one's by Bill Mann, who's a Montreal-based journalist and a friend.
Vision of the Big Two by Frank Marino.
Yeah.
I don't see the other one. Oh, Bill Mann. Yeah, there is one here called. I'll never forget the first time I heard Frank Marino play. Wounded galaxies tapping at the window. The hounds of hell barking up the wrong tree. Letters from finite twilights overdue. Postage due. So due to technical difficulties, we'll just let it slide. So it's kind of a stream of consciousness hippie thing.
Yeah. This one's definitely a huge improvement over the first album in terms of guitar work, songwriting, vocals, production, basically just everything. They kind of haven't quite fully found their signature sound yet, but they're definitely on the way there.
Right.
And there's definitely more like standout songs here. There's still a few that don't really cut it for me, but for the most part, they're much better. First song, Look Outside, funky hard rocker that kicks off the album. Instantly, basically more memorable than most of the songs on the debut, but it's still kind of in a similar style. Through the Milky Way, another funky one, fast-paced and some cool vocal harmonies in the chorus. Killer solo with a bunch of reverse effect stuff and some cool sliding hammer-on work from Frank.
Yes.
Talking About a Feeling. Great riff. Awesome riff with a hammer-on drill, whammy bar stuff in the bridge, and kind of almost derails into like a psych freak out a couple times, but pulls it back and then fades out with some shredding. That one's definitely a highlight for me. Child of the Novelty, mellow and pretty Hendrixy, especially the cool, clean guitar work and the singing style as well. Some nice harmonized leads and a good chorus in that one. Making My Wave, great drumming through this whole song, but it's not a super interesting riff. The solo is pretty good, but could have been better with a more interesting like chord progression or something underneath. The quieter section at about 2.5 minutes is my favorite part of the song. Another good solo at the end, but again, it's basically just over one chord.
You talking about the whispered spoken part?
Yeah.
The whispered part, yeah, it's pretty trippy.
Part in there too, yeah.
Yep.
A new rock and roll, kind of almost like an early rock and roll style riff, like late 50s, early 60s.
Yep. Very anthemic. Very anthemic.
Yeah. I put modernized, I mean, to 1974 standards anyway. Some good chord changes and leads, pretty enjoyable, but not really anything spectacular. Changing is a bluesy hard rocker with some good harmonized leads. Cool heavy riff comes in at just before 2 minutes with some super cool, highly affected leads, then returns to the original motif with a guitar solo over top. That's a good one. Plastic Man, another up-tempo hard blues rock number. A good solo with lots of wah, but overall kind of not a super remarkable song. Get War is another kind of scary FX-driven piece like Maxoom. Dive bombs, air raid sirens, helicopters, pitch-shifted vocals. Yep. Probably would be terrifying if I was too stoned.
That's a good point.
Chains of Space, I guess you pronounce this one.
Yeah, that's the weird thing about that. It's I don't know whether I always want to ask Frank, what does that mean? Is it chains of pace, like chain of like it's a change of space? A change of pace, or is it change of space? It's weird. I don't know. Maybe it's a little pun thing or something. You know what I mean?
Maybe, yeah. And it's written weirdly too. It's like the S is its own thing. It's not right before pace. It's kind of brackets and then separated. Space before pace. So
yeah, it's weird. I'd love to ask him what the hell he was thinking there.
Yeah, an instrumental to close out the album. Kind of a relief after the last track, for sure.
Yeah.
Again, kind of a weird thing with like Maxoom going into Buddy, and then this one going into Get War going into Chains of Space. It's like this super intense, crazy, freaky thing, and then it just goes into this kind of nice, mellow song afterwards, which you definitely don't expect. Slow psychedelic initial section with jazzy chords picks up at about 1 minute and 20 seconds into a super cool, heavy groove. Back to the original mellow vibe with some cool reverse affected leads, and those continue into a super jazzy bridge. Probably my favorite track on the album again, and foreshadows the greatness that would come soon. Interesting to me that both of these first two albums, my favorite songs are like the instrumentals at the end of the album.
Yeah, no, I mean they are. I don't. Chains isn't my favorite, but it's close.
Yeah, there's a couple
one or two other songs are a little bit better for me, but they're close. But I totally get where you're coming from, because Chains is just such a cool song. It's just there's something about it that's just really, you drift into it, man. You're like,
yeah,
this is cool.
It's one of those songs that, like, I don't know, it's totally uniquely Mahogany Rush.
Well, it's also Erik. It's kind of a little bit of precursor of what's to come, in that it's got a little bit of a proggy edge to it. It's not prog rock, but it's got proggy leanings, and it makes you go, "Oh, okay." He's more than just a blues guy. There's jazzy bits to it. There's a little bit of proggy bits to it, and it's cool. I was gonna show. Oh no, that's next. What are you giving that one?
probably a high 7. Which,
Okay.
looking at that, a 7 versus a 6.5 for Maxoom, I probably should have rated that one a bit lower. But because it's
Maxoom, yeah.
definitely better.
Yeah, you went a little high on that one, I think. Just
Yeah.
a tad. I mean, that's what you were hearing, though. But
It's kind of a
let me
low
run-
6.5 versus a high 7.
There you
That
go.
makes
There
sense.
you go. I got this one a little higher than you. So second album, and we're talking a big difference here, man. It's just it's night and day difference. Hold on, I got a problem here. Hold on. My plug fell out, and the one thing about my laptop is it does not stay running if it's not plugged in. There we go. All right. Because the light just went dim, and I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, this is a big jump, mainly in the fact that the sounds and tones are better. The songs in general are much better. The compositions are much better. And Frank's voice is better, a lot better. He's got much more control of it. Is he still a top performer vocally? Not yet. He gets there the next few albums, but this one is a big jump up. Look Outside has some killer riffs on it. It's an up-tempo boogie rocker with lots of psychedelic shit happening. And then the psychedelic stuff takes it out of that boogie realm. So you're not just hearing like, you're not hearing that kind of boogie thing that, is kind of, I like some boogie, but usually it's my least favorite kind of rock. This one has an edge like that, but it's just the psych shit takes it to a different level. Through the Milky Way, some killer tones for leads on this one. The song is a psych weird one, but it's a cool jam track and very, very Hendrixy. Talking about a feeling, man. Down, down, doom, down, diddly, down, down. I can't do that riff, but it's so fucking good, man. People try to put me down. They're saying that I'm walking on sacred ground. Fucking man, and he sounds so good, man. Talking about a feeling that it's making me down. So fucking riffy, man. It's just so fucking heavy, man. That grinding, nasty phaser flange opening riff is just one of his best, man. So good. It's jazzy, it's hard rock, it's got massive riffs in it, great solos, even a bass solo in it. Killer solos, much better production, fuller sound. The guitar tones are way better. Child of the Novelty, very chilled jazzy and bluesy verses, and the lyrics are a little cheesy because it's about the fairy prince and the castles and the dragons, and it's a little out there, you know what I mean? But it's cool. It's kind of endearing. Some great clean solos, tone solos. Great track, kind of a mixture of styles that works. Bluesy but sweet playing, far better than on Maxoom. Making My Way, solid grooving rocker with lots of recording tricks like and effects on it. Lots of solos and Jimmy jams. Lots of Jimmy on this one, man. You hear the Hendrix, what's it called? I'm gonna forget the damn song. I didn't note it. He rips off Hendrix big time on this track, Making My Way. But it's a cool track. I like that whispered section. It gets trippy and vibey. A new rock and roll upbeat standard rocker on the album. Nothing really extra special though. Changing. Lots of cool solos and tones of the solos here. The song itself is kind of meh, but the playing throughout is really evocative and awesome. Plastic Man, weird, trippy, groovy track. Again, crazy guitars all over the place. Plastic Man is kind of like Maxoom done right. It's like Maxoom, but it's done better. A little better. And then Get War, again, that's Maxoom, but it's so fucking bizarre. You hear synths droning in the background, lots of sound effects, sonic weirdness, the sirens, modulated spoken word. It's kind of weird, but it's kind of cool in a weird way because for a guitar, you're hearing to start here. In fact, if you listen to this, you definitely hear the beginnings of Electric Reflections on it. He's doing a lot of what he does a couple years later.
Yeah, that's Electric Reflections of War was actually started off as a kind of doing Get War live. He would play that, and then it kind of morphed into that over the years.
Morphed into that bigger thing. Exactly. Yeah. I call this Maxoom's bigger brother. Maxoom's bigger brother that is pretty dark and cool. Chains of Space, whatever it is, Space. Punny song titles aside, this is an absolutely killer track on the album. Awesome instrumental. I love that track. That is one of my favorite tracks of. Actually, that's one of my top 10 Frank Marino songs. It's that good. Much, 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 much better album. The bulk of which I enjoy listening to. Even though the production and the songwriting isn't 100% up to, speed yet, what we expect. It's still so much better than Maxoom. The songs are much better. The tones and playing is far better. This is a solid 8 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, you know what? Like talking about it again, I think I'm gonna bump it to a 7.5.
Yeah, that's more in line.
Yeah,
and I would have gone 7.5 on this, but frankly, there's the couple songs I really like on it. I really, really like. The 3 or 4 that I don't like. I mean, like Chains of Space. Let's find it here. Changing. Child of the Novelty. Talking about a Feeling, and Look Outside and Through the Milky Way. That's 6 or 7 really good songs, and then I like a lot of playing in the other songs, so that kind of why it bumps up. So yeah, what did I say? Oh, especially for Chains, Child, Talking Through, Making, all very good tracks. So okay, any anecdotes on that one?
Again, I've got some more in between stuff.
Okay, let me just do this real quick. So we're coming up on this 3rd album, which I want to try to see if I can do this. I don't know if I can. So it's this one over, right here. That's the artwork. I guess I won't get it much better than that. It's so trippy with the crying moons and the castles and the waterfalls, and you said it's the same guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So cool, man. So cool. And in fact, I came super duper close to, if you're looking back here, you probably can't see it. Hold on. I'll show you quick. If Devin hadn't gotten me this for my birthday, I would have. See that there?
Oh, yeah.
Crimson Glory Transcendence. Okay, where's the.
Nice.
He got that for me. If he hadn't got that for me, I had a Triumph one up there, but unfortunately, I probably should have sent it back because it's like crooked. It doesn't like line up correctly. And I would have gotten the Strange Universe one. It was between that and Triumph Just a Game. And Devin and I were talking one night. I'm like, all right, I'm going to do rock, paper, scissors, and Strange Universe lost. And I kept thinking, man, I wish I would have got that instead. But all right, so let's talk Strange Universe. That came out 1975. Again, there's no date on that I could find. I'm sure there is one, but I just couldn't find it. Tempo Studios again, Montreal again, recorded in 75, 9 records, and 20th Century Fox and Frank Marino producing. So go ahead.
I have May 75 for that one.
Okay, cool.
But I don't know about.
I just use Wikipedia.
Yeah,
I just use Wikipedia.
Rate Your Music says May.
All right, cool.
So, yeah, just before this album, the band spent a lot of 1974 gigging around the States with artists like Santana, Joe Cocker, Golden Earring, Jefferson Starship, Manfred Mann's Earth Band, and Aerosmith. They also played a few shows in Ontario with Rush that summer. So kind of a
did they really? Rush. No shit. Yep. I did not know that. That's killer. Yeah. What year is this?
74. So it would have been around Rush's first album.
Yeah, it would have. You're right. Yeah. That's awesome.
By this time, Frank was using a pedal board that was 6 feet long, 3 feet wide, and 2 tiers high, containing 22 pedals and requiring 2 guys to carry it on stage.
That's insane. I've seen the pedal board. In fact, while you're talking, I'm gonna see if I can get a picture of that up.
He said only about 5 or 6 actual different types of pedals, but in different sequences in order to achieve certain sounds at certain times. They supported Queen on a North American tour in spring of 75, as well as playing some large stadium shows in the summer with bands like Blue Oyster Cult, Styx, Aerosmith, Uriah Heep, The Outlaws, and The Faces. So that's pretty cool.
That is cool, yeah.
Yeah, this is the last album, Strange I have written down Strange Dreams as the album title in my notes again. Man, yikes. Anyway, yeah, last album on their original deal with Kotai and 20th Century. First album with Billy Solowski as engineer, who would work with Frank up to and including Juggernaut. Average quality of the songs is, in my opinion, a bit higher than either of the previous albums, and we get some absolute like killer tracks.
Yes.
Not that there weren't any before, but the ones here, the standouts here, are like even better, maybe.
Yep, I fully agree.
The production is fantastic. Probably their best production up to this point, for sure. Super clear and pristine without sounding too polished. And the bass, just the bass frequencies on some of the songs. I think I was listening to the remaster as well, which probably helps, but yeah, it just sounds awesome. Tales of the Spanish Warrior, just killer opener. Fantastic riff and drumming, super cool harmonized leads, high energy throughout, and just an amazing guitar solo. The King Who Stole the Universe, kind of a bit of a boring song for me. Some good guitar work, but not all that memorable. Satisfy Your Soul doesn't really do much for me. Kind of just a basic rock song. Land of a Thousand Nights is like on par with the opener. Awesome heavy riffs, more harmonized leads, and some super cool pitch shifted vocals. That's like, yeah, that one just rips. Moonlight Lady, slower psychedelic number reminding me of Hendrix's mellower songs. Super cool harmonized leads again, and a really cool chord progression on this one. Dancing Lady, funky rocker with a cool offbeat groove and lots of wah guitar on that one. Once again, very jazzy, more wah work in the rhythm and cool leads everywhere. Hendrix style kind of talk singing on that one too. Trying Anyway, cool harmonies in the intro before dropping into a heavy funk groove. Breaks into a great jazz rock section after about 2 minutes. Where Frank, you can hear him say, "I think I'll just give up and play my guitar," and then he rips into that. Shows Frank could have made a career out of being a jazz player, like if he wanted to.
Amazing jazz guy.
He had the chops for sure. Dear Music is a heavy one with awesome leads in the intro. Love the riff. Quiet section with spoken word and trippy psychedelic guitar work at 1.5 minutes. Then kicks back into the main groove just before 3 minutes. More harmonized shredding to close it out. Another awesome one. And then we get Strange Universe, which is just, I mean, probably in my top 5 Mahogany Rush songs. Just a classic.
Fucking so good, man.
Yeah. Mystical.
This album opens with a banger and it closes with a mega banger.
Absolutely. Mystical, but absolutely infectious melody with cool bass and keyboard work and wind sounds in the background.
Yep.
More spoken word reminding me of Hendrix a little bit. Speeds up at about 2.5 minutes with some awesome drumming, creepy vocals, and whammy bar dives. Returns to the main theme with some cool drum fills before ending abruptly and letting the wind waft us out of the album. The drumming duties on this song were actually shared by Jimmy Iommi and Corky Lang from Mountain.
Really?
Yeah. Frank said this song was actually partially written before Maxoom, but it wasn't finished until they recorded this album, and it was the last one that they recorded for this album as well.
And you said it was, who's the other drummer? Corky Lang?
Corky Lang from Mountain, yeah.
Wow, I did not know that. Cool. That's killer.
Frank said they had a really hard time kind of achieving the feel they were going for on this song, and he wasn't even completely satisfied with the final result, but he settled for this acceptable recording.
No kidding.
Yeah,
Wow.
they tried all kinds of different drummers and stuff like that to try and just like get the feel of the song right, but it was
How
never
about that?
quite.
It's a very jazzy song for a lot of it. It's very languid and chilled, and you almost are playing behind the beat a lot of the time in a weird
Yeah.
way. But you know, it's down, 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 down,
Yeah.
down, 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 down. It's like, yeah, oh, it's so fucking badass, man. This song,
Yeah.
when I heard it, I was like, broke into a huge smile. I'm like, God, I love this song so much, man.
Yeah. It's
Like
one of
you,
those songs.
what's
One
that?
of those songs from Mahogany Rush that they just have those certain songs that just completely like envelop you when you
Yeah,
hear them.
exactly. That's a
You're just
great way to put it.
absorbed. Basically, when I listen to that song, I feel like I'm in the world that's on the album cover,
Yes.
completely immersed in it.
Yeah, like you're just floating in there watching all that shit.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you're on an Arabian carpet ride or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you giving this one?
Oh, this one's like a strong 8 out of 10.
Nice. Nice. I wanted to show you this. Let's see if I can get this right. So I think this is it. Here we go. Can you see that?
Yep.
So it says, Frank, that pedal board was huge, 6 feet long, 3 feet. Ah, shit. Can I not? Hang on. I'm going to look at the original while you're looking at that. Can I get it over here? Why is it?
Yeah, it's cut off.
Oh, wait. Here it is.
Oh,
here it is.
there you go.
There we go. All right. Oh, that pedal board was huge, 6 feet long, 3 feet deep, 2 tiers high at one end. I had over 22 pedals on. There were days of those were the days of solid analog stuff, no digital. That's how I learned electronics. Because what people need to know is that Frank built his own speaker cabinets, his own delay units, his own distortion units. A lot of it, he's built his own heads. The guy's like a fucking genius as far as electronics go, man. He's just a fucking genius. Says you had to understand those days having pedals that I had was considered a bad thing by almost everybody around me in the business. They used to say, "Oh, he can't play without his pedals," and snicker and stuff like that. But I was pretty insistent that one day a lot of guitarists would begin to use them. Now they do, and now I use far less, if any at all. Although they're on the board, I don't always turn them on. Isn't that ironic? Anyway, I had a Vox wah-wah, a Crybaby wah-wah, 2 or 3 different fuzz boxes, electro harmonics, fuzz face, etc., all modified, nothing stock. I had octave dividers, volume pedals, echo plexes, eventide flangers, eventide phasers, reverb units, even a spring reverb. It just kept changing and getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
What effects are you using like that now? This is from 2000. The time Double Live came out, so about 2006, I think. It's getting smaller and smaller. I might use a fuzz for 1 or 2 tunes. My main distortion is from my preamp, which I build. Maybe an octave divider every once in a while. Also, always reverb. Delay, 1 or 2 tunes. I still use the volume pedal a lot because I perfected a backwards guitar technique that sounds astonishingly realistic. You'll hear it on Eye of the Storm and on Real Live. I also have a technique where I use my tremolo bar to imitate slide guitar, and it also sounds quite real. That, too, can be heard on those records. I have a rack with a Lexicon reverb, but I only use it just for reverb. My delays are digital now, and I don't like that, but I use them so little that it's just not worth taking out the echo plexes and dealing with the tape hassles. And I don't know, you know what an echo plex is, right?
Not exactly, actually, no.
So back then, they used to do echo plexes where it was literally a stomp box with a tape in it, and you would record a phrase, like a looper. It was kind of like a looper. It was basically the early loopers, but it was using a real tape, not a digital signal. So you were actually recording something, playing over it. Like, for example, and then you got delay off of that, and you got double, like you could harmonize with it. And for example, Cathedral from Van Halen, Eddie's using the volume pedal or the volume knob to get a lot of those swells, but he's also using delay from an Echoplex that has like a trailing. It trails the melody, I guess, wherever he's playing. And that's what Frank was using on a lot of that early stuff. So, yeah, I will. Oh, you know what I want to do real quick here? Hang on. You have another note. Go ahead and rip it out. If you have something else.
I don't think I have anything on this one.
All right, hang on. Let me just pull this up because I wanted to show the album cover. Oh, can't you get bigger than that? Are you serious? There we go. All right, let's do this because I just want to show this artwork. It's so badass.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's so killer. I got to get it. I would kill to have a shirt of this. There's probably some out there somewhere in Indonesia or something, some bootleg somewhere, but all right, here we go. Can you see it? Oh, man, it's small again. Hold on. Can you see it large now?
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. So check that out, guys. Anybody that's watching, man, that album cover, just that album cover alone is a reason to own this album. I'm being honest. It's so killer. Especially when we see what the next album cover looks like, which is a very weird album cover for their best album for me. But yeah, this is killer. And you said, what was the guy's name again?
Ivan Schultz.
Schultz. Okay. Just so badass, man. That the moon's crying these big tears and coming down this checkerboard like a chessboard and castles and fucking creepy things in trees and so badass. Anyways, that's Strange Universe. I'm gonna rip through my take on it real quick. Tales. Oh God, I love this fucking song. One of Frank's best ever songs. Just a tour de force killer, man. I love this track. It kicks all kinds of ass. His singing has improved. His playing and songwriting has elevated a lot. This album, especially this song, the solos on this song just fucking destroy, man. For me, this is a fringe top 5 song. It's that good. It's so good. The King, very Jimmy, very funky, like it, but nothing crazy or amazing. It reminds me a little bit of, have you ever been to Electric Lady? Have you ever been to Electric Lady? One of my favorite Hendrix songs. Not on that level. Satisfy, nah. Barroom Rocker, which I get where he's coming from, but it's mundane and generic. Land of 1,000 Nights. Oh my God, so good. Love that track. Dark, groovy, gnarly. I think it's shit. I don't know where I put my guitar. I was gonna play it, but I don't know where I put my guitar. Just love that song. Moonlight Lady, another killer ballad, gorgeous, very reminiscent of the song Waterfall by Hendrix. You know that one? Waterfall.
Yeah.
Just so good. Golden rose, the color of a dream I had. Not too long. Just reminds me of that. Dancing, funky, groovy. Sadly, we've heard it before. Not a great song. Once again, groovy, jazzy, and weird. Killer playing. Dig this one a lot, even though it's dated and it's of the era. The playing's killer on it, though. Try Anyway. Man, I really like that song. That is a great song. Very jazzy. Killer playing, a favorite of the album. Dear Music, kind of basic heavy blues. Would have been, Dear Music should have been like on Maxoom. It doesn't really belong on this album, in my opinion. Kind of the same thing for Dancing Lady. That's a little too funky and bluesy for this album. Strange Universe, holy fucking shit! You already covered it, man. It's right up there with Spanish. Is one of the best songs that Frank. And what it tells me is Frank is going in a different. He's hitting a different stride as a songwriter on this album. Now I score this a little lower than you at 7.5, and the reason, or 7.75, and the reason I do is some of those tracks that I was like, there's 4 or 5 tracks on here that I just wish weren't on here because they're not near the caliber of the good songs.
Yeah,
the good songs are so fucking good.
That's kind of a theme overall. I love this band, but they're kind of in that zone for me where they don't quite have a perfect album.
I disagree. I disagree.
That's fine. Yeah.
I think they have two that are close.
They're very close, but none that I would quite give like a 10 out of 10. And I've noticed that happen with some other of my favorite bands too, like Thin Lizzy, for example.
Yeah.
Like, they're one of my favorite bands of all time, but there's not quite any album that I would give a perfect score, even though they all have songs that are just
there's always
amazing.
that one or two tracks that kind of you go, why's that on here? You know?
Yeah.
Like, fuck. Oh god, now I'm blanking out. Like Bad Reputation or Jailbreak. They're almost close to perfect. Johnny, there's like four of them that are damn close.
Yeah.
But they just, you're right. They're just, I agree. That's a good way. I disagree though on Frank. I think there's two albums here that I don't think I gave them 10 out of 10s, but they're damn close. And one of them's coming up next. But anyway, there's some monster songs on here, but agree. But the throwaway tracks that I don't care for kind of drag it down. There's way more proggy bits on here, way more expansive tracks. The impressive stuff is super impressive. The mediocre stuff is kind of a drag because it drags it down. So I'm going to give it 7.75 mostly for the killer tracks and the killer artwork, which is one of my favorite covers of all time. The funky groovy blues tracks on here, not as into. So that said, this one is well worth the second albums 2 and 3 are definitely worth picking up and definitely worth owning, especially if you find them out in the wild for a couple bucks or a CD for a couple bucks. More than worth owning for that. You know, would I recommend paying $20 or $30 for any of them? Probably not, except for maybe if you got a brand new edition of Strange Universe, it might be worth it for the artwork. But other than that, I don't think any of these three are like. I think if you're a Frank completist, you want them. If you're not, if you just want to dabble in Frank and have a few good albums, hold on, we're getting to those. They're coming up. And so, in between Strange Universe, which came out in 75, we've got Mahogany Rush 4 coming out 1976, recorded at Tempo Studios in Montreal. Now they've moved to Columbia. Columbia's bought out the contract of the 20th Century Fox. Frank is producing. What you got on this one as far as anecdotes? Let me show the artwork first. I have no idea what this is. Oh, you have it?
Yeah, I got it too.
So you got the album. Nice.
Kind of sealed.
Oh, look at you.
Kind of in the shrink, but it's like
nice.
slid along the side.
Did you buy it new or used?
I bought it used.
Nice. What'd you get that
for? I think it's an original. It just says copyright 1976.
Yeah. I'm sure it is. What'd you pay for that?
Interesting album cover. Ignore the price up here, but yeah, I really don't know what this is supposed to be.
No idea.
On here.
You know, it looks like early razors or something. That's really weird.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There was a bit of a write-up about that. One thing before I get into the album, around this time they were approached by the management team of Leber and Krebs.
Yes, big time.
Yeah, they managed the Rolling Stones, Simon and Garfunkel, Jackson 5, Aerosmith, AC/DC, Joan Jett. I mean, a bunch of others too. And that's who got them the deal with Columbia, apparently.
Okay. Let me show you one thing here.
Yep.
And I just had a thought, and I don't know if you know anything about this. Anybody out there that's watching, there's only a couple people watching, but see how this is stiff as a rock, and it's all rippled. So inside there, this is the Japanese version. It's an actual 76 Japanese import. And inside here, you can see where it was actually stuck to the, you can see right here. Here's the CD. Let me see if I can find it. So there's the CD. And if you look over here, it says Stereo Japan, Sony Music 1976. Because Sony was the label over in Japan that had all the the big acts, right? But what I was wondering is, I'm wondering the way that, and what sucks is this has the Japanese lyrics and everything in Japanese, right? It's got the little like, it's on Obi because it didn't have the Obi with it, but it's got the lyric sheet fold out, gatefold, like fold out, but then it's got a lyric sheet in Japanese and English in there. And I wonder what would happen if I would get a steam gun. I wonder if that would open that up or not. What do you think? Or would just make it worse? Might just make it worse.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know. I mean, if it's already completely stuck together, it might be worth a try. I mean,
that's what I was thinking. I mean, how could I hurt it any worse at this point?
Yeah.
You know, I will actually look for one of these. I bet you if I go on Discogs, I'll find one, and I'd love to have that back again. Yeah. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Can't remember where I got my copy. I think it was on Discogs or something.
What'd you pay for that? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I could look it up when you're going through.
All right, cool.
Yeah, recorded 1975 to 76, again at Tempo Studios on the same Neve console used for the second album. Artwork by Terry Konietzko, something like that, who they also called Fido, who was a friend of the band's.
Oh, that's right, he was. Yeah.
Again, an interpretation of some of Frank's psychedelic and religious experiences. Only those two fully understand what it is. He kind of leaves it for the rest of us to figure out.
Frank's never really discussed it. I would ask him though. I know he'd probably say, "Well, you know, it's whatever you want it to be," but I'd love to know what the hell it is.
Yeah, this is my favorite Mahogany Rush album. Probably their most consistently high quality track list out of anything. First appearance of Mellotron on one of their albums.
Yeah. Keyboards too, a lot of keyboards, synthesizers.
Yeah, for sure. Frank's own homemade talk box is used on multiple songs. Man at the Back Door, Jive Baby, Moonwalk. Sometimes he would apparently record with it with the end of the tube in a glass or thin plastic tumbler just to get that strange kind of hollow sound instead of using his voice with it.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, by this time, Frank is definitely becoming a pretty good singer. Although he kind of talks about it in the book too. He's never been very confident with his vocals. He kind of says that he never was able to really nail what he was going for, but he guesses that some people who don't really know what he was going for think it sounds fine anyway, but he never was super happy with them. I'm Going Away opens the album with a bang, cool descending chord pattern and mellotron, then hits you with an infectious mid-paced groove, epic leads and a solo. The ending is super cool with a chord progression that seems to continuously descend, almost like I described it as an aural illusion instead of an optical illusion. It's like, I guess what he's doing is he goes down through the notes of the scale and then goes back up, but just the way it's done sounds like it's continuously descending, even though it's not. A thing that it kind of reminded me of in a way is the song Retier by Enslaved, the title track. It's got a riff in the kind of bridge of that where it's constantly going higher, and it's kind of a similar thing like that.
And I bet any money, I'm 99% sure when I talked to Ivar, we brought up Frank Marino. I'm not betting my life on it, but maybe somebody that's watched that stream let me know, because in the moment I seem to recall talking about him, and I'm pretty sure Ivar was like, "Oh yeah." You know, because I think we were talking about stuff that we might, you know, like things I had upcoming, and I'm like, yeah, I think I want to do one on Frank Marino. Do you know Frank Marino? I'm pretty sure he's like, oh, of course. You know.
Yeah. So even if I don't remember if you guys talked about him, but I'm sure he's a fan.
I would be shocked if he wasn't. This is Frank Marino, I believe, I think he was on Midnight not Midnight Special. One of the might have been Midnight Special. I'm not sure, but I just thought I'd pull it up because let's be honest, man. Frank Marino had one of the great porn stashes of the 70s.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
he just looked fucking cool as shit. Like, did anybody look as cool as this guy playing the guitar? I'm being serious. I'm not joking. I don't think there was a cooler looking guitar player in the 70s. This guy just he was a hippie, but he was always wearing leather. In fact, he doesn't have his leather on here. Even more a picture I've got coming up here. He was wearing a jumpsuit. I mean, come on, man, jumpsuit. Yeah. Like, get the fuck out of here. That's so badass. Go ahead.
Where was I?
The answer.
Another amazing solo on that on I'm Going Away.
Oh, I'm Going Away, right.
Oh, mind blowing. Man at the Back Door, super funky talk box riff. Also features his modified envelope pedal, which he still uses to this day. Jazzy chords in the chorus, which alternates between 4/4 and 6/8 time signature. Kind of gives it an interesting feel.
A swing.
Yeah. The solo comes in over that rhythm, which is pretty cool too. The Answer, absolutely killer song. Love the octave riff in the intro. That kind of, I guess it's maybe 2 octaves away, the bottom note and the higher note. It kind of reminds me, to be honest, of a lot of stuff that like Steven Wilson or Michael Ockerfeldt would write. Like, stuff in like Wedding Nails, for instance.
Yeah.
A lot of that octaved riffs instead of power chords.
I don't know if you can you hear this?
Yeah, a little bit.
I can't see what I'm doing. I'm in the dark kind of, so I'm trying to look at the fretboard.
Yeah.
I haven't played that a long time, but it's the octaves. You played on the 4th and the 2nd string, the B and the G, and it's the octave. So you're doing. I haven't played that in years, but I used to be able to play it. And then it's down, down.
Yeah. After that, it drops into that great funky groove with the initial octave thing comes back for the chorus. Some jazzy chords come in later, and of course another killer guitar solo, and then goes back to that original riff to finish off. Jive Baby. Funky rocker that's a little basic compared to some of the songs here, but still pretty good. Almost comparable to some of the stuff on the first couple albums, but
much better though.
Yeah,
much better.
Some super jazzy chords in the chorus and a cool guitar effect that sounds cool with the wah during the verses and almost sounds synthy in the solo. Just that the tone he has about that. I thought it was a synth at first. It's Begun to Rain. Amazing song. Sentimental and daydreamy, kind of like the title. Perfect to listen to on a rainy day, just staring out the window or something. Lots of Mellotron on this one. Love the Hendrix-esque chords in the verse and the super memorable harmonized leads in the chorus. Solo works great over the verse chords. Just when you think the song is done, it basically sounds like it ends, and then it breaks into this cool bass riff and gets super jazzy. Another like awesome guitar solo over top. The kind of song structure of this one reminds me a bit of the song Blue Collar by Bachman Turner Overdrive.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they like that one too. They kind of sounds like it's going to end, and then they just go into jazz mode and awesome guitar solo and stuff.
It's so good. It is so good.
But yeah,
we're gonna hear a little bit of Begun to Rain at the very end. So if you're still around, stick around for that, because I'm gonna risk getting this stream taken down because I love that song so much. we're gonna hear Frank rip a little bit on at the end.
That's definitely in my top 10, if not 5 songs. Dragonfly, one of the nastiest funk grooves ever, in my opinion. Not a super complex song, but very effective. Slick walk would do it. Oh yeah, slick walk up to the heavier variation of the riff, and then cool affected vocal refrain over alternating 9/8 and 4/4 rhythms in that
Is that
one.
what it is? That
So.
when it modulates up in key. So it's I believe it's in E, and then it goes up to G, I believe, and it's like that.
And gets heavier too for that part.
Let's see if you can hear this in there. Hold on, shit. The fuck! I just forgot how to play it. Go ahead, keep going.
Little Sexy Annie. Awesome drumming all over this one, but not my favorite on the album. The riffing is bluesy and kind of predictable in a way. The lyrics are kind of dumb to me. I mean, I don't really listen to the lyrics that much, but I don't know. Once in a while, something pokes out at me.
Yeah. I'm like you. I'm the same way.
Yeah, I don't quite love this one. It's probably my least favorite song on the album, but it's not.
Which one again? Little Sexy Annie?
Yeah.
That's the one negative on the album.
Yeah. At least it's short though. Anyway.
Sure. Yep.
Moonwalk. I've never heard anything quite like this song. It's just
he doesn't do anything like this again. It's so weird.
No.
Sounds so weird. It's so cool.
It's just out of this world. Use a combination of just about every effect Frank could think of at the time, according to the book. Dirty on not just the guitar, but also like the vocals and stuff too.
Oh yeah, the vocals are heavily affected, and I mean this is a very progressive song, even though it's a really weird progressive song.
Yeah, it's not at all what you would think of when you hear somebody say prog rock. This is not what you would think of, but it is prog in a way. More in the attitude than the sound, maybe. But dirty funk groove too, with tons of psychedelic sounds over it. Some really cool rhythmic choices and great lead bass in the other section that interjects now and then. Something about the guitar chords in that part is almost Rush-like to me. A little bit of life in there, maybe.
A little bit, yeah.
I'm sure both guys are probably listening to each other.
Sure, and they know each other, and they, you know, how friendly they are or aren't, I don't know, but I'm sure that they're very, very, they've crossed paths a lot.
Yeah. Almost sounds like it's going to end just after 2 minutes, but instead blasts off into space with a ripping jazz fusion part. Crazy solo with lightning fast scales and a similar effect to the one used in Jive Baby, where like you could almost mistake it for a synth, just the tone of the guitar in that part. Falls back to earth and into the funk again, then finishes off with the rushy kind of part repeating and some very cool super high guitar soloing with some cool Middle Eastern melodies. That's all I got for that one.
Are you talking about Moonwalk, right?
Yeah.
I'm 90% sure that solo is actually a ARP synth. I think it's a synth solo.
I couldn't find forget where I was looking at that.
It sounds like an ARP, an ARP synth. It just has that vibe, and I just don't think it's guitar.
That's what I was thinking too, but I feel like I read somewhere that it is guitar actually.
Well, if it is, like I said, that's one of those things I'll definitely ask Frank if I get to talk to him.
I can't remember. Yeah, because I always thought it was a synth too, but I ended up when I took my notes.
Well, if it says it in that book,
solo. What's that?
Yeah, if it says it in that book, then of course
I don't remember if it was in the book or not, so don't quote me on that. But anyway, For the Emperor is the last song. Another fantastic one, a majestic, epic track. tranquil classical guitar and waves of mellotron start things off. And then kind of an almost marching band like drum pattern comes in. Love the descending call and response melody between the guitar and the keyboard. Absolute earworm of a heavier riff, that dan 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 dan, and that like cool synchronized kind of staccato guitar and keyboard thing at the end, where it's just like
But by far, this is Frank's most prog song right here. It's his prog sort of epic.
Yeah, even though it's like it's not all that complex either.
No,
there's not that many sections to it or anything, but
there's a lot of layering going on. There's a lot of layering of stuff.
Absolutely,
it's very progressive, and it's that da 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 da, you know, down out, and then it gets in that. You know.
Yeah, just so much like momentum in this one too. It's just doesn't let up. Then there's, instead of a guitar solo, there's a mellotron solo, I think, which you don't really hear the mellotron used as a lead instrument that much. It's usually more for texture kind of. Let's see. The sound of the mellotron too. I know mellotrons have different sounds kind of built into them. It almost sounds like an oboe or something in places.
Oh yeah, those are in there. Yeah, for sure.
Closes with the same classical guitar theme from the intro. Yeah, it's kind of like to be honest, it's kind of a fairly repetitive song in the structure, but I don't care because the parts are just so great, and there's enough variation to keep me from getting bored. Frank didn't add much of a guitar solo as he loved the mellotron sound so much and didn't want to choose the focus of the track, he said.
That this album has a large helping of synthesizer that got brought into the mix, and it really affected the songwriting for sure on a lot of the several of the songs are much more proggy than he would have done in the past. So all right, so I'm interested to know, what do you got for this one?
This one's a 9 out of 10 for me.
Only 9?
Sorry.
Really? Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. There's just a couple songs that I'm not quite crazy about, but
I'm trying to find
the things that are great on here are just like amazing. Absolutely.
That's pretty good though. 9 out of 10 is pretty good. Trying to find. Yeah, I was looking up that to see if I could find anything on the Moonwalk solo. I just think it's a keyboard. But anyway, all right, I'll rip into this one. This is number. Well, I won't give it away yet, but this is a very high ranking album for me. I'm going away. Oh man, down, 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 down. It's so fucking cool, man.
Yeah.
God damn, and his voices. Will I hear voices? I'll sing it out my choices. So goddamn good, man. Holy shit. Killer tune. Mellotrons. I love Mellotrons, of course. The synths are really big and prominent, and particularly in this song, and the last song too. It's so goddamn good. This song, the songwriting is elevated to a point where you're like, wow, like, okay, this guy was getting there on Strange Universe. He's arrived. Yeah. And then you think, okay, that's a great opening track. Backdoor Man, or Man at the Back Door. I'm sorry. It's, that title right away tells me, it's going to be a bluesy rocker. It's going to be, but it's not quite that. It's a funky, trippy, grooving, but it's in a killer way because that drumming is fantastic on this song.
Yeah.
Just fantastic. Absolutely. Jimmy, and I think we need to say something about that. Jimmy Oyob, or how you pronounce it, was an absolute monster on the kit. Just had a lot of feel and swing and groove. He may not have been Neil Peart for technicality, but the guy just had some vibe. He's super vibey as a drummer, and this song in particular, he just shines on. Vocals are much better than the last three albums. Sonically, he sounds killer. The Answer, man. I'm standing inside a silver room. A sound inside my head like a sonic boom. A preacher. Oh, and then he does this line: a preacher with a dagger, purple and black, is tearing sacred pictures on my naked back. I said, "Hey, preacher." Oh man. And he smiles in return. I think you want to see me burn. So goddamn good, man. It's just a fucking monster song. That was a hit, a pretty mild hit in the 70s, 76 when this came out. And actually, we should note too that Frank is an exceptionally religious guy. Extremely religious, very, very God-fearing guy, super knowledgeable about religion and the texts and the Old and New Testament, but he's not a preachy guy. But he does have a lot of very definitive thoughts, which is where I'll stay away from, because I don't think he and I would agree much on the religion thing. But he's very, very religious, and a lot of his albums and lyrics are centered around, things that are religious, but not. He doesn't get into it directly, but he references it a lot. This particular song right here, it's like. I think you want to see me burn. You're squeezing out my blood. Please tell me why. But he proceeded to break down and cry. Oh, does anybody know the answers? Tell me, Lord. Does anyone know the answer? I'm floating beyond a cosmic dream. A feeling in my throat makes me want to scream. A lover who has no love to spare is ripping out the roots of my leather hair. Hey, lover. And she made a drunken face. Well, put yourself in my place. Please tell me why you want to see me hurt. Please tell me why you want to see me hurt at all. But she proceeded to break down and bawl. Oh, please, does somebody know the answer? And then there's the breakdown section where it's, well, I'm old, I'm tired and cold. I'm dripping like a rainy day, which is kind of a weird line. I'm searching for a being who's seen what I've seen, and I know I'll find him someday. I know I'll find him someday. That's kind of I think that's his religious song going like, why? What is this? What's this all for? What's the point? Tell me the answer. So very, very killer song. Very, very killer song. It's just the solo on this is so searing, man. So goddamn good. Jive Baby, funky killer jams. I love it because of my history with this album, but I could see how some people wouldn't like that song because it's just a little too airy, fairy, funk kind of thing. But I love it. Begun to Rain, man. Jeez, man. I don't even know how to talk. This song is just so goddamn good. It's sick. Love this jazzy, proggy, melancholic, lilting ballad. So damn killer. So good. The monster solos on this thing just slay. And then, the jazzy breakdown where it's and you're just listening to him wail on these jazz chords, and he's comping. He's basically just doing a comp solo where he basically just did it. Probably, I doubt he did much punching in on that. I think he just kind of went off. And it's so incredible, dude. I can't wait to play a little bit of that soon. Dragonfly, god damn, just a fucking another hit off this album. Probably his biggest song, other than maybe The Answer, and maybe Strange Dreams. But I love the thing where he does. One day you'll hear a rush of wings, giant blue-green sentinel from some distant time and space. It's like the lyrics are so cool, and it's like it's a trippy, psychedelic, funky, bluesy, jazzy song because it's very jazzy, even though he's playing a seventh chord, and it's like can you hear that at all? Probably can't, huh?
Barely.
Anyways, yeah, my acoustics over there, and it's way out of tune, so I don't feel like dealing with that. But yeah, Dragonfly, man, it's so goddamn good. One of my favorite songs. Haunting vocals, the solo, that it's just that phased out, super delayed and saturated sound, just so beautiful, man. And also, we should note that the guitar tones on this album, fucking unmatchable.
Yeah,
they're so good. They're so good. Then you got Little Sexy Annie. Yeah, it's my least favorite song. I love it though because I love this album, but the lyrics are very 70s misogyny. You know, it's just that very kind of lame sort of thing. I mean, it's not nasty because Frank was a religious guy, so he didn't get into like, I'm gonna fuck you like Ted Nugent would. But I mean, he was you could kind of get a vibe from it. And Moonwalk, such a weird, bizarre track. Of course, I love it. Psyche, trippy, scary, proggy, gnarly, heavy synths. Guitar takes a back seat here, but this song is gold. Super trippy, weird synth solo on the ARP, I think. Very fusiony and proggy, big time. Emperor, the big prog song on the album, it's badass. The synths again take the front seat, but shows how far Frank has progressed as a songwriter from 72. Remember this. He's 22 years old when he's writing all this. He's 22. Yeah. It's fucking amazing that he wrote these songs at 22, and he didn't have a producer in there. He had an engineer, but he didn't have a producer in there going, no. Let's rewrite this. I'm a musician. I'll show you how to play that here. He did all that himself. That's just stunning to me. This was my first album I bought. This was the first album I bought. Live 78 was my first experience with Frank. However, this album just does it all for me, man. It's damn near perfect. If Little Sexy Annie had been a little bit better or left off the album, it'd be a perfect album for me. It's 9.75. The songs are just so damn good and memorable. And I'm tempted to give it a 10, but I won't because of Little Sexy Annie. Yeah. It's close, though. It's close. I like that song, though. I'm going to just say it. I like it because it's got some groovy fucking jamming on it. Okay. We're coming up on World Anthem here, New World Anthem. What anecdotes you have before we get into that?
So 1977 is the first year they play outside of North America. And some UK dates. This is when the band name is changed to Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush.
That's right. It is on there.
Yeah, they didn't really say anything about the reasoning behind that. I don't know.
What I read in an interview, I just read it before we went live a little bit ago. I read that the record company and Frank were starting to have some strife, and that they forced that issue, and he lost that battle.
Yeah, that seems like something that would be like a record label decision.
Well, I think they wanted to market Frank's name above the band because he was becoming known in the guitar circles around then in like 75, 76. Everybody's going, oh, who's this Frank Marino guy? Okay, well, what's the Mahogany Rush thing? Oh, that's his band. Oh, so it's Frank Marino, or is it Frank Marino Mahogany Rush? Well, the band's Mahogany Rush, but he's Frank Marino. And I think the label picked up on that, was like, let's just call it Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush.
Yeah. Around this time is when a song called Poppy starts appearing in their live set list. You know that one, right?
I do. That's like the 17, 20-minute song. I don't know the history of who it was written for someone, right?
No, it's said in the book, it was named after the flower which opiates are derived from.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was the period of 1969 to 71 in Frank's life when music was the drug or opiate of the counterculture movement.
Okay, I didn't know that.
It's Frank's favorite song to play, as the structure allows him to put in many different tunes, and he can play it differently every time. Thus, a studio recording was never attempted, as he didn't ever want to commit to
one version,
one way for all time kind of limitation.
I have it on Double Live. I have it on this Double Live album.
It's on Double Live and Real Live as well.
Yep. Wait.
And
hold on. Hold on one sec. I have Real Live. My bad. I have Real Live. And it's got Poppy's on here, and it's fucking 1724.
Yeah, I didn't check the actual.
I gotta be honest with you. I forgot about it. I didn't listen to it.
I think it's even longer on the Agora one. I think it's like probably over 20. I didn't time it, but it's like, yeah, it's long, but it's amazing. It's like probably one of his best songs. And it's kind of, I don't know, it's one of those things where I do sometimes find myself wishing there was a studio version of it, but I totally get why there isn't. And that's fine anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you can find it in 2 different live albums and then on your DVDs. So, I mean, there's a bunch of versions, and there's a lot of bootlegs out there too. So,
between June and October 77, they traveled over 25,000 miles and played more than 50 shows in the southern U.S. So then World Anthem comes out.
Yeah, let me show that. I forgot to show it. You don't have it, right?
No.
All right, we'll show it here. These are all, by the way, these are all OGs here. But it's the cheap one. Be kind, rewind. Why does it say that? You can't rewind a it's the Rewind collection, the series when they first put these out. Actually, what's that say on there in the back? Made in Holland. So this might even be an import, believe it or not. I think it is. Huh. Didn't even know that. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Do you have any notes on that one that you wanted to?
Yeah. And actually, here's the inside. This one, I got lucky. This one was just far enough away from the water. It didn't destroy it.
Nice.
That's kind of cool. Look here. Yeah, so it was released March 18th, 1977. Recorded December 76 through February 77. Studio Temple, Montreal. It's on Columbia. Producers Frank Marino. I don't have any specific notes on this one, so go ahead and dig into it, dude.
Okay, yeah. This is where synthesizers start making even more of an appearance. There are lots of them
there are a
on
lot
the
in
last
this one.
album, but what's that?
Yep. There's a lot on this one, yeah.
Probably the band's proggiest album. Tons of like jazz elements and odd time signatures, weird song structures and stuff like that. Frank originally wanted to have an insert in the lyrics in every major language used throughout the world. This didn't pan out as the label deleted most of them due to costs, they claimed, and he even got rid of the Russian translation due to the political rivalry between the U.S. and the Soviet Union.
Yeah, around then, man, Cold War was pretty hot and heavy in the 70s.
Yeah, this was that was initially done at the last minute by simply not including the lyric sheet or even any inner sleeve at all on the first couple pressings, let alone the printed one Frank had wanted. So basically, if you get a first or second press of the album, it's just the record inside the cardboard.
Wow, no shit.
Cover. Yeah, there's no inner sleeve.
That I did not know.
So that's a pretty.
I did not know that at all. Wow,
lazy, kind of a lazy way to do that on the label's part. Artwork by Bob Lem, representing Frank's hope for the world where things would be steered by goodness rather than the opposite. Very diverse and album and a really strong effort overall.
It's let me just show one thing real quick. It's a kind of cheesy album cover in a way. Yeah. I mean, it's, the guy looks a little, kind of cartoonish. But what I do like about this album, I mean, this kind of looks all right. It's not bad. What I do like is the fucking logo is really cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
Really pops out. I mean, the Mahogany Rush thing. I wish I'd have found one of them online. I found something similar, but I really like this style that he used there. Sorry about that. God.
Yeah. As for songs, Requiem for a Sinner. Some kind of the synths in the intro are kind of a little cheesy sounding to me, but
that's not ARP synth, man. That's the ARP, and to me that's a killer song. I love that.
Yeah, I love the song. Not a huge fan of the synth sound personally, but that's my problem, I guess. Pretty quickly dropped into a sick harmonized. Oh man, that harmonized volume swell groove. Heavy bass, giving it strong driving momentum. The solo after the brief pause at 2:25 is super cool. Arabian scales, impeccable tone, and a kind of circulating left to right stereo effect.
Yeah, they're doing panning and they're getting like a Leslie effect.
Yeah. After the solo, it pulls way back into a mellow, spacey, synth-dominated section and eventually kicks back into the heavy, headbanging groove with a soaring, shredding solo to wrap things up. This is another song that's just like, I mean, you could write about it or talk about it for a long time, but nothing you can say is gonna do it justice. You just
it's kind of like It's Begun to Rain. Or maybe, The Emperor, or it's just Change of Space. It's one of those standout tracks that's mind-blowing.
Absolutely.
But there's one song on here that blows that song away. I want to see what you had to say about it. So go ahead.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Which one?
I'm not telling you. I'm not. I'll let you know when you get there, and you're not there yet.
Just promise me you won't hate me if I say the wrong thing.
Oh, I'll kick you off. No, just kidding.
Okay, sounds good. Hey Little Lover, awesome 5/4 bass synth groove, switching to 6/8 for the chorus. Cool Latin percussion to ice the cake, and surprise, surprise, another more majestic, evocative guitar leads. A fairly simple song in terms of structure, but I could listen to that main groove for a damn long time.
Ah, that groove is so sick, man. It's so good. Hey, little lover. Ah, it's so badass.
Broken Heart Blues, bluesy as the title suggests. Main riff and solo are good, but overall not super memorable, and one of the weaker tracks here, in my opinion.
I couldn't remember that song when I threw this on the other day. I'm like, all the other songs, right away I was like, okay, I know them all. Like I kid you not, I know every other song, how it goes. I could not remember how that goes. That one was better than I remembered it.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Because I kind of feared it was one of those throwaway blues songs that Frank tends to do on every album, and it's not. It's not that at all.
Yeah. In My Ways, slower number, but has a lot of momentum. Similar to, kind of reminds me of I'm Going Away in certain ways. Love the catchy lead guitar motif with the rhythm section kind of ducking and punching in between. Another pretty straightforward song, but the superb melodies make it a highlight.
There you go. That's good. Not as raving as I'm going to be about it, but yeah, that's my favorite song on the album.
Oh yeah.
Just slightly over Requiem, just barely, because the lead work on In My Ways is just fucking epic.
Yeah,
it's so amazing. Good.
World Anthem,
good,
has a very anthemic quality to it, of course. Triumphant and bombastic sounding, complete with timpanis in the background. Some blazing licks towards the end. This one was originally composed by Frank as a completely orchestral piece to be submitted in a contest looking for a theme song for the 1976 Olympics.
No shit.
Yeah, he decided.
I think I did hear that before, but I didn't remember it.
He decided against submitting it due to some political flack from various individuals. I don't know who that is specifically, but
yeah, really, what's up with that?
Look at Me, a super chill ballad type track, but I like the trebly guitar tones. I put down like a piece of glass, but with the sharp edges sanded off. That's
a good way to put it. Yeah,
with the guitar tone. Cool jazzy solo, and the guitars underneath it are great. There's some harmonized lines in there that with a lot of like sustain to them that remind me of Robert Fripp in a way. Volume swells and final descending run with hammer-ons remind me of Guthrie Govan. Do you know who that is?
Of course.
Yeah.
Steve Wilson and
yeah. Oh yeah.
Aristocrats and fucking maybe the best guitar player in the world, possibly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sick.
Absolutely. Not one of my favorite songs here, but it has some pretty cool elements to it. And overall, still a really good song. Lady, bouncy jazz funk song, really fun track. Cool Moog, or I guess it's Moog solo.
Moog, yeah, Moog.
Over a groove that kind of reminds me of like some Canterbury bands, like Soft Machine.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it's a bouncy, jazzy, super jazzy. You know, it's got that George Benson thing. You know, where he's doing the vocal with the guitar line, and you're like, oh, that's so good. You know, because George Benson does a, you know, in Broadway, you've heard that song, right? The Say the Neon Lights Are Bright on Broadway.
I don't know if I've heard the original actually.
I don't know
if that was the original, but honestly, the only version of that I think is a Neil Young cover. To be honest,
he did that.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
It's only on a El Dorado EP from like.
Okay, I didn't know that, but I mean, in the original George Benson version, it's very jazzy, and he's like, you know, he's doing the, you know, where he's scatting with the guitar, and I'll tell you what, that is not easy to do, man. Not easy at all. So Frank does it fantastic on this song.
I'll have to check out that original version of that one too.
Yeah, it's killer, dude. Killer.
Try for Freedom. 11-minute epic. Their longest song to date at this point, and Frank's kind of first attempt at a real long form piece. To be honest, as a prog nut, I want to love this song, and there are elements to it that I really like, but it doesn't quite work for me.
It repeats a lot. It repeats. Yeah. It could be about a 7 or 8 minute song instead of 11. It could even really be it could probably be a 5 or 6 minute song.
Yeah.
He just does a lot of jamming for about 5-6 minutes, you know, and that's I love this song because again, this is another favorite album of mine, but I totally see where you're coming from on that.
Yeah. Those like recurring harmonized leads though that come in, those are pretty awesome. Probably my favorite thing about the song. I put down, I don't know, at the start of this song, it feels like I'm taking the first steps of a fantastical journey, but by the end, I feel like I was kind of just on a treadmill instead. Not a bad song.
I can see that.
Just a little underwhelming, kind of. Doesn't really go as far as I would want it to, but not bad at all.
What are you giving this one?
I'd give this probably a high 8, maybe an 8.5.
That's pretty good. Let me see where I'm at with it. I'm a little bit higher than you. Not a whole lot, but a little bit higher than you. This is in a sweet spot for Frank for me, where he put out, in my opinion, 3 really fantastic albums right in a row, and another 4th that's pretty close. Now, you've got to keep in mind that after this song is live, and we're going to talk about that because that's a quintessential album for him. It's kind of in a lot of ways what really brought a lot of people to him, because the 70s was the era of the live album. So we'll get into that in a minute. Yeah. But
real quick, if you don't mind, I kind of, as Marty Worm would put it, I got to use the little boys' room.
Yeah, just hit your mute mic or whatever.
Okay, and I'm going to grab my coffee too.
I'll talk about my shit quick then. Okay, so we're starting out with Requiem for a Sinner. 6 minutes, 1 second. This song is just a tour de force. It is fucking amazing. It is so heavy. But it's not like a metal track or a heavy, even a hard rock song. It's a heavy prog song in a lot of ways. And it starts out with, now he's saying he doesn't like those synths. I think they're classic sounding synths from the 70s. I'm 90% sure it's an ARP, an ARP synth, I believe. They had a really interesting tonal quality, and they also, you could really use them as a lead instrument quite a bit. So that one, top song, So Evil, Haunting, killer song. The guitars, the synths, the vocals, all of it's damn near perfect. The solos are wicked as hell. Just Requiem for a Sinner, man. Listen to that song. If you're not sold on Frank Marino, something's wrong with you. Especially on this album. Hey Little Lover. I said, hey little lover, I've been looking for someone like you for so long. Groovy, funky track that's memorable. Love this song, actually. Broken Heart Blues, slamming blues funk with nasty guitar work. Pretty savage. Kind of a strange universe-like track like that song, but a little more mature. The chorus is super duper cool on that. Leads are everywhere on this one. It's just so badass. A lot of fills, a lot of lead fills, stuff like that. In My Ways. Oh my God. Top 3 Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush song. This song just slays like a mother, man. Oh, down, 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 down. I'm way off with my tones because my voice is fucked up, but just a monster track. So dark and savage. Absolutely one of Frank's best tracks. Crushingly heavy, super intense guitar, and the melodies of the guitar are just out of this world. They're just so fucking good. Oh God, man, it's just ripping, man. It's just a wicked song. It's so good. Did I mention the solos are absolutely out of this world? This is, like I said, it's a top 3 favorite Frank Marino Mahogany Rush song for me. It's just so heavy, and I bet you if you talk to most Frank Marino nerds like me, they're gonna go. If you said, give me your top 3 tracks, they're almost all gonna come from this album and 4. I'd be shocked if they didn't. There's one more coming up or 2 more coming up on future albums that are right there in that pocket, but I don't know if they break the top 3. The In My Ways is just such a goddamn monster song. It's just so good. World Anthem, very anthemic, obviously proggy ballad, also very killer playing and very melodic. It's just a down, 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 down. Yeah, it's an anthem. It's just beautiful. It's only about 3 minutes, so it's pretty cool. And as Erik said, it was he started writing that to submit it for a contest for something. I'll ask him again when he comes back on. But look at me, breezy, fun, sweet little ballad. I love it. I love that ballad. It's so cute. It's cute. It's a cute little ballad, and no, it's a great song. Lady, lady, I've been looking for someone like you. No, that's Hey Little Lover. I screwed up. I'm trying to remember the chorus for Lady. If you're da 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 da. Yeah, this song is just, I love Lady. It's such a killer tune, man. And then Try for Freedom. I get where right now I'm back. What happened there, man? I got a lot of slapback when you came back on. I think it's gone now. There might have been a delay that held on to it. But yeah, man, Try for Freedom. I like it better than Erik does. I think it's a beautiful song. Great soloing on it. It's pretty proggy. Is it a little long? Yeah, it is. But keep in mind, I'm old. I'm an old fucker that's been listening to these albums since the late 70s, early 80s. I know these songs inside and out for the most part. I wouldn't want them changed. You know, if Frank said, "Oh, I'm going to re-record this album and I'm only going to make it 4 minutes long," I'd be like, "Yeah, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that." So for me, again, another monster album full of killer songs, wicked jams, and solos everywhere. Solos. If you don't like guitar solos, man, don't listen to Frank Marino. Get the hell out of here. Don't. You'll hate him if you don't like guitar solos. And by guitar solos, I mean killer guitar solos, okay? Not just your mundane, regular solos. These are monster solos. Not necessarily an improvement over 4, but I don't know what I put there. Constructive, and it's constructive and a little less proggy, more funky and jazzy. I'm going to go with a 9.25 out of 10, as In My Ways, Requiem, Lady, and Try for Freedom are just amazing songs. There really isn't any bad songs at all on here. It's just 1 or 2 that I would have left off or opted for something else. But this is a killer album, man. Do you have any anecdotes on that one quick, Erik, before we move on to live?
I will just say one thing. You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. I muted it on my actual mic. I'll just try clicking the mute button next time.
Just do it on the bottom down there.
Yeah. One thing I will say about this stuff, and honestly, like, I took my notes on these albums like fairly early on and like into my deep dive here, and I've been listening to the albums again just in the background while I was reading the book, for instance, yesterday.
And let me finish your sentence. Let me finish your sentence. Can I do that?
Yeah.
You've been listening to him in the background, and right away you're going, oh, man, that song's really better than I thought it was.
Yeah, literally every song I hear is kind of better than it was the time before.
Boom.
And they're all, even the songs that I really didn't like initially, I'm like, oh, this isn't that bad. Or the ones that I'm like, oh, yeah, that's okay. Or I'm listening to them again, and I'm like, man, this is actually pretty good. So,
that's the tricky thing with Frank Marino. A little bit of familiarity, you start listening to it. If you just do them once, it may pass you by. Or you may not. You may be like, okay, that's catchy, and that's catchy. But it's the second and third and fourth time you're like, oh, fuck, this is really, really good.
And I have heard most of this stuff, like, at pretty much all of it, like 3 or 4 times now. Some more than that for sure. But like, yeah, I mean, my ratings for these albums, I'm actually like bumping some of them up now compared to what I had written
as down. You're going. Yeah, you're like, you know what, this is better than I thought it was. Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
And just talking about them again too, and going through all the songs. I mean, there's songs where you're just singing them and I start bobbing my head.
Yeah.
Without just imagining it.
Now, imagine this. You've listened to these things 3 or 4 or 5 times in the last couple of weeks, and maybe a couple times or once or twice back when you first learned of them. But I've listened to these albums 300 or 400 times. So, especially the ones we're talking about now. I mean, the early ones, not as much. Strange Universe, quite a bit. Child, probably 100 times. Maxoom, probably only a few times. I really don't like that album. I'll be honest with you. I never put it on. I never think to listen to it. But the rest of the catalog, with the exception of one other album that we're going to get to in a little bit, I just fucking love every album, man. Every album's at least an 8 and above. I'm not to ruin it for everybody, but that's how important these albums are to me and how good they are, most of them. So, yeah. And nobody's commenting in the comment section. I don't know who's watching. Can people let me know who's here? Just let me know who's, even if you're not really paying close attention, just drop a quick comment and let me know if you're here. Unless you're the dick that likes to say that you're fucking my mother. That guy, you're not invited to the chat. But
it says there's eight people in the chat. Yeah, 8 people watching. I know
I mean, nobody's really commenting. I don't know if just Phil and Ryan are there or who else is there. So let us know in the comments if you're watching and how it is. Hey, Zach, how you doing, man? Cool. Very good. Anybody else? Just let us know you're there. So, yeah. So, anything to add before we get into live? Nope. All right. So this album was the first album I heard, as I said, if you were watching from the beginning. This comes out in March of 78. Actually, it's a pretty iconic cover, just all black with just the Frank Marino logo and the bird thing on there, which is, you can kind of see. It's like an eagle with like or not an eagle. It's like an eagle with like a lion's body, I believe, right? Yeah. It's like a body of a, I can't get any closer, guys. Sorry. But that's the, and this is, I don't know. This one I got later. I had the original OG vinyl. And like I said, I got rid of all my vinyls and way back when and sold it. Kind of a plain Jane cover, but I like that. I like the aesthetic of that, just like live, just kind of chill like that. And this comes out March 78. It was recorded in the southern, in the southern U.S. I thought I wrote down where, but I don't have it. Do I have it here?
I got a bit of info on that.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't very specific, but it recorded at 12 different shows, mostly Texas and Florida.
That's it, Texas. Because this guy was huge in Texas, and I got to tell you, when I was a 14-year-old kid and we were moving home from Houston back to Pennsylvania, I had the most wicked fucking Frank Marino shirt. It was Frank's face. It's the cover for above my head there, the cover of Tales of the Unexpected.
Oh, yeah.
It's that fucking cover, and big letters, Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush, and then on the back it said it was a U.S. tour shirt, and most of it was in Texas. They were just huge down in Texas and Houston. They came to Houston. I don't remember where I got that shirt. It might have been like at a rock T-shirt place down there when I was a teenager. Yes, they had them back then too. And that was my favorite shirt. I can tell you right now, I have zero memory of where the hell that shirt got to and where it went, man. Zach, you got to do it, dude. You got to do it. Trust me, you've got to do it. And watch this whole thing from the start, and you'll get a really good. We're already at 2.5 hours. I'm sure we're going to go 4 on this. And, I mean, I told you, Logan. I told you, Eric, this was going to be a lot to be said on this. So we probably got an hour and a half to go yet. So, anyway, yeah. So go ahead. Any other notes on that one?
Yeah, Columbia basically didn't want to fund another studio album at this point, so they told the band to record a live one instead. The plain black cover was kind of Frank's response or protest to the label's decision at the 11th hour to scale it back from a double to a single album. So originally it was supposed to be a double live album.
Okay, right, that's right.
Frank was unhappy at the time about having to only show one side of the band at a lot of live shows due to pressure to fit in with the other bands on the bill, and ended up feeling kind of trapped into playing just a small part of what he really wanted to play live. The live album, when pared down to a single disc, basically shows that more kind of rocking side of the band. As songs like Poppy, Strange Universe, and Look at Me were left off.
They left them out. Yep.
Yeah, and like Frank kind of, or the first half of this book is by another guy. I forget the guy's name at the moment. Ryan Sparks. I don't know who he is exactly. But
I don't know either.
I'm sure Frank went through and approved everything.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Basically, Frank talks a bit in there about how, like, diversity, especially at that time, diversity was a bad thing for the music business side of things.
Still is.
They're trying to sell people on one aspect of the band, but if you have a lot of variety on your album, there's people that like that one hit song that are gonna go to the album looking for that, more of that type of stuff. And like, if you have a bunch of other stuff on there that they don't like, then, or same with playing a live show, right? If people come for the hit and then you play a bunch of stuff that doesn't sound anything like it, the crowd is going to be pissed off. Yeah.
Yep.
And Frank was getting kind of frustrated with that at this point already. What do I have here? Should I just go through it? I don't have a whole lot of notes on it.
I made overall notes. I didn't talk about every track. I pulled out the stuff that was important. I think the thing that's important to note about this is the original one was 45 minutes and 38 seconds. There is an expanded edition that has I'm a King Bee Baby and Johnny Be Good. Let's see, wait a minute.
From Cal Jam.
The Cal Jam 2 stuff. Yeah, I'm looking. They weren't. So that was not on that same tour. Yeah, so yeah, go for it, man.
Yeah, overall, a very strong live album. I mean, growing up, like, it was probably different. Like you said before, the 70s was kind of the era of the live album.
It was.
And there are some definitely pretty awesome live albums out there. I'm generally more into studio stuff personally, but as far as live albums go, this is a pretty good one.
Yeah, I mean, just real quick to interject one thing. I mean, from the 70s, you got Strangers in the Night from UFO. Yeah. You've got Live and Dangerous from Thin Lizzy. You've got Bursting Out from Jethro Tull. You've got Song Remains the Same from Led Zeppelin. You got Frampton Comes Alive from Frampton. Yeah. You got Yes songs from Yes. I mean, you got this
Kiss
is
Alive,
the era.
Japan.
Kiss Alive 2. Was that 80s? Kiss Alive 2 was 80s, right? Yeah, that was 80s. You've got
Made in Japan.
Yeah. You got a
couple of VOC ones too.
Which one?
Blue Oyster Cult had a couple killer ones.
Oh yeah, they had on
Your Feet or on Your Knees.
On Your Feet or on Your Knees. Yeah, Revolution by Night. You got, there was just, but here's the thing though. Here's the funny thing. Unleashed in the East was 79. Here's the thing though. A lot of those albums weren't fully live. They were dressed up later. Rush, a farewell to, not a farewell to Kings. All the World's a Stage. A lot of that shit was played with later on. They go in the studio and do fix-ups. And from what I understand about this album, I might be wrong, but I think most of this album is fully live. The only thing they fucked with, and it's very obvious, is, man, the crowd noise is like, it's so loud, it's so overwhelming. That was they faked a lot of that. It had to be.
It's kind of in weird places that it comes in too. Like there's certain spots where you expect it.
Yeah.
Like Frank will do a crazy solo and there's like no crowd doing anything.
Yeah, and then there's other times where he's just talking and then the crowd gets super loud. And it's like, so I know that this is not fully 100% live, but I think the music is most of it.
It sounds like it, to me. Let's see. Yeah, great. It's got great sound too. Like the sound quality of the music is pretty great.
Sonics are great on it.
Awesome versions of some of their best songs. I kind of wish there were more originals and less cover tunes.
Yes, you and me both.
I mean, like, what is it here? You got kind of you got 8 songs total.
Yep, I'm a King Bee. You got excerpt from Backdoor Man. You got Johnny Be Good. You got Who Do You Love?
Yeah.
And then Purple Haze.
Yeah.
I'm a King Bee and Johnny Be Good. So, yeah.
Yeah. So out of 8 songs, like 3 of them are covers. And one of them is, or 4 even, if you include the excerpt in Talking About a Feeling. So, yeah, it's like almost half covers. And it would have been cool to hear it as a double live album, of course, too. So F you record labels, of course, classic move. Highlights The Answer, obviously. The Answer and Dragonfly are just awesome on here. Like, probably just as good as the studio versions with the.
It might even be a little better. They're so fucking heavy on there. They're just so slamming. Especially The Answer, man. It's just slamming.
Yeah. New Rock and Roll is definitely better than the studio version, in my opinion. And Talking About a Feeling is pretty cool, too. So I guess I basically just listed the originals as highlights.
Yeah, you got World Anthem. The World Anthem is, it's kind of, it is what it is. You got, that's it. Everything else is, and I mean, don't get me wrong, the Jimi Hendrix version is pretty straight by the numbers. The Electric Reflections of War is that killer guitar extravaganza with all kinds of crazy shit. And hey, what's up, Wyatt? And so here's what I got. Smoking versions of The Answer, Talking About a Feeling, Dragonfly and Purple Haze. Electric Reflections was the first Frank song I ever heard. It terrified me as a 12-year-old. It literally sounded like a war was being waged in the vinyl grooves and alerted me to the fact that Frank was probably the most heavy and scary guitarist of the 70s, in my opinion. Remember, Eddie Van Halen had yet to unleash his fiery technique nationally yet. As much as I love Eddie, I still feel Frank was more fiery and technically a much faster player and just as important as EVH in many ways. Lots of covers on this album, which is a slight knock on it, but only a small one, as he owns every song on here entirely and just shreds all over them relentlessly. He's just shredding every fucking song he's going off. My first intro to Frank Marino, Electric Reflections, blew my mind. No one was doing that at the time since Hendrix. And no offense, but Frank could smoke Hendrix on speed all day. Speediness, not speed, the drug.
Right.
Not sure how live this is because 70s live albums are notorious for being cleaned up in the studio, but I thought I read most of the guitar tracks are the OG performances. I'm going 9.25 for the incendiary playing and very live feel of this album, even if it isn't fully live like Unleashed or Frampton. Man, just a ripping live album. And that's coming from a guy who does not like to listen to live albums for some reason. I'm just not a live album guy. I do like those 70s live albums because they're nostalgic for me, like Frampton and like Strangers in the Night. But there's only a handful of them, maybe 6 or 7 live albums. And I'm like, yeah, I really want to listen to that. Do I want to listen to them over the studio albums? Probably not.
Yeah.
But this one here, if it had more originals on it, I might want to do that.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing with like live albums. A lot of them, I mean, there's certain ones where the playing, like the jamming and stuff, is super cool and kind of elevates the original songs. But a lot of those albums too, like the 70s live stuff, a lot of those recordings aren't the greatest quality. So if I want to hear those songs, I usually just go to the studio album.
Yep, I agree.
But just some exceptions, of course.
All right, so next up, we're going to head off to this album. I love the album artwork for this.
I got a little thing here in between.
All right, let me just throw this up quick. We're going to talk next about 1978's Tales of the Unexpected. Again, it's Frank Marino, Mahogany Rush. The color scheme is kind of weird, but it actually works because of the colors on here. Back cover art, nothing too fancy. Frank never got much of an art budget after the third one, I think. All of his albums are kind of a little lackluster in that respect. But, yeah, what do you got on in between?
So the band played the California Jam 2, like you said, in 1978.
California Jam 2 or 3? 3. Isn't it 3?
Maybe it was 3.
Yeah, I think it's 3. And actually, let's do this. Go ahead and talk. I'm going to put up a couple pictures from that.
Okay. It says California Jam 2 here.
All right, maybe I goofed.
March 1978. Their
but
biggest.
See, here's what. Oh wait, I'm thinking of Day on the Green 3.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, they were on that one too.
Yeah, so you got. Where's that? Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, their biggest show that they ever played, I think, estimated crowd of 330,000. Which is
and
awesome.
I will say, if you ever want to see Frank just fucking literally laying waste, he owned that stage and crushed every other player there. If I'm not wrong, was Blackmore there? Was that who else was on that?
It's got a little poster here in the book. Aerosmith, Ted Nugent, Foreigner, Rubicon, Hart, Santana, Dave Mason, Bob Welch, and Mahogany Rush.
Yeah, man, he just fucking owned it. Check this out, man. This is insane. How do I? Oh shit! Can I blow that up? Ah, you're kidding me. All right, this is Ted Nugent. Let's see. Is that showing Ted Nugent?
No, it looks like Frank.
Oh, it's showing the old one. Hang on. Stop screen. Present. Just look at this crowd. This is fucking nuts, man. Where'd it go? Hold on. Damn it. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. I think that's Nugent playing. Yeah, that's Nugent. And just look at the size of this crowd.
Yeah, that's insane.
How much did they say? 350?
330. But I mean
330.
Either way.
Let me see something.
Pretty insane.
Can you see that one? Did it change?
Yeah.
Is that
wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's crazy.
I've been to some large shows, man. I mean, I went to see in Philly, I went to see here we go. Cal Jam 2 this is crazy, dude.
Wow.
Can you see that?
Yeah, that's insane.
Let me see. I can't blow that up, but you can see right here. These are Cal Jam pictures.
Yeah,
that just blows my mind, man. And I will tell you, there is video out there of I believe it's Cal Jam, but it could be Day on the Green 3. I'm not sure which one. But there's video of Frank live from behind the stage. Like somebody's on the stage taking video of this from him behind and the side. And he is just fucking destroying everything. Like there's nobody who touched him that day. Nobody. So go ahead.
Yeah, not surprisingly. Where was I? Oh yeah. Frank expressed dissatisfaction with the large festivals they were playing, as he felt the focus was kind of moving away from the music. He said, whereas Woodstock was a big inspiration to him,
of course,
at first.
Yep.
He said, whereas Woodstock had been a concert, these were more like shows. And the bigger the shows, the worse the backstage politics were. They played their first and only shows in Japan around this time. Frank loved the experience and hopes to go back someday. Anyway, Tales of the Unexpected.
Yeah, Tales of the Unexpected, man. Came out 1978. Well, actually, do you have any dates on that? Because I couldn't find anything.
Let me check here.
That was one there was no Wikipedia on for some reason.
But it was April 1979.
1979. Okay, that was recorded at Studio Tempo again. Mastered at Sterling Sound. It was pressed by CBS. This was half live and half studio. So there was half live tracks that were new, but they weren't studio versions. They were live versions. Again, quote unquote live. I don't know how live they are. They feel to me like they've got some kind of studio stuff going on in them, quite frankly. And then you've got, so let me just check one thing. Yeah, we'll go from there. So All Along the Watchtower leads off, right?
No.
Oh, Sister Change. Sister Change, my bad. Look that up.
I got a couple other tidbits here on the album. The artwork is by Joseph Malik.
I know that name. I know that name.
Okay, I didn't look up what else he's done or anything. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look into that. But apparently, the original album cover proposed by the label at the time was a recreation of a Norman Rockwell painting of a Thanksgiving dinner.
That's
right. Instead of a turkey, there was a dead baby on the platter.
Oh, that's right. I remember this. Jesus.
Frank immediately vetoed that one, of course.
No way.
That's such a weird thing for the label to suggest. That's just
well, they must have been trying to get a lot of looks on the, just from, like crazy artwork. Like, oh my God, this is so over the top, man.
Yeah, ridiculous. Frank had almost written a complete album at this time, but decided he didn't like it. He ended up hating it, and he scrapped the entire thing, and started over from scratch. So this album turned out very different from what that one would have been. And during the final mixing, somebody said the phrase "Tales of the Unexpected." Which is also a reference to an old comic book series.
Mm-hmm.
He decided to use that for the album title and the name of the last song they recorded. Norwegian Wood was chosen as it was a rare Beatles tune Frank figured could be done differently without doing injustice to the original. He chose to cover All Along the Watchtower as a way to put some of his critics who incessantly made Hendrix, or to out some of his critics who incessantly made Hendrix comparisons, which he was basically getting from day one.
Well, the other thing is, too, people are like, look, he did a Hendrix song, All Along the Watchtower, but it's not a Hendrix song.
Exactly. Now, that was why he chose it.
It's a Bob Dylan song. He wanted people to fuck with him on that, yeah.
Yeah.
But let's be honest, Hendrix made it really
huge. And he does it pretty similarly to the Hendrix version.
He really does. Yep. Yeah. But it's amazing. And love that artwork, man. I love it.
Yeah, it's cool. I'm generally not a huge fan of half studio, half live albums, they're just kind of can be weird, but
Yeah,
this is one of the better ones I've heard. Studio side is a bit stronger in my opinion, even though 2 out of the songs are covers. They're good covers. Yeah, so starting off, Sister Change, awesome funky groove
Great
with lots
song,
of keyboards and some cool wah guitar. Sounds kind of like a heavier Steely Dan.
You're right. It really does, dude. That is well done, young man. Well done. Awesome.
Some of the key changes that they do.
Well, the background vocals too,
and
by
the
Nanette
female
Workman.
backing vocals too.
Because Nanette Workman, I believe, sang on some Steely Dan too. Yeah.
I don't know if she did any Steely Dan, but she did sing on like "Let It Bleed" by the Stones.
Oh, that's right. She was on the Stones. That's right.
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking of. Yeah,
not like the main lead part from "Give Me Shelter" or anything.
No. That was
on there.
Yeah, I forget that one.
Mary Clayton.
She just died.
Mary Clayton.
That's it.
Yeah. Anyway, great opener. Yeah, love that song. All Along the Watchtower, cover of Hendrix's version, basically. Really good and probably about on par with that version, in my opinion. Norwegian Wood is an interesting take on the Beatles.
I love it. I love it.
It's cool.
Very synthy, very, very synthy, and kind of like warm and enveloping. It's just a beautiful take on a lot of cool. I don't know what synth he's using there. It's not a Moog, I don't think. Again, that might be that ARP synth, or
might be,
but it's a new polyphonic thing, and it sounds great. Sounds great.
Yeah, and there's no bass or drums in this one at all.
No,
just vocals, clean guitars and keyboards, but beautiful and atmospheric. Tales of the Unexpected. This one is awesome. And it's an instrumental.
Top 5 song, man. Top 5 song.
It's awesome. Opens with some really cool jazzy chords and breaks out into fully fledged fusion territory with a fast-paced drum beat and bubbling cosmic keyboards. Some scorching leads and solos from Frank, at first with distortion, and then he switches to clean guitar.
Mm-hmm.
Again, he could have easily migrated into the fusion realm and excelled if he had wanted to. Returns to the original laid-back groove and rides it out till the end. A definite highlight along with Sister Change. Love both of those songs.
Did you talk about the solo? You did. The initial part.
Yeah.
Dude, the initial part of that solo is so goddamn fucking destroying. It's like it's savage, man. It's so goddamn incredible, but so tasteful.
Mm-hmm.
So fast, too. So fast. Blazing fast for 1979. Blazing, man.
It's like kind of maybe could be compared to like John McLaughlin's some of his stuff with Mahavishnu, but it's like John McLaughlin always kind of had like
angular
kind of dirtiness to it. Yeah,
but he has an angularness. He has an angularness to his sound, and it's very like if you listen to him on Jack Johnson from Miles Davis, it's very, very fusion. This is fusion, but it's almost got the first part of that solo. Dare I say, it's kind of metal. It's pretty metal.
Yeah.
Just because the way it's together, but it's still bluesy, but it's so fucking fast. It is so fast. It's like insane.
And clean too. Like McLaughlin, I mean, he's amazing guitarist, of course. But you're
right. He would clam some stuff every now and again. Yeah.
Yeah, once in a while. Whereas Frank just like totally nails every single run.
Yep. And then there's a tiny little bit of Al Di Meola in there. Tiny little bit.
Oh yeah, I can hear that.
Who was probably the other big shredder in the jazz realm at that point in time.
Yeah, for sure.
And what the thing that both Al and Frank have in common is they weren't doing, the tapping stuff back then, and they weren't doing the arpeggiated sweep stuff, because sweep didn't come around till the 80s, more or less. More or less. There's a few little. There's Chet Atkins does a sweep, believe it or not, in 1972. Yeah, on Jerry's what's it called? Jerry's Breakdown. He does a very slow sweep, but he does a sweep. But Frank was doing all alternating picking, man. It's all up, down, up, down, up, down, and it's fucking blazing, man. I'm just gonna say it one more time. It is fucking blazing on this song. Top 5 song for me.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, you mentioned sweeping. The earliest one I can think of is, it's kind of not even, I don't know if it technically can like could be considered a sweep, but you know the self-titled Deep Purple album, like the last one before Ian Gillan joined.
Yeah, the Toledo. Yeah.
It's got a song on there called April, which is like this classical kind of thing for the first like 10 minutes or so, and then do a rock part. And
you're freezing up on me, dude.
Was kind of a sweep on that.
You know, I got to be honest with you. I'm not familiar with that. I'll have to go listen to it. But that would make sense, because Blackmore was kind of the guy of the 70s that was doing the neoclassical. Like Frank doesn't do neoclassical much. He does
not really.
More blues pentatonic and more jazz runs, whereas Richie was always doing the neoclassic, almost the symphonic sort of guitar runs. So I will check that out. But I could see that, and I forgot to mention Blackmore because he, of course, is one of the bar setters of the 70s. But I still contend, well, I don't know, man. Highway Star, that fucking solo on there is pretty ripping, man. You know, he was there. Him and Frank were in that same zone. But that's good.
Well,
I'm glad you pointed
It's hard
that
to
out.
compare them too. Like I was saying with McLaughlin or somebody, Blackmore kind of always had sort of a, I don't want to say sloppiness, but he was never like, wasn't as much of like, I would say Frank was probably technically better. But Blackmore just had this kind of like thing where he would almost go off the rails and just do like crazy stuff.
Well, he was very unique. He had a very unique sound, which, you know, quite frankly, Uli Roth kind of stole from him. Yngwie stole from him. The thing that also that Richie had that Frank didn't have, Richie had one big secret weapon, John Lord.
Yeah.
So when they were doing their dueling thing, it added so much depth to it. Frank didn't have that. He was doing it all on his own. So, you know, I'm not saying one's better than the other. I mean, I guarantee
it's hard to compare them.
Yeah, if you put, you know, 10 guitarists in a room and said, all right, raise your hand if you think Frank's better than Richie. Probably going to go 50-50, maybe 5-5, maybe 6-4, maybe, you know what I mean? And my guess is Richie probably gets one extra vote over Frank simply because it's the name.
Yeah.
Well, it's Richie Blackmore, and he was actually around before, even though he probably was a little before Frank, a couple years. But, you know, 1 and 1A, dude. It's, you know, those.
Thankfully, we live in a world where we don't have to choose one. We can.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I choose them both. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Although Frank's personality makes him a much more favorite guy than Richie for me. You know, Richie is just so, who knows?
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
He's got a hot wife, though. I'll give him that. So he's doing something right.
Here, just a second. Yeah. Anyway, so
you're on Down, Down, Down.
Yeah, Down, Down, Down. First one of the live tracks. Has a good heavy bluesy kind of riff that reminds me a lot of Manic Depression by Hendrix.
Yeah, down.
Yeah. Doesn't quite blow me away, but it's still a really good song. Door of Illusion, up-tempo and funky. This is a good one. I don't really like the kind of, there's a little kind of boogie rock thing that comes in the pre-chorus that kind of like takes me out of the flow of it, sort of. But the rest of it is really good. Woman is really funky with cool wah guitar and a killer bass riff. Not crazy about the chorus, but I dig the stops with the solo over top. Good song overall. What's that?
I love the solo on that one.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I mean, it's very jazzy. It's very funky. Frank really goes off. I mean, half the song is him just fucking tearing it up, and
Yeah.
that's one of the tracks I really, really, really like. Well, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting because I'm super excited to talk about these tracks.
No worries.
Love this album.
Bottom of the Barrel, kind of a basic bluesy boogie style hard rock song. Killer shredding solo toward the end, but overall doesn't really do a whole lot for me.
That's the weakest track on there.
Yeah, I would agree. Gave this album a 7.5 out of 10. It's pretty good. It's not one of my absolute favorites, but I do enjoy it.
That's a little bit low, Erik. That's a little bit low, but okay.
Kick me off if you want to.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. All right, I'm gonna rip into it. Sister Change. I can't go near it. Makes me feel all the same. So good, man. Killer, funky jam. But see, we keep saying funk, but
yeah.
Frank's funk is different than other funk. I'm just saying it's not a funk like
Parliament or something.
Parliament or like fucking what's the band that was at Woodstock? I always forget
Sly
this guy's
Family
name.
Stone.
Sly and the Stone, Family Stone, which I love that. Mm-hmm. But that's funk. It's that Parliament. It's and I don't want to get ethnic, but it's got that black blues R&B sort of thing going on. It has that R&B Motown sort of, it's like that. Those kind of rhythms are really, it's got that kind of a funk to it. Frank is not that kind of funk. He's like gnarly blues funk that just rips your face off, man, every time. And so just be careful there because I hate to use the word funk, but it is funk and it's groove, but it's not fucking, Chili Peppers or, Infectious Groove or Suicidal. It's blues, hard rock funk that he just does it so good when you hear it. Again, like I keep wanting to call you Logan. Like Erik said, it's you hear these songs and you're like, it's kind of funky, kind of groovy. Okay, it's not bad. But you go back and listen to it the second, third time, you're like, okay, I get it now. Yeah, I get it. So all along the Watchtower, it's very Hendrixy. It's not, but it's got a little bit more synth in it. But he does kind of do the solo almost note for note like Hendrix does. But I love it, and that's one of my favorite songs ever. And Hendrix's version, obviously, is The Bar. Does Frank surpass it? No one's going to surpass that version. But Frank's close. Mm-hmm. The Norwegian Wood, man, what an amazing version of this song! It's just so cool. His voice sounds so good on it too. It's like, I once had a girl, or should I say, she once had me. It's very earthy and gentle and soothing, and then he does the harmonies where he's doing yes me it's just so pretty, man. It's just a beautiful version of that song. It does seem like though he does a lot of covers. So it's beautiful. Love that cover. Tales, man, I had to interrupt Erik a bunch of times on that because it's my favorite of his instrumentals, of which he has quite a few. This is my favorite one. But this song, Jesus Christ, it's a masterpiece. It's so good. Those opening chords, you're not going to hear it very good, but it's, I don't know what they call it, augmented, I guess. It's just, I can't do it very well because I don't have a pick, but it's that sound is so freaking cool. And super jazzy, has that awesome breakdown in the middle where he just goes off. Possibly Frank's most insane playing ever. Riff City, the solo is literally molten and lightning fast. The jazzy breakdown then after that is also smoking fast. It reminds me a little bit of Wes Montgomery. It's one of my favorite tracks of his. Wes Montgomery never played that fast, though, I'm guaranteeing. Wes is fucking amazing, but he never played as fast as Frank. Down, down, down. Love this killer riff. Down, 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 down. simple riff. I could play it if I had, an amp, but da 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 down, da da. You go down, 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 down. Super killer, amazing solos, amazing, of course. Door of Illusion. I thought I loved this song more. It was a little bit of a letdown because I thought that I loved the chorus is catchy, the verses not as catchy. Super heavy funk, ripping, a little bit of jazz in there. Good tune. Woman, very jazzy, very funky. Frank goes off in this song, just solos for half the song. It's killer. Even if you aren't a funk guy, you'll love it because the soloing is just so amazing. Bottom of the Barrel, weakest track on the album. I love this album. Love most of the tracks. The covers are great. The OGs are mostly badass. The jazzy feel of this album and a lot of the songs gets me. All tracks except Bottom of the Barrel are pretty killer, which is kind of lame, to be honest. So I deduct a half point for that. The obviously fake crowd noise also in that second part. It's so fake. You can just hear it. I take a half point off for that. It's a 9 out of 10, man. I love this album. Love this album. It's one I always reach for a lot. So, all right, we got What's Next is Next. And any anecdotes in between there. And real quick, I'm going to show you my bootleg version, my bootleg German version. You know it's bootleg because the artwork, you couldn't find this about 15, 18 years ago. You couldn't find it on CD. Finally found a copy. I don't remember where it came from. It didn't come from, it was in the States, but it's from a label called Black Rose Records. 1999, digitally remastered, all rights reversed. It is from Germany. And what's weird about it is look at the cover art.
Oh, what?
Well, that's Juggernaut. That didn't even come out for 2 more years. So that's weird.
Really weird.
It is the right album on here, but here's another thing about when you put the CD on, guess what you hear? That little bit of needle drop pop. So they recorded it off of a vinyl source. And you can see here the insert, which didn't get ruined in the water. It's pretty bare fucking bones. And the reason I know it's Germany is if you look on the disc down at the bottom there, because it doesn't say on the back, but on the bottom of the CD, it says made in. Come on, ouch. Down it right here says made in Germany, right in there.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a fucking bootleg. And there's another bootleg version that has the album, and that's got 5 live tracks. I thought that was the one I had, but then when I looked at it, I'm like, no, that's not it. But Frank was really into building race cars. He's a real mechanic, real crafty dude. And him and his brother, now his brother joins the band, by the way.
Yep.
Vince Marino. That's really bad glare because the artwork's bad. Oh, another tip that this is a bootleg. The cover art is super saturated. It's almost whited. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you got Jimmy. Got Jimmy here. You got Paul over there. You got Frank there. Is that Frank? I think.
Yeah.
Look at it. And weirdly, oh no, Frank's underneath the car.
Yeah.
And I don't see Vince on here, but he is on the inside, on the oh, here he is. There he is. On the back, he's the other mustachioed guy. Not on the bottom. He's over right there is Vince Marino. I think Frank's younger brother. He still plays. I see he has a Facebook page. So okay, anything you want to add about that?
Let's see. Around this time, one band they really enjoyed touring with was Kansas.
That's right. Yeah.
Who really treated them well. And Frank, they liked the fact that those guys were musicians first and rock stars second.
Exactly.
The reverse of a lot of bands that they were touring with at that time.
And I forget the guy's name. I'm blanking on it right now. Phil Earhart's the drummer. What's the guitar player without the eye?
I can't remember.
Not Robbie Steinhardt. He's the one that died. Fuck, I can't remember his name. Richard something, I think.
Rich Williams.
Rich Williams, yeah. He talks very highly of Frank recently. There was something posted. A Canadian guy that does a podcast did a long interview with him, and he actually talked. He's like, man, of all the guitar players out there that I think, they throw that word underrated out there a lot, but one guy that absolutely fucking destroyed every night was Frank Marino. That guy was all about the music, all about, getting out there and just going to town, going to work. And, it wasn't about showy shit and all the lights and stuff. And like you said, that was part of the business that Frank did not like, the showy rock star bullshit. He just wasn't that guy. Always, everything I've ever heard about anybody that's toured with, known Frank, they just say he's like the nicest human being they've ever met, And it's kind of like Friday night when I met Luke again, and he knew who I was. Did you hear that story?
Oh,
Luke
yeah,
LeMay?
a little bit. Just what you posted on Instagram.
Yeah, I mean, I only met him one other time in 2016 down in Baltimore, and it was very briefly. I was wearing a Signify shirt, and I knew he was into Porcupine Tree. And when he came around the thing, I said, "Watch this," to my kid, and I'm like, I'm gonna fake him out. And I'm like, "Hey, is Luke here?" And he goes, "Yeah, that's me." I'm like, No. Luke, the guy, the lead guy in Gorguts, is he here? And he's like, that's me. I'm Luke. I'm like, no. The guitar player, dude. You don't look like Luke. Did you change it? He's like, I am Luke LeMay. I'm like, dude, I know you're Luke. I'm just fucking with you. He's like, you had me. I said, I wore this shirt for you because he's like, great shirt. But last night or Friday night when I ran into him, I'm like, I started walking over after he was talking to somebody. He's like, hey. And I'm like, it wasn't like, hi there. It was like, hey. And I said, do you know me? He said, of course I know you. And I'm like, you remember me? Oh, and then he's like, he interrupted me as I was starting to say, you remember me from, he goes, you're Gas Mask. And I'm like, I am Gas Mask. That's true. And he's like, you interviewed Kevin. I'm like, yeah. He's like, I said, did you watch? He said, oh, yeah, I loved it. And you did the deep dive. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, I said, you watched that? He's like, loved it. I'm like, okay, so you're awesome. Coming on, right? And he's like, absolutely, man. Get me your information. We'll do it. So, but that's what I'm saying. Like Luke, Montreal. He's a Montreal guy, Canadian, which is so is Frank. I mean, they're generally just super nice guys. Like Rick Emmett, super nice guy. Like so not a rock star. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Or Rush or the guys from Voivod. Or
guys from Voivod, Chewy.
I don't want to like brag about Canadians because I'm biased, obviously.
Well, you're a dick as a Canadian, but you're a dick as a Canadian. But no, I'm just kidding. No, it is, man. And I met Geddy and Alex once. It's different sort of thing because it was a huge arena show and you only got 3 minutes or 2 minutes. But Alex was super kind, super wonderful. And everything you ever see about him, he seems like the nicest dude in the world. Mm-hmm. Geddy, fun guy. Neil was nice guy, but he didn't like the whole interaction thing. He wanted that barrier there. But yeah, Canadians are fucking weird people, man. No doubt.
Yeah, I can vote for that.
Let's get into what next. Came out in 1980. I don't have a date again. I don't know why, but Tempo Studios, Columbia, Frank Marino is the released in 1980 under Columbia Records. A bootleg CD edition of this album exists, taken from a vinyl source with additional live stuff coming from the Juggernaut tour in 1983. So, you want to jump into it?
Sure. One other thing I noted down here. Frank was kind of becoming frustrated with the music business at this point, having become a recording and touring artist, which is kind of the thing that he had never wanted to be in the first place.
He didn't want to be that guy, exactly.
Yeah. The band was also having issues with Columbia regarding royalties, which still haven't been settled to this day.
Yep.
Which is pretty shitty to hear.
Frank rents an apartment and he doesn't even own a car. I mean, think about that. Think about that, man. And he's like, everything a record label ever gave me, I had to pay back, or I still owe money. Like they've been talking about, Columbia was talking about doing a Frank Marino box set for a long time, and Frank won't let him have the masters that he has some of the masters for the bonus stuff that they really want on it. He won't give it to him because he wants them to release his albums to him. So he owns the masters and he can then reissue them, and they won't do it. And they want fucking $500,000 for these masters or something stupid. So big label, we as young guys, you have a different sense of it because a lot of these metal bands and things, they're on these small labels now, and they're not, like $20 spin, or they're licensed their products, they own them. But back in the day, man, in the 70s, all those giant bands, they were owned by the record companies. The record companies were their bank, and you took out loans from them and you paid back loans to them, and that was how. And then the record company made all the money if they gave you a little bit in points or something like that. That you were lucky. So Frank got fucked by the industry hard, man.
Do you know Randy Bachman at all? Or
I don't. Yeah, know of him, sure.
Yeah, he's got a book out that I read a few years ago. Forget what it was called. But yeah, it's like his whole story. And when he was in the Guess Who, for instance, this one thing that sticks in my mind is like, I forget what album it was for, but like they were on RCA, I think, and basically they had like $500 to split between the band, and that was it. It was a flat rate. It didn't matter how many copies sold. The label got all the rest of the profits, and that's it. And that's how things were.
It's a terrible business, man, and it really isn't a lot better nowadays. You don't really make any money from selling albums, hardly anything. No. You don't really make any money from the fucking douchebag at Spotify that rips these people off terribly. You don't make a whole lot of money from YouTube, you know what I mean? You only make money from touring, which means you pretty much and merch. You got to pretty much live on the road. And I mean, going to Decibel Fest, they were charging like $35 for a long sleeve shirt now and $30 for a t-shirt. And it used to be you could buy a fucking Raglan baseball jersey for $12 at a show in the 80s. And that's you can't touch them for their $45 to $50. Wow. Because the venues are taking 35 or 40%.
Yeah. It's fucking plus inflation and all that stuff.
What's that?
Too. Plus in general inflation of everything too.
Well, yeah. I mean, when I first saw Rush in 1980, my baseball jersey was $8 and my ticket was $5. No, it was $6. $6.
That's crazy.
Now that was 1980, so adjusted for inflation, now that probably is $25 or $30. Yeah. So
whereas I never saw Rush, unfortunately. I was looking at tickets for I think it was their final tour. I could have gone in Vancouver, but it was like $250 or $300 for a ticket. Just like way up in the bleachers somewhere.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
I can't justify that.
My kid Lauren and I went to the last one, and actually I wasn't going to go, and a buddy of mine came into work where I was working. He's like, "Hey, Rush is coming for their 40th or whatever it is." I'm like, "Yeah, but and I've seen Rush 38 times or something crazy. I don't know. I'd have to count them up again. I always get confused and miss shows, but a lot of shows going all the way back to 1980, and from 84 on, from 1984 with Grace Under Pressure, I went to every tour, every time they put an album out. And usually I went multiple times, at least 2, sometimes 3, even 5 one time.
Damn.
So five shows on Counterparts, and in different places, New York and Maryland. And anyways, the final tour, a buddy of mine popped in. He's like, "Hey man, you gotta go." I'm like, I don't know. I said, I just don't have the money, and I had gotten a DUI, and I was kind of in a jam financially. This is 2015. I couldn't drive. He's like, "Dude, we're going." I'm like, "Yeah, whatever. Not gonna happen." 2 days later, he shows up at work, and he's like, "Hey, and he shows me on his phone. He's like, "Check this out. 16th row." I'm like, "What?" On the floor. I'm like, "What?" He's like, I said, "Oh, dude, how much was it?" He goes, $150. You can pay me whenever you want. You can pay me $10 a month. You can whatever, dude. Don't worry about it. I'm like, wow. Okay. You got 2, right? Because we were talking about my kid. And he's like, no, I just got me, my girlfriend, and you. Fuck. I'm like, shit. I'm like, I don't even know if I want to go. I really want to go with my kid. I really want to see them with my kid. And I can't remember how. The night before the show, I was on this website called Rush is a Band, and they had a little kind of like message board thing, and people were posting, I need a ticket, need a ticket, need a ticket. And I'm like, man, I'm never gonna get anything. And all of a sudden, one pops up. This is like 3 a.m. A ticket pops up, first row on the lower level, like right before the floor, sort of towards the curvature of the back of the arena. $125. I hit the guy up. I text. Can't remember how I got a hold of him. Email. I think I emailed him like, hey, is that ticket still there? He's like, yeah, I just posted. I'm like, yeah, I want it. Don't sell it to anybody. How much? I PayPal'd him right away. So I got to go with Lauren, Tristan, Lauren. We got to go together, and it was like fucking insane because at one point I'm down on the floor with Bill and Lisa, and I'm like, I'm gonna let my kid come down. So I go up and let my kid come down. Next thing I know, Lisa comes up and goes, "You go down there with your kid. I'm gonna sit up here. You belong down there with him." And I'm not gonna lie to you, man. We were on the floor, and my kid's face was just so happy, and I fucking started crying, man. I just was so fucking happy. I was like, this is one of the greatest moments of my life. I was so fucking blown away. And I would feel that way now if I got to see Frank. I would be that way. I'd be emotional. So, all right, we should get into it. So you got Living.
Back to Frank.
Yeah.
What's next? This is the first album cover to feature a photo instead of artwork. The Dodge Omni pictured was a real race car with a Hemi and apparently ran low 8s at the drag strip. I don't know if you know much about.
Yeah, Frank owned that, right?
What's that?
I believe Frank and his brother owned that.
I don't know. It didn't really say. There was some other guy that was, I think, owned it. I don't know.
Okay.
It didn't really go into it a whole lot. Frank was always into cars and drove this one a few times during testing as well as working on it. They were never able to race due to a lack of a sponsor. This is kind of
that's why I think he owned it. I think he owned it. That's why he was trying to get someone to sponsor it so they could get go to the bigger races. But I'm pretty sure he and his brother owned that car.
Oh yeah. Okay. This is kind of the last. I guess this is just the last Mahogany Rush album with the original lineup, not the complete original lineup, but the two guys.
It is
plus Vince.
It is, but on the next album, both Paul and Jimmy play on it.
Yeah, it's the same album, but it's
just Frank Marino, right? Yeah.
Yep. This is a really good album overall, but it's kind of inconsistent to me. There's some huge standouts, but also a few songs that don't do a whole lot for me.
I'm with you.
You Got Livin' is a really good opener, fast and powerful with a great drum beat, driving bass lines, and heavy power chords. He's basically soloing for the entire song, which is pretty awesome.
A lot of fill solos, a lot of solos in the fills in between the verses and choruses and stuff.
Yeah. Finish line, classic Mahogany Rush, funky rocker, cool syncopated rhythms, and some high screams from Frank on this one. Halfway through, it morphs into an awesome jazz rock section with a great solo, showing off quite a few of the techniques in his arsenal. Love this song. It's pretty awesome. Rock Me Baby is kind of a mostly basic blues rock number, but saved by some absolutely incendiary guitar shredding. I like the low-key middle section that has he's doing some really crazy stuff with like harmonics and stuff in that part. Something's Coming Our Way. Holy shit. Maybe one of their best songs.
Absolutely.
It probably in my top 5. Super memorable main motif with triumphant ascending chords. Really not that many vocals on this song, but they are very potent. The way he sings some of the lines, like, what is it? When he's like, brothers, sisters, something. No,
what's
I
it
guess
say?
it's like brothers, sisters. He kind of does a little rundown thing like that. It reminds me of like Stevie Wonder actually a little bit. Like
Oh,
there's
yeah, a
that
little bit.
like, song Superstitious or Superstition where he's like what is it? When you
I ain't
believe in
superstitious.
things that you don't understand, you suffer. Just that kind of little rundown he does at the end of the line. I don't know.
Right.
Reminded me of that. The rhythm section is just on fire for this entire song. The bass break is like so cool where that and then
Yeah, I'm trying to find here we go.
awesome. Some like awesome double kick, steamrolling double kick beat under the jazzy solo sections, which are some of Frank's most memorable solos to me. Just
Man, dude, the solos on this song
so
just
good.
absolutely fucking destroy.
Insane. Yeah. I love the run up to the screaming high note that coincides with the key change on the bass and rhythm guitar, like the.
Ah, it's so good, man.
Oh man, I was
He does
watching
a lot of
live.
those. He does a lot of those runs, those ascending and descending runs, and they're so fluid. That's the thing about
Yeah,
Frank.
yeah.
He is fluid as fuck, man. When he plays, there's no hesitation, there's no awkwardness. He's just fluid as a motherfucker, man. He's so good.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is probably in my top 5 and probably one of the first songs I'd show somebody like as far as Mahogany Rush goes.
Yep, this one's top 5 for me, dude.
Yeah. Roadhouse Blues, kind of unimaginative cover of a Doors song, and not really. I mean, it's not one of my absolute favorite Doors songs either, to be honest.
Oh, it's not mine either at all.
No,
not even
not
close.
bad. No, not bad, but like, especially like coming off of Something's Coming Our Way, and then that it's just like
it really is kind of a it's meh. I have meh. It's okay. That's all I had. And I mean, it's a good rendition of it. It's kind of, but it's by the numbers. It's just a straight up, there's nothing extraordinary about it other than the solo in it. And it's like, man, like and the fucking harmonica and no thanks.
Yeah. I mean, part of it too, like, yeah, if I was listening to just a blues rock album and I knew what I was getting in for, then
right,
sure. But like compared to some of the songs before this, it's just like doesn't fit. I mean, you have these amazing songs and then this kind of boring cover.
But keep going.
Loved by You. It's good. I love this one.
You're killing me, kid.
Sorry.
You're stabbing me in the heart. Fucking A, that song's so badass.
It does have some pretty cool parts here, and it's pretty good as far as like straight ahead blues rock goes. But
it's a very blues rock. It's very blues rock, but it's approaching almost metal area. It's so fucking heavy, man. So fucking heavy.
I do like it, but I don't think it needed to be almost 9 minutes long, in my opinion. But
yeah, Frank does sometimes have self-editing issues.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, hard rocker with some funk and blues tinges. It's pretty good, but nothing all that special. Despite good playing from the whole band. Mona, a lurching kind of lurching syncopated rhythm in the beginning of this is pretty cool. While Frank solos over top, switches to a faster section about 3 minutes in. A good bass riff and more soloing from Frank. Not bad, but still weaker than most of the A side for me. I mean, those first, like, I don't know, the first 2 songs and Something's Coming are just like amazing, and the rest of the album kind of just like doesn't live up to that for me. But it's still like the highlights bump it up to. I'd still give it like an 8 out of 10.
You're right there with. I'm right there with you exactly on that one. I'll rip through my stuff and we'll move. What we got here? Okay. You got living. Cool song, man. It's just one of the most up tempo songs by Frank. Probably. It's just.
Yeah.
It's almost kind of like a speed. I don't want to say metal, but it's a speed hard rock song. Okay.
Yeah.
Upbeat, radio friendly sort of track with tons of soloing all over the place. He just plays constant solos through this thing. It's unreal. Finish line. I love that riff. Dun 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 dun. Bum bum ba bum bum ba ba bum bum. And I can see the flag at the finish line. Fucking badass tune. I love that song. Love that song. Rock Me Baby. Come on, Frank. Do you need to do another fucking blues cover? That's anyway, but I'll excuse you, Frank, because you wrote Something's Coming Our Way. And that song fucking destroys. We already talked about it. Playing on this song it kills you. It's no joke. It's a monster track. Maybe Frank's most stellar playing ever. It's that good.
Yeah.
It's right there with Tales of the Unexpected. And it's a shredder's orgy, man. It's just fucking constant playing, but it never gets old. You never listen to it going, oh my God, he's playing the same licks over and over. Oh my God. It's it's jaw dropping, man.
Yeah.
And as I say here, what's that?
Another one that you can't describe it with words. You just gotta,
you can't. You gotta listen to it.
Absolutely.
I say on here, damn good and jazzy monster song that'll blow your mind, as hardly anyone was playing this fast in 1980. Insanely good. Roadhouse Blues. See ya. Love by You. You're a little off on this one, young sir. Just a fucking tour de force of massive shred blues riffs, so fucking heavy. Yes, it's a blues song, no question about it, but it's just balls heavy, man. It is balls heavy. So good. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, standard heavy rocker. Killer solos, but a mundane track for me. Mona. I really like this song, man. It's got this weird, you called it lurching. It's kind of a chugging thing. It's almost like you're lurching, like, he does these fucking riffs that are like, you can't not like them. They're just so cool. Stunning riffs on it. Solos, like always, are amazing. The killer songs on this are killer. The covers are just okay. This was the first actual album I bought. I had this on vinyl. Probably sold it at that garage sale for $1 or something. What did I say? Love a lot of this album, but it's a symptom of the battle Frank was in with the recording company and the band getting ready to break up around this time. His brother Vince played rhythm guitars on this one. It's an 8 out of 10. Super good album, but a little bit too much filler for me on this one. And the covers I could have done without. So we're moving on to the power of rock and roll. Any additional stuff?
Just a little bit of stuff. The band toured the U.S. in support of What's Next, with the final concert being the Cow Palace in San Francisco with the Marshall Tucker Band and Gamma.
Oh, Jesus.
This would be Jimmy Iube's last show with Mahogany Rush, as he would leave to do other things. Frank was pretty severely depressed about Jimmy leaving, and he felt he would never find the same type of drummer, especially personality-wise, as he and Jimmy were like brothers. Jimmy played on Frank's first solo album, but left before the tour.
Okay. There, I knew he was on that. I knew he was on Juggernaut playing, but I didn't know what the story was. So this is the one I forgot about. This is one, it's BGO, which is a British label. And the weird, let me see when this came out. Looks like this is 2012 reissue, and it's one of those doubles where you got a slipcase.
Oh, yeah.
Right, there it is. Slipcase with Juggernaut and rock and roll, because there's the Juggernaut artwork, but and this one unfortunately did get a lot of water damage. You can see it. Can't open the booklet, which sucks, because I don't think these are out there anymore. And these are probably of all the ones that the reissues, these are probably valuable, the most valuable, other than the my Japanese 4. But this is 2 on 1, 2 discs, one on, 2 discs, 2 albums, and yeah. So I got that probably around, geez, man, 11 years, 12 years ago, and this came out in, where the fuck's the date on this? I don't have a date. Was this 81? 80?
Yep.
80 81?
81.
Okay, 81.
Yeah.
You got Paul Arwood on bass. You got drums, Jimmy Oyub. You got engineer Mark Lashkuk, Billy Szlowski. You've got Paul Levesque. So Levesque Krebs, he was in that group. George Marino mastered it. Rhythm guitar, Vince Marino. Yeah. So done at Studio Tempo and Sterling Sound and Columbia Records. So yeah, this is the first album under his solo, but Jimmy and Paul played on it as studio musicians. So yeah, rip into this one, dude.
Yeah, so it's released as Frank's first solo album, but it still has the exact same lineup pretty much as What's Next. He didn't like the cartoony cover on this one. He kind of figured it didn't really fit with his.
Yeah, it's kind of goofy.
Yeah, this is the first time too that he had no control over the artwork for some reason. And kind of this was sort of the beginning of the end for his relationship with Columbia, though it had already been a long time coming.
Yep.
Seems to be well regarded by a lot of fans, but it's good, but it's not a personal favorite of mine.
Yeah, you know what, dude? I totally fall in that line with you. A lot of people rave about this album. Man, there's a couple really good songs, and then there's some I'm just like, yeah.
Yeah. I've got great playing, but overall kind of less personality to most of the songs. There are a few standouts, but like, I don't know, he's kind of almost getting into just sort of a standard hard rock kind of thing of the time a little bit on a lot of these songs.
Almost like he was trying to write some hits for the radio on this album. Mm-hmm. And it didn't happen on this album. It happened on the next one.
Yeah. Power of Rock and Roll, up-tempo, hard rock opener, not bad, but just kind of generic late 70s, early 80s hard rock. Could have kind of been written by any number of bands, in my opinion. The lead guitar work is really the only thing that stands out to me about the song. Play My Music, slower paced, but some of the chord changes and vocal and guitar melodies are more interesting and memorable than the first song.
Agree.
Stay With Me, funky song that harkens back to some of the mid-70s stuff. To me, this has more Frank's identity in it than the first two songs.
Dude, you know what I say? Let me read what I said. Has a cool pre-chorus, very Frank sounding for this era. Frank has a patented Frank Marino sound. That's saying what you said.
Yeah. Nice. Really like the bass work in this one, along with the soaring guitar line that comes in right after the chorus. Running Wild, lots of blues and jazz in this one. A bit repetitive, but it's a good vehicle for Frank to go nuts and solo for about half of the running time.
Yep.
Crazy Miss Daisy, stomping hard rock blues number with some cool Hendrix inspired riffing. Short but pretty good. Go Strange, fast with constant forward momentum. First section alternates between a blues riff and an epic soaring melody. Then the rest of the song is basically a guitar solo, which is good, but could have been even better with a more interesting riff or chord progression underneath.
I agree with you. Yep.
Young Man, a great deep, heavy funk groove. Really enjoy this one for the most part. It has that kind of mid-70s Mahogany Rush feel to it. However, the basic old school rock and roll pre-chorus pulls me back out of the sauce a bit when it comes in, but still good overall. And then we get Ain't Dead Yet. One of the more memorable songs here. A great hard rock borderline metal riff kind of in this one, and absolutely incendiary shredding everywhere. At 2 minutes and 45 seconds, there's a super cool break with some two-hand tapping and an almost classical motif underneath.
Which I forgot about. I forgot about that, man. I was like, whoa, I forgot Frank tapped.
Yeah.
You know? It's good.
It really works there.
Yeah.
Morphs into a short drum solo before the tapping returns, and then they slam back into the heavy riff. If you want to hear Frank shredding on the same level as any of the 80s legends, most of whom were inspired by him, check this one out.
Exactly, that's the track.
Yeah, this is my favorite song on the album and a fantastic closer. I mean, yeah, he's like the speed. He's going as fast as like pretty much anybody.
Yngwie, you name it.
Even in the later 80s. Even.
Paul Gilbert, all those guys. Yeah, he's just doing, and he's doing it. Again, he's not doing it sweep on there. He does tapping, but he doesn't sweep.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost like he doesn't have to sweep. He has a way of fucking playing so fast.
Yeah.
And his phrasing, his note choices are so good that you're like, how the fuck did he come up with that? Like, really, it's like he just has an otherworldly sort of way to do that. Yeah, like you, I a lot of people rave about this album. It's not as good for me as I thought I wanted it to be, and I kind of had forgotten about it.
I gave it a 7.5 out of 10.
7.5. Okay, I'm a little higher than you, not much. Power starts out as a good barroom rocker, kind of funky by the numbers though. It's the solos, of course, are killer on it though. My music, I like this one. Great tune, catchy, ear candy-ish. It's got a little bit of an earworm. Great solos, bluesy, but doesn't sound like a standard blues song. See, that's another thing about Frank. We talked about his funk is not standard funk. Frank's blues are not standard blues. They are, but they don't. He dresses them up in a way that they don't sound like just a standard. I got a kind-hearted woman. She studies evil all the time, like a Robert Johnson blues. He does that, but he does it in a way that he makes it sound super unique and super different when he's doing a blues like that. Stay With Me has a cool pre-chorus, very Frank sounding, as I said, very 70s Frank sounding. Running Wild, funky jamming, some cool juicy jazzy riffs. Has a bit of some weird stop and start tempo shifts that make it different than the other songs on the album. Also, the middle section is just a ripping, sick solo.
Yeah.
And insanely fast jazzy runs that absolutely smoke. Crazy Miss Daisy, throwaway track. Go Strange. I put on here favorite song on the album, jazzy, badass ripper, smoking, slow and melody, super killer. But I think that's wrong. I think I meant to put that for Ain't Dead Yet. But either one of those two, Go Strange and Ain't Dead, they're right 1 and 2 for me on this album. Young Man, pretty cool track, has a bit of a more contemporary rock vibe, but also has the blues undercarriage and smoking solos. Cool ending with that rhythm where it kind of stops. It almost does like a staccato end at the end. I can't remember exactly how it goes, but I remember going, okay, that's cool. That's a different way to end the song. And then Ain't Dead Yet. Oh my God. Monster track, ripping track, little bits of progginess, smoking track. The solos are insane. There is tapping on here for the first time that I ever heard Frank do tapping. This gets a lot of praise in his canon of material, and I like it, but it's a bit of a lateral move from What's Next. It kind of feels like What's Next Part 2. There's 2 or 3 fucking monster tracks on it, 1 or 2 okay tracks, and then 2 or 3 that you're like, they're not that great. I give it an 8 out of 10. Yeah, 8 out of 10. Yeah. I mean, definitely worth owning. Don't get me wrong. Definitely worth owning.
Yeah.
And then we're going to the second solo album, technically speaking, Juggernaut. And any notes in between?
Just the drum duties were taken on by Tim Beery.
Yep.
I think how you pronounce it. His first gig with the band was Heavy Metal Holocaust in England alongside Ozzy Osbourne, Motorhead, and Riot in front of 20 to 25,000
holy shit
people. Can't imagine playing that as your first gig with a band.
Especially if you came from like a a bar band that was only doing a couple hundred people or something.
Yeah, crazy. They also toured with Triumph in the fall of 1981.
That I did not know.
Yeah, it's cool.
God, I would have loved to have seen that. Oh God, Triumph is my one band. If you know me, David Bowie, Triumph, Queen too is in there. Queen. I miss Bowie because I could have seen him. He was touring with 9 Inch Nails, and we just had my kids, so this was almost 30 years ago, and I knew my wife was gonna fucking kill me if I went to the show. And then the other one, Queen, I never got a chance, never even remember them coming around. Triumph, though, this real quick story with that. Triumph was touring with UFO opening, and they came 1980, Progressions of Power. They came to Houston, would have been my third concert right behind Rush and Kiss. I got tickets, and I mouthed off to my mom about something, and she tore the ticket up, threw it out. She did that twice because the first time, my first concert, which was Kiss in 79, would have been Kiss for Love Gun in 1977. Or maybe it was 78. 77 or end of 77 or early 78. I pissed her off. She ripped the ticket up like into 3 pieces, taped it together, and gave it to the neighbor girl just to fucking fuck me over. True story. She loved punishing me. She still does at 80 years old. We just had a horrible blowout fight a couple days ago because she's just not a very nice person a lot of time. But anyways, yeah, Triumph. I almost got, and then after that, I just never ever heard about them coming around. I never saw any announcements. I moved too back to Pennsylvania, and I was, instead of being close, like 30 minutes from the venue in Houston, I now was an hour and a half away, and I wasn't driving yet. So yeah, so I did not know they toured with them. That's killer.
Yeah, pretty cool.
I'm gonna ask Frank about that if I get to interview him.
Yeah. Anyway, Juggernaut.
Go for it.
Yeah, I guess you already showed that one.
Yeah, it came out in 1982. Tempo Studios and Sun Soleil Studios in Quebec. And again, Columbia and Frank Marino. And I believe it's his last album for them, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, wait. What? Hold on. Yeah, it is. Yep.
Yep. Yeah, most of 1982 was spent recording this album. Jim Ayub is replaced by Tim Beery on drums, and Billy Workman comes in on backing vocals. I would say this is my favorite of Frank's solo albums. The songwriting is more interesting, kind of, and diverse than the last album.
Very diverse. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Strange Dreams. I love this song, honestly. Just fantastic initial riff, and that clean, slowly strummed chord is just like sublime.
Sorry, I was trying to find the chord and I can't remember it now.
Yeah, the keyboards too are just the icing on the cake. I don't know. There's something about the way they just kind of float on top.
Yeah, it's like it's a sequence bit. I'm not sure. Allegedly, it says on Wikipedia that some guy or on Discogs that Jeff Nichols or something plays on or something like that. Tim Beery, strange you bring him up. Tim Beery actually, I found oh man, I was looking at a track somewhere. I was listening to a track and somebody made a comment about the keyboard player on this, and Tim Beery chimed in and said, that's not Jeff Nichols. I don't even know who that is. It was Frank playing all the keyboards. So that's not right data. It was Frank. And that makes sense because Frank was playing all the keyboards on 4 and, New World Anthem and, all the way up. So, yeah.
Yeah. On Rate Your Music, he's the only person credited with synthesizer on the album.
Oh, he was? Okay.
Yeah. I don't know where that's from, but where was I? Yeah, honestly, the keyboard thing in that reminds me of, do you know the Opeth song Goblin from
yes
What's that?
Maybe
album?
that's where from the latest album, Encounter Venom.
No, that's from what's the one before Sorceress?
Sorceress.
Before Sorceress. I'm drawing a complete blank.
Pale Communion.
Yeah.
Is that on there? I thought Goblin was on.
No, it's on there.
No. Goblin's on Heritage.
No. It's on the one in between. Is it Pale Communion? Is that what the...
Yeah, Pale Communion with something cup on it. What's it called?
I don't know. Anyway, there's a song on there called Goblin that's kind of like 70s, very 70s prog inspired, but it's got a keyboard thing in there.
On a later album. Yeah.
Reminds me of that. Yeah, you were right. Pale Communion. Cusp of Eternity.
What's that? Cusp of Eternity. That's it.
Yeah. That's what you're thinking of.
That delay thing is cool as hell.
Yeah.
You like a lot of their prog stuff, right?
Yeah, I actually got into Opeth on Heritage, believe it or not.
Yeah, so you don't have that bias of, God damn, they're not doing any fucking death metal anymore.
Yeah. I mean, once I went back, I think I liked the early stuff the most, but I still like the later stuff.
Yeah,
too.
my favorite albums, Blackwater or Still Life. I mean, it's one of those two. Blackwater Park is the album responsible for me getting into death metal. If it wasn't for that album, I wouldn't have done it.
Same.
And it made me reevaluate. Well, it just made me reevaluate everything and go, yeah, maybe I'm like, I need to listen to this differently. And then next thing you know, Death and Entombed and all those bands suddenly are in my, they're in my wheelhouse. And I'm like, now I actually prefer death metal vocals a lot over clean vocals sometimes. So it's kind of weird as fuck. I don't
know. Anyway, yeah. Strange Dreams. The second riff is just as good as the first one, and the vocal melodies in the verse and chorus are super memorable, super catchy. This was his first and only song to not include a guitar solo.
That's true.
And it ended up being a bit of a radio hit.
Yep.
Yeah, it was weird. Like, I remember like listening to the song a couple times, and I was like, oh yeah, this is a really good song, but I wasn't listening to it intently. And then the first time I did listen to it like intently, I was waiting for a guitar solo, and then I was like, whoa, where is it? Because it's so weird to not have one with Frank, but I love the song anyway.
There it is. There's the chord.
Yeah.
There it is right here. It's God damn it. What the fuck? Oh, wrong position.
Yeah, there it is.
It's that actually, believe it or not, Nick. So that's the bass line. And then it goes.
Yeah.
This thing's out of tune. But if you look at it, it's kind of the Alex Lifeson chord.
Oh, yeah.
He just adds, instead of going, he goes.
Oh, yeah.
He adds that D sharp, or wait, no, not D sharp, D, E, F. He adds that F in there. And then he adds the F sharp. He adds the F sharp in the bass.
Hemispheres,
exactly, yeah. But Frank probably stole that from Alex. So
yeah, could be.
Who knows?
Anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah. It works.
Doesn't matter. It sounds fucking great.
Yeah. Midnight Highway. Impossible not to bob my head to this song. The rhythm is just infectious.
It's so good.
Yeah. Very cool jazzy solo by Frank, which is pretty restrained compared to his normal modus operandi.
Right.
Not a super complex track, but just a great song. And like the title suggests, it's awesome for driving, even if it's not in the rain at 2 a.m. or 12 a.m.
Midnight Highway. Da, 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 bum, bum, and then he does that. Awesome. The chords on this song are beautiful, man. So good. Love it.
Stories of a Hero, a slower ballad type track. kind of unusual for Frank at this point, but he would start including these more often from this point on. I like the little lead snippets sprinkled in throughout the first half. Then just after 4 minutes, it moves into hard rock territory. Although the pace stays the same, mellows out for a bit while Frank solos melodically over the top. Then the distorted guitars return, and he whips out some of his signature shredding to take us out. Another song that's not all that complex, but super effective nonetheless. This is another one that
It's
kind of
killer.
grew on me a lot. Like, I didn't love it at first, but the more I listen to it, it just gets better and better.
Dude, it's like it's an epic track that just
Yeah,
gets
it is.
every listen. You hear things, and the solo and the fucking just the monster track. Not my favorite on the album, but second probably.
Yeah, it's really good. Free, fast and driving hard rock. Frank sounds like he's reaching a bit sometimes with the falsetto, but the intense spoken word part in the middle is cool. Some psychedelic affected guitar and an absolutely ripping solo in the outro make up for it. Maybe It's Time, very bluesy, but has an undeniable bouncy groove to it, and I like the Hendrix-esque leads that permeate the main riff.
Oh yeah.
At about 2:15, the song boils down to its pure blues essence. Meanwhile, Frank goes absolutely nuts with harmonics before proceeding to shred our faces off. Might be one of my favorite solos from him, though that's like a ridiculously difficult list to make.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to pick out your favorite Frank solos because let's be honest, there's so goddamn many of them, and most songs literally have half dozen solos in them. There's the main solo, then there's the fill solo, there's that fill solo, there's the breakdown solo. It's just, I mean, nobody's able to do it like Frank. I just don't think there's a solo guy out there that does it like Frank, you know?
Yeah, it's like it's a complete anomaly when there isn't an amazing guitar solo on one of the songs.
Like on Strange Dreams.
Yeah. Ditch Queen, another really good one. Funk-infused hard rock at its finest with lightning speed licks everywhere. The solo is insane. The drumming is great throughout, and the harmonized vocals in the chorus are pretty cool too. Awesome song. For Your Love, not a Yardbirds cover.
No, it's not. You're right.
Features more harmonized vocals, a super catchy chorus, and an unusually short but still awesome guitar solo. Could have been a hit if we lived in a fair world, I put.
Yeah, you're right. That really does. That's exactly what I said on there, man. Could have been a hit. That's exactly what I say. Fuck. Crazy.
Juggernaut. Man, probably the closest Frank ever got to writing just a straight metal song.
Exactly.
Awesome, fast-paced, palm-muted riff dominates the song, and the guitar and vocal melodies over top switch between intense and epic. The tapping solo works so well here. Maybe a cliche for 80s metal, but this is still only 82 as well. You didn't have that many people doing it yet.
That's a good point. Yep, very good point.
Everything explodes to put a fitting cap on the song and the album. Yeah, this is probably an 8.5 out of 10 for me.
8.5?
Yeah.
Are you high?
Too low?
Seriously? Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god, man. Oh
but
my goodness.
It's close to like when I'm reading about these songs again, I just want to listen to this album again. And I had an 8 written down, so I'm bumping it up to an 8.5, and it's probably going to go higher.
The peer pressure is getting to you, isn't it?
No, it's not even peer pressure. It's just I don't know. All these songs just get better. Like I was saying before, like the more I listen to them, the more I like them.
All right, I'm quite a bit higher than you on this. This one's going to rank very high in my rankings at the end, which we're getting to, guys. We're getting close. I think we got 3 albums to go.
Yep.
Is that where we're at? All right. Shit. We may put 5 hours in on this thing. I hope not, but we're close. I mean, but I don't care because Frank deserves it. He deserves it. All right, real quick on this, man. Strange Dreams. It rules so hard. It's just the melodies and the synth and the awesome jazzy chords, sweet choruses and verses. Alone at night in the magic of your room. Da, 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 da. And that's strange dreams invade my sleep at night. I could do it better if I wasn't Roach from yelling at Gorguts on Friday night. I can do Frank better than that, but just so damn good. Love it, love it, love it. Midnight Highway, riding through the town. The oh god, dude, it just rules so bad. Killer rocker with earworms for sure, and just monster playing and great composition. Stories of a Hero, probably the best track on here for me. I just love the way this builds. It's a real ballad. Da, 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 da. So what is it? Soldiers going off to war. Da, 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 da. And then when it gets into just that when it builds and builds and builds and it's just so good. It's so good. This song live is just so fucking killer on Real Live, or whatever it's called. It's so good. I mean, how long is it on there? Do you know? Does it say?
I can look it up.
Like 8 minutes or something. Let me see.
On the album or on Real Live?
On the album.
It's 8 minutes exactly.
All right, let me see what.
Right on 8 minutes, it says here.
It's fucking 10 minutes, almost 10 minutes on the live album.
Oh, yeah.
So you know what he does. You know he goes off, right?
Yeah.
And it's just, man, dude, just this thing unfortunately got totally wrecked. Look at it.
Damn.
Totally destroyed.
Yeah, that sucks.
Not sure where I'll find this again. Is this on Steam Hammer? Can't tell. It's too dark in here.
On what?
Huh?
What did you say? Is it on what?
What label is this on? The Real Live? I can't.
That would be Just in Time.
Just a minute, says.
Yeah,
just in time. Just a minute. Yeah, it does say Just a Minute Records, 2004.
Oh.
I don't know.
Okay.
It's a Canadian label, but anyway. And by the way, this album, we're not gonna talk about it, but this comes out. When did this come out? After Juggernaut, right? No, it's later.
No, that's like 2005 or something.
Yeah, so that came out after From the Hip and Full Circle. So
and Eye of the Storm.
It's well worth, and Eye of the Storm. That's right. Yeah, Eye of the Storm's on here too. So this is well worth owning because there's some. It's two. Literally, I kid you not. Hold on. The second disc isn't that long. The first disc is fucking. Here's the track length: 10 minutes, 2 minutes 38, 14:39, 12:11, 2:22, 9:51, 17:24, 1:24, 3:53, 41 seconds, 2:31. I mean, it's like 75 minutes on the first disc, and it shreds. But anyway, so Strange Dreams, killer. Midnight Highway, killer. Story of a Hero, killer. Bonkers. The solos are bonkers. Free, which is a kind of a weird track for him. It's kind of, I dig it, although the middle spoken section where he's going into all this stuff, and it sounds very religious and apocalyptic, I think. You know, he's talking about like all that kind of crazy stuff. That part turns me off a little bit, but it's still pretty killer. His falsetto on this song isn't as good as it used to be, too. Maybe It's Time, man. Ripping rocker, super catchy, almost a radio type song. Great bluesy licks and riffs and solos. Ditch Queen. This would be my other song that probably is right up there with Stories of a Hero. I love Ditch Queen, man.
Yeah. Smoking
riffs, that pre-chorus that goes, she's so deep.
Yeah.
It's so fucking killer, man. The smoking riffs and solos. Goddamn, this song rules so hard. This song is just a badass motherfucker is what it is. Love Ditch Queen. For Your Love. Like you said, this could have been a hit. for your love. Da, 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 da.
Yeah.
It's so good. But and when I saw that, I'm like, oh, it's got to be a cover. And I'm listening. I'm like, no, it's not a cover. Proggy, jazzy, freaking cool as fuck. Even when it heads into the boogie type phrasing, it just doesn't sound like a boogie. Likely an attempt to get a radio hit, but it didn't happen. He got it with Strange Dreams instead. And I do believe Midnight Highway got some airplay too. Juggernaut, driving intense track. Chorus is very different than anything he's ever done, and he's tapping on this track like crazy. It's so weird to hear him do that since he rarely ever did that, but he's done it now on 2 albums, tapping like that. And it's crazy good. This album absolutely smokes start to finish. If it wasn't for the weird spoken word section and Free, it would be a 10 out of 10. But instead, it's a 9.75 out of 10. Did you hear me? Yeah. 9.75. No joke. Some of Frank's best songwriters on here since World Anthem. A monster album for Frank that kind of put him back on the map for a while in the early 80s. Hard to believe I was in 10th grade when this came out. I was in 10th grade. You were probably 30 years away from being born yet.
Yeah.
No. When were you born?
95.
95. My daughter's
13 years.
Yeah. So how much?
13. Negative 13.
Well, no, because this came out in 82.
Yeah.
90. Oh, yeah. 92. Okay. Yeah. So you had quite a ways to go yet till your dad and mom connected on you. That's for sure.
Am I allowed to bump this up to a 9 right now?
Yeah, absolutely. See, I pressured you into it, didn't I?
Well, just talking about these songs, I just all I want to do is go listen to this again.
I know. That's the thing about honestly, these albums.
It's one of his more consistent ones too. Now that I'm thinking about it more too.
100%.
Like there's any song on it there where I'm like, eh. There's a couple songs that I like less than others, but
yeah, me too. Me good. Too a little bit. Like Juggernaut I like, but it's not my favorite, and maybe Free is kind of in there, but man, first 3 songs just fucking untouchable.
Yeah.
This one and 4 and New World Anthem and Tales. You're gonna find those in my top 5. I'll tell you. You can probably guess which ones are which, but so 9.75. It's just it's so weird. I was in 10th grade. I can't believe that. All right, full circle. Any anecdotes in the middle there?
Let's see. I think I have something. Yeah, I have quite a bit in here.
So it's up to you, man. I'm fine. If you want to keep, if you're good with going another hour, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, so despite the success of Strange Dreams, even after years of requests for a radio hit from the label, Columbia essentially ignored the record and put 0 effort into promoting it. Frank suspects this was partly due to his decision to hire his own promotional agent to replace the guy supplied by the label, who had basically done nothing for them for years at this point. They didn't like the fact that Columbia didn't like the fact that there was finally a hit when someone else outside their organization finally got involved, and they sabotaged the album by scaling back distribution, while at the same time congratulating the band when they showed them the charts. This is all from Frank's perspective, of course, but
right.
Sounds legit to me. Needless to say, Frank had had enough and decided to terminate his relationship with them. He didn't get his severance pay as Columbia refused, which was in his contract as well. Columbia refused to pay him and said he'd have to take them to court over it. But he just didn't want to deal with any of that BS anymore and basically just opted to get out and do his own thing instead. Claudio Pesavento joins on keyboards. He was mostly added to play Strange Dreams live, but he ended up playing on a bunch of other songs since he was already there in the band.
Yeah, give him some backing depth on some of the stuff.
Yeah. The band toured in support of Juggernaut for the remainder of 1982 into spring of 83 across the U.S. and Europe. Then some more North American dates in late 83 and the spring of 84. Joe Navolo took over on drums for the U.S. dates. Frank decided not to approach any other major labels for a deal. He decided that his original idea of not wanting to be involved in the major music business was correct. He had hoped at one time that he was wrong about how things were in that world, but it turned out he wasn't.
Nope. Yeah, he's a very principled guy. I mean, he's like I said, I've heard in the interviews that he's done, he's very candid. He's very, very approachable. He's very open, and he's very deep, man. He's a very deep, thoughtful guy. He's a very philosophical guy. You don't get the standard bullshit responses out of him. You're, you better be prepared. Like if I do get to talk to him, hopefully, I can't just walk in and go, so man, what were the groupies like? He's gonna right away say, okay, we're done.
Yeah.
So that's admirable. This guy's got a lot of depth to him. So on this album, it comes out on Grudge Records, Full Circle, right? And I do not. Oh wait, hold on. Like, do I own this one? I'm trying to remember what I own, what I don't. Hold on. I think I do own this one. From the Hip is the one I. Oh wait. God damn it! Where the hell is that? Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah. All right. So, Full Circle. This is I'm 99% sure this is the OG from. Let me look at something real quick here. Come on now. Hang on one sec. No, I have the Steam Hammer version.
Okay.
That's PV Steam Hammer version.
That looks like. I'm just looking at it right now. That sounds like 1988. So only 2 years difference.
Yeah.
This says this thing Maze Records in Canada.
Yeah, it's probably a label up there. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've never heard of them.
Yeah, he needed distribution in the U.S. different from Canada and from Europe. So, kind of a lame cover.
Yeah.
Pretty crappy cover. And the funny thing about this is now Frank's porn stash is long gone. He got rid of that in the, after probably around after What's Next, I believe. I don't think he had it on Juggernaut. I'm pretty sure he didn't. He also cut his hair, which, Frank was always kind of that long hippie hair, all the way down to almost to his waist. And here he's got a little over shoulder length, and he's got sort of an 80s vibe to him, right? It's just very 80s cover, right? So I have the last album. I do not have the next one. We'll show a picture of that. So, and while we're on it, actually, I'm going to pop, while you start to talk about Full Circle, I'm going to throw a couple pictures up. Cool?
Yep.
So real quick, go ahead. I just wanted to show, hold on a minute. I wanted to show this. I forgot. This is Frank's current board, or recently current. And you can see that's not 6 foot by 3 foot.
No.
He really scaled that back a lot. He's got 2 walls and a volume pedal and a digital delay there. I think that's a compressor. Those are just Boss Effects pedals, kind of basic stuff. Then he's got a switching system here for his amps and different distortions and some of the digital stuff that he uses, but not nearly as crazy as it once used to be, right?
Yeah.
Oops. I think we saw most of them. Oh, there's a different version of Full Circle. That I think might be the Canadian, or again, not a very great cover, to be honest with you.
I can't.
There's Double Live, which I do not. Are you seeing that?
No, I'm still seeing the pedals.
Oh, you're seeing the pedal. Oh shit. Okay. Apparently, I got to go in and change every one of them then. Hang on. We'll do that at the end.
Okay.
So go ahead on Full Circle. Came out in 87, right?
86, I think.
Oh, 86?
Yeah, 86. Yeah.
Oh, it says 87 here. Okay.
Definitely more 80s sounding.
Yeah.
The
Big
songs
time.
are still good. Frank never quite lost touch with his rock roots or anything like that. He never did like a full-on 80s pop album or anything like that, like some people did. Called Full Circle, as Frank felt it represented a fresh start for him after leaving the major label and music industry behind. The first album not on a major label since Strange Dreams in 1975. The recording was a bit stressful due to
Strange
personnel change.
Universe. Strange Universe.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
man! Why do I keep
You went both the ways.
doing
When you
that?
were talking about Strange Universe, you said Strange Dream. This time you said, yeah, you got it.
Damn it!
Strange Universe
Oh
is
well.
75. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's all right.
Strange Universe.
We're getting tired, but
Yeah.
we're getting there. We're getting there. Almost done.
The recording was a bit stressful due to personnel changes and lack of funding. Big keyboard presence here, which some people don't like.
Big time.
But Frank does like the keyboards a lot, and he said he had a lot of fun making this album. Or fun doing the keyboards anyway on this album. Peter Dowse replaces Paul Harwood on bass. Alan Couture is added on backing vocals. He would also play third guitar on the tour. So
Paul Harwood does, according to this, Paul Harwood does play on track A3, side A3. So When Love Is Lost, looks like he played on that.
Okay. Breaking Away, pretty obvious from the get-go that the production values have changed. Everything seems to have copious amounts of reverb.
Big time.
However, this is still unmistakably Frank. The song has a cool riff and great driving rhythm. Frank is shredding away within the first minute. I like the motif that comes in just before 2 minutes. Another great riff with a great memorable lead integrated into it. And of course, some amazing soloing dominates the second half of the track. Pretty good opener.
Great opener, actually.
I'm not a fan of this kind of 80s production, to be honest.
No, but yeah, this particular album has unbelievably different production from everything, because if you think about it, the 1982 Juggernaut album does not sound like this.
No, not at all.
It does not sound at all like this. I don't know exactly why, and I would love to ask Frank about that and be like, what made you go in this direction with this kind of production, because it's pretty obviously different and it's very layered. It's very keyboard dominant. And for me, well, we'll see when we do the ranking, but you can probably figure out by that where it ranks.
Yeah. Second song, Imagine. Lots of synths in the opening is a little worrying, but then the heavy guitar chords come in and dissipate most of my concerns. Has some pretty interesting chord progressions, although the synths still dominate for most of the song. The guitar solo is just beautiful and superbly emotive. Overall, I like this one quite a bit. It's pretty good.
It's a better song than you think it's going to be, because when it starts, you're like, oh, fuck, man. This sounds like a
overload.
It sounds like a cheesy movie ballad from the 80s. You're like, fuck, this is going to suck. But it doesn't. It really actually is one of the better songs on the album.
Yeah. When Love Is Lost, more synths start this one off, then some more synths are added on top of the synths. A slow-paced ballad, but not a bad one, honestly, as far as like 80s ballads go.
It has a killer solo in it.
The massively reverberated drums are a bit much at times. The chorus might be too melodramatic for some listeners, but I actually dig it. The melody is pretty great, to be honest. The guitar solo shows Frank at quite possibly his most restrained, but it's still great, and the emotion shines through. Razor's Edge. Not a big fan of the boogie-style chorus or cliche 80s rock, or boogie-style verse or cliche 80s-style rock chorus. There's still some fantastic fretboard wizardry here, but not really a highlight for me. Hang On, the slow, funky, hard rock stomp of this one somehow cuts through all that reverb and transports me back to Mahogany Rush's mid-70s prime.
Yeah.
Gets pretty epic at around 3:45 and stays in that zone for the remainder. Definitely one of the stronger cuts on this album.
100%. Probably my favorite.
Full Circle. This one's basically a prog epic.
Really
Almost,
is.
almost 11 and a half minutes long. The intro and outro sections are pretty cool with militaristic snare and synth shots that remind me kind of Watcher of the Skies from Genesis.
Oh yeah, yeah. Actually, that's a good catch. I didn't catch that. I'm glad you caught that.
The song goes through a lot of changes in the first 5 minutes, but the energy is kept high. Then it drops down to some solitary piano chords and morphs into a power ballad. Not usually my cup of tea, but I really like the little details everyone throws in to elevate it beyond the norm. And the chorus is super anthemic. The intro motif comes back to bookend the proceedings in style, complete with some soaring leads. This one was a grower for me, and the last couple listens flew by in much less time than the actual running time.
I got to work on that one, dude. This album, I got to work on this album. This one of other than Maxoom, this one was the toughest one for me, no doubt.
Yeah, I didn't really like it that much either. The first couple listens I did, but then by the third one, I was actually kind of liking it more than I wanted.
I'll be curious what you rank it then. All right, where are you at? Long ago or had enough?
Long ago, yeah. Another grower. The very 80s synth-dominated sound turned me off at first, but the melodies are just great. I like the bass riff, and the guitar work about halfway through is super cool. Had Enough. Another good funky rocker that sounds like the old days. Nice up-tempo bass and drum groove under the amazing guitar solo. And then we get Genesis. Pure synth outro. The patches used are very dated and kind of cheesy, but again, the melodies are pretty good. Gets a little ominous towards the end. I gave this one probably a high 6.5, low 7 out of 10.
Oh, we were right in the same. Okay, we're on the same wavelength. Wow. I'm gonna rip through it. Breaking Away. Cool, riffy up tempo, radio vibes, killer soloing all over this thing. Yeah. Massive. That tone is so incredible on that song. The tone of the guitar is just wicked as fuck.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm breaking away. Get out of the way. Anyways, I can't remember exactly how it goes because I'm trying to remember a bunch of different things. But that's a good one, man. That's a really good opening track. Imagine the synths are kind of cheesy, though, but it's a big epic sounding kind of ballad. It's not a bad song, but it's a little over the top for Frank, to be honest. Almost too much going on, and it's strangely interesting, though. That was my comment. It's strangely interesting. Yeah. When Love Is Lost, a big attempt at a huge ballad, and it's way over the top. It has a killer solo in it, but otherwise, sorry, I know Frank was branching out and doing new types of arrangements and songs, but this one just doesn't do much for me. Razor's Edge, kind of an 80s rock song, not horrible, not amazing. Hang On. This thing rips. Crushing song. Full of solo fills, heavy stomping riffs, killer, very Hendrixy. That one I love. That's one of the top 2 tracks on the album for me. Full Circle, man, the synths and keys are really sound dated on this one. This was apparently a very experimental track for Frank, and honestly, it's just not that great a song for me, but maybe I need to get back to it. It's prog meets pop meets mediocre. That's what I said. I'll go re-listen. But there was a reason this one always was like the one album when I grabbed my Frank discography, I kind of left this one on the shelf. And that thing's like 11 and a half or 11, almost 12 minutes. It's too much for me. Anyways, long ago. Man, not very good. You like that one. I didn't like that one at all. Schmaltzy synths on there. Schmaltzy synth-driven song again. That's okay, but nothing special. Kind of lame, to be honest. Okay, Had Enough. The most Frank-like song was Savage Riffery. Insanely fast playing in a vehicle and a vehicle for him to go crazy. Had Enough is killer. And then Genesis, major synthy long track, actually pretty cool. Though the synths on this album just sound dated to me. It doesn't sound like he was using top of the line polyphonic synth patches and things.
Well,
but
it
anyway,
probably wasn't. I mean,
yeah, he might not have that
not
budget.
much of a budget, yeah.
This album is very experimental, but also super commercial in many ways. Not a lot of re-listen value for me, but I will. I'll give it a 6.5 based on a few really good tracks. But this one showed that Frank isn't infallible since Child, really since 4. But yeah, From the Hip. I do not own this, so go ahead if we got any anecdotes in between there, dude.
Just one little thing.
Okay.
Tim Beery did not play live with the band at this time. Jimmy Marcos and Joe Navolo filled in for him on the tours. That's all I have.
Okay, cool.
Oh,
so
are we going to mention double live?
Oh, yeah. Well, actually, hang on. Let me pull that up. This is the artwork for the reissued From the Hip when Frank got the rights to them and reissued them. I don't have a picture of the original one. I was looking. I couldn't find one. This was all I found. No offense, but these reissues, the artwork is not very good.
The original is not very good either. Do you want me to?
Yeah, go ahead. What is it? There it is. That is just like what? Like what the fuck? Here, I'll blow you up. Hold on. You gotta see this. It's like he's a fashion model or something.
Yeah.
It's very, very 80s. Very 80s. This comes out in 1990 though, but it looks like it's 1980. Let me pull up Double Live. Hang on, man. I'm trying to get rid of some of the stuff that. There's that. There's that. I think I showed that. Didn't I? No, wait.
Double Live?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Hold on. I got a bunch of. There it is. All right, so it's the second one. All right, hang on a sec. Can you see that or no?
No, I'm still blown up here.
Okay, hang on. Let me see this. Let me do this. I think I know where it's at. And here we go. How about that? There we go. Double Live. I do not own this one.
Yeah, I don't either.
And I've not honestly heard this one, so I really can't make any observations on it. I have the real live, but this is when did this come out?
1988.
1988. Okay. Do you have a track listing there?
Yes. You got Livin', Midnight Highway, Free, 10.5-minute version of Poppy, Roadhouse Blues stretched out to 11 minutes.
Wow.
Who Do You Love stretched out to almost 11 minutes.
Wow.
Guitar Prelude, Electric Reflections Revisited, Sky Symphony to a Little Town, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Juggernaut, and Strange Dreams.
So it's kind of focusing on most of the 80s material. There's not much from other than what would you say you got Livins from What's Next. Is there anything from
that's even 80s too?
Yeah, is there anything from 4 or in the 70s on there at all?
No.
Wow.
Really. I guess you got Poppy.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, no 70s. talking about a feeling or Dragonfly or anything.
No.
All right.
A couple older covers, but
yeah, that's kind of weird. I think that's why I never picked it up. But if I ran into that somewhere for $10, I'd probably grab it.
Yeah, it's absolutely worth hearing for sure.
Yeah. All right, so that's that.
Got a couple notes on it here.
Go ahead.
He's finally able to capture almost a full live set as opposed to the first live album, which was a single. It was likely this album says in the book, it was likely recorded during the Juggernaut era, like 82 to 83, and not released until 88. Because there's nothing on it from Full Circle or anything.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Trying to find.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I put down some highlights. You Got Living is good on here. Midnight Highway, Free, Poppy is a really good version. Juggernaut and Strange Dreams with a guitar solo. And actually on the 2005 reissue, you get a live version of Something's Coming Our Way, which is pretty killer, as you would expect.
Here's the why can't I blow that up? Are you serious? Hold on. Where's the back now? You gonna do that to me, you bitch? Oh, there it is. Okay. Let me see if I can pull this one up. Just because my copy of this album does not have the actual back of the album, I wanted to show it because it's kind of funny. Here you go. That's the actual back of What's Next.
Oh yeah,
where they're doing things with weird things with wrenches, and if you look at Frank's shirt, he's got one of the iron on like things. That's an iron on. It says injection something, but something blows. I can't read it. It's too small. Can you see that?
I think not quite. No, I can make.
Yeah,
I think the bottom word is blown.
Yeah, see blown and injection something, but then it's covered. But that's
also.
Go ahead.
There's if you look at this. There's four guys on the back cover, but there's 9 hands holding wrenches.
Wait, is there?
Yeah. One was just a buddy that was.
Oh, you see one guy. Yeah, you see in between Frank and Vince. There's an extra hand there.
Yeah.
And then there's it looks like. No, that's one. Wait, is there 9?
Yeah, can count
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I only see 8. Oh wait, 9. There's 9 there. Yeah. That's funny. That is funny. All right, sorry about that. We kind of got sidetracked there. So From the Hip comes out in 90. Starbase Studios, Montreal, Quebec. Par Excellence Music is the label. Is that right?
Let me check.
I believe it is. But I don't own this, so.
I've got SPV, or that looks like in Europe.
Yeah, SPV is Europe. Yep. I think Par Excellence is
kind of all over the place. SPV in Europe, Brunette in Japan, and I don't know. That's all it has listed on here.
Is that on Discogs?
No, that was just on Rate Your Music, but.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking on Discogs now.
This came from Discogs, anyway. I believe.
Okay.
I believe. I think. Maybe it didn't. Maybe it came from Wikipedia. I don't remember. Not finding it?
Almost got it.
We're getting tired now, man.
Yeah. It says SPV, Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Brunette in Japan, and Vision Discs.
Huh.
Location.
I don't know what Par Excellence Music was then, but anyway, Frank produced it, and they did a remastered version in 2005 that Frank put out, which was that cover I showed, and that actually includes a bonus track called Hingston Nights, and it's like fucking like 17 minutes long or 16 minutes long. It's cool. We'll get to that. I did listen. Did you listen to that?
I don't think I listened to that song, no.
Okay. It's cool. I'll talk about it very briefly, but let's jump into this one because we've got one more to do, right?
Yep.
All right, cool.
Yeah, so Frank toured sporadically from 88 to 91 with a revolving cast of musicians, including Dave Good, who joined on drums in 1990, Jamie Hebert briefly on rhythm guitar, and Phil Resnick, who replaced him.
Yeah, none of these guys, I don't know any of these guys.
Yeah, I just
They're all
figured
Canadian dudes, I would assume.
it'd be nice to mention them in case they're
No, that's cool.
watching or whatever.
Yep.
Production on this is still kind of 80s sounding for the most part, but the songs are definitely, I would say, stronger than
Way better.
the
Way
last
better.
album.
For me, way better.
Released without much fanfare, and Frank basically felt like he was done with trying to survive in the music industry at this point. Babylon Revisited. I mean, instantly better than anything on the last album for me.
What a monster fucking opener. Holy shit. So good.
The drums still have that reverb drenched 80s sound, but the riff is awesome, and I like the vocal melodies. Fantastic guitar solo, awesome opener. I'm Ready, bluesy, funky, mid-paced rocker, decent but not super memorable.
Agree.
How Long, I put down the combination of blues rock and 80s style production really doesn't work for me very well here. It's too polished sounding for like a blues rock song. Good riffs and some cool soloing in the middle, but not enough to make it a standout. Rise Above, man, the epic of the album.
What a song.
The intro riff, I don't know, the intro riff is kind of weird for me. It's just like a slowly descending kind of thing.
Well, it's very Mediterranean or Arabic. It has a very Middle Eastern sort of thing going on. I don't know what mode. Could be Dorian, or I'm not sure. I'd have to listen to it and go work the notes out on the guitar, but I think it might be Dorian, I think.
Yeah. I'm not super crazy about that, to be honest, but I like the melody when the vocals come in, and the mellow part it breaks down to is a nice bit of variety from the rest of the record so far, even if the synths don't sound great. A bit of momentum builds up, but then falls away again. The bridge at 4 minutes is absolutely amazing. Killer Arabian influence 6/8 groove and leads before Frank breaks into a fantastic solo. The vocal refrain from the beginning returns, so does the motif from the intro, but it works better here under the tapping lead part. They pull back into the mellow section with some cool volume swells. Outro is pretty much the same as the intro. The soaring vocals and leads, and end things on a high note. I wish the middle part was longer, honestly.
Yeah.
That middle section is
how long is this? How long is this? This is the longest track, right?
Yeah, it's like 11 minutes or
11
something
minutes,
like that.
yeah.
I think.
But like you said about the other proggy song on the last one, where it went by and you didn't even realize it after you listened to it a couple of times. This is one of those tracks where it's so fucking cool that you don't mind it being 11 minutes. You don't really, you're not like going looking at your watch like this is still going. You know, there's so much going on and so much layering and so much stuff that Frank does where he integrates and changes and this is the shit on this album.
Yeah, I mean that middle section is like one of my favorite Frank Marino moments
Yep.
ever. It's so good.
I'm with you.
Mine All Mine, slow but funky, decent, but another one that doesn't really make much of an impact for me. Ride My Own Wave, driving blues rocker, nothing too exciting, but the solo elevates it as usual. Stand is kind of the closest to 80s radio rock on this album.
Oh, dude, I said the same thing. That's exactly what I said.
Mostly pretty slow, but has kind of a unique rhythm to it. Not awful, but
catchy chorus. It's
too long, in my opinion, at over 6.5 minutes. It probably could have been cut down to about 3 or so for me. The Wall Came Down, slow and plodding, but has a super epic feel to it. It kind of I like it, but it doesn't really go anywhere.
I
I
kind
would
of
have
agree
liked
with you on that. I kind
if
of agree with
they
you.
would have liked if they had tossed in one or two more ideas, but it's a pretty decent closer. This one I gave a 7 out of 10.
I'm quite a bit higher
Probably,
on you on this.
probably a strong 7.
I'm quite a bit higher on you. I'm gonna have to. Talk you up a little bit on this. Yeah, this kind of blew my mind because I haven't listened to this in years, and I was like, "Wow, this is like something new." And I'm listening to it, I'm like, God, what a fucking massive improvement over From the Hip. Um, Babylon Revisited, Jesus balls, that opener track is just so
Yeah.
good. Guitars are back. Frank sounds awesome on this track. Stupid solos as always. Killer track. I'm ready. Kind of a generic rocker. Cool riffs and solos, but kind of meh. How long? Pretty rocking, jamming, riff fest. Solid killer solos and great solos or great vocals, especially the chorus, which is super catchy but still very heavy. Rise Above. Well, you kind of nailed it all. You did it way better breakdown. Pretty proggy, very different type of track for Frank. It gets super Latin, Arabic sounding as he goes the fuck off insanely. Some of his most epic playing ever. This is a monster track at 11 minutes plus. It never drags to my ears. Feels a bit like an Al Di Meola song with vocals.
Okay,
Not
yeah.
like
Hear
Race with
that.
Devil and like Race with the Devil on Spanish Highway or something. It's just got that
Yeah.
vibe to it. Romantic Warrior. Love that song. Love it. It's one of Frank's best, no doubt. Mine on Mine, funky, groovy, but still rocking. Bit cheesy with the lyrics, but with Frank, I'm not nitpicking. Really, almost has an R&B feel to it and sounds really killer. Ride My Own Wave, smoking hot blues, man. He just goes off on this. He just fucking solos the whole way through this song. Straight up rocker, and this kills so much. Insane fretboard savagery. Holy shit. While Frank does hit a few of his patented solo moves, he adds many new ones. This is a orgy of solos, is what I say. And it is, man. It just doesn't fucking end. The Stand, quite a good track. Kind of almost like an 80s hard rocker. Track, great solos, of course, and a catchy chorus. Walls Came Down. Man, the synths and keys on this are so dated, but otherwise, it's a cool, moody track, kind of down tempo, epic closer. Some of Frank's most emotive singing on this song, quite good. But man, the synths I struggle with because they really still sound 80s, and not the good 80s, kind of the bad 80s. Because there's a lot of synth bands from the 80s that sound good, But this I don't know. It just sounds like some of the synths he used in the from the 80s to 90 were just kind of like the Kmart budget kind or something. I don't know. I'd have to ask him what he was using. But this album kind of blew me away as it's the only one I don't own. And when I was looking for it years ago, it was super pricey. But I have to say I need to own this one. No joke. It's very, 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 very good. I'm going with a 9 out of 10. That's a solid 9, my friend.
Damn.
Yes. The epic Rise Above is so good it's worth owning for just that reason alone.
Absolutely.
Hingston Nights was the bonus track, and as we said, it's like 17 minutes long, 16 minutes long. It was on the bonus when Frank got the rights and reissued these. It's a jam. It's a bebop jazz sort of song, sort of a jammy, nothing mind-blowing, good fun, but kind of background music, to be honest with you. It goes on for way too long because it's not – he doesn't change the motif a lot in the way he solos and some of that shit. So, yeah, man. So 9 out of 10. We have a long gap here. We have a 10-year gap. What was going on there, if you got any insight?
Yes. So Frank basically left music behind for a number of years. Instead of focusing on his wife and family, he had 3 daughters in the span of 7 years.
Yep.
And allegedly didn't touch a guitar for about 4 years straight.
4 years, yep.
He said he pulled out the acoustic once in a while to play some songs for his kids and whatever. Just to strum a little bit and sing or whatever.
Yep.
in 1997, he happened upon a fan site on the internet and started interacting with some of his fans. Discovering there was still a lot of interest in his music, he decided to start playing a few live shows again, which led to the release of Eye of the Storm in 2001.
Yep. So the website is now called mahoganyrush.com, I believe. And Wild Willie Parsons is the guy that did a real basic sort of site. And I was a member of that site way back in, God, holy shit. I found it around 2000, 99, 2000, somewhere in that range. And they had a forum. I joined the forum. I didn't go on it a lot. I did ask Frank a question, and I can't remember what the hell it was now, but he did respond. Very interactive on there. Very interactive. But the weird thing about Frank is that all the interviews he does, he never does an interview with a streaming interview like us. He will do a live stream, but he's on the phone. And it's just weird. It's like he doesn't want to show his face. It's very strange. So I have that one, and I got that because I learned about it on the website, and I pre-ordered it, I believe. I pre-ordered it. If I didn't, I got it, within a couple of weeks. And I was so stoked. God damn it, man. That's terrible.
Take it out of the case, maybe?
Yeah, I could try. Well, that actually I can't. It's stuck.
Oh,
this one got really hammered by the water. I'm gonna have to. Some of these I'm gonna have to reorder. But anyway, this came out 2001, and it's on. What the hell's it on? It's licensed to. Go ahead.
It says Griffin Music.
That's it, Griffin. Yep, Canadian company. And when I got this, there was no YouTube videos. There was no, MP3s or anything like that because the website was very basic. You know what I mean? It's honestly, it's still kind of a basic website when you compare it to really interactive shit, right? But a lot of guys met on that forum, then became buddies. I've met a couple guys that, I did stay in contact with one of them for quite a while, but now I don't know how to get a hold of them. But anyway, this album kind of a mind blower for me. Actually, been a long time since I'd listened to it. So, we want to start out?
Sure. I should say Griffin and Just a Minute Records as well.
Yeah, Just a Minute was the one that did the double R then.
Yeah. June 4th, 2001, I'm seeing. Anyway.
What's that? As a release date?
Yeah, apparently.
I have August 1st, but whatever.
Okay. Frank's first album in over a decade, and the first album to bear the Mahogany Rush name in over 2 decades.
Good point.
It does have the Mahogany Rush name, but it doesn't feature any original members.
Right.
So, I don't know. It's kind of still more of a solo album in that way, but back in but in the book it was kept mentioning Just in Time Records, but it, like you were seeing before and I was just seeing, it says Just a Minute, so I don't know which.
I have no idea.
Well,
no, actually,
the same thing.
Actually, hold on. Looking at this, it says Just a Minute, but it says justintime.com.
Okay.
So who knows?
I guess they're the same thing.
Yeah, it appears they are, yeah.
That was a label owned by Frank's old friend Jim West, who he had originally met at the music co-op in his teenage years in Montreal.
How about that? Yeah. That's awesome.
That's cool. Frank has stated that this album felt in many ways like what he should have made right after Maxoom.
Really?
Yeah. The album was recorded using only equipment that was available at the time of the Maxoom recordings and mostly inspired by the period of music that originally got him inspired in like about 1967 to 1970. So yeah, all the gear they used on this album was like early 70s stuff, basically.
Wow.
He actually
Well,
started work on this album in the early 90s, but never planned to release it publicly. Lineup is Frank, Dave Good on drums, Peter Dowse on bass, and Mick Lane on rhythm guitar. It is, like we were kind of discussing a few days ago, 72 minutes long. It is maybe a little long, little bloated in places, maybe.
I agree.
6 of the 9 songs are over 7 minutes, with 3 surpassing the 10-minute mark and 1 getting very close. Some of them justify the length while others don't quite achieve that. Overall, the album is pretty slow-paced, and there's a big jam band feel to most of it. Starts off with Storm Warning, which is an intro made up of electronic effects, timpanis, and some snippets of news broadcasts. Then we get Eye of the Storm. Pretty ballsy to open a record with an almost 10-minute track. Starts with some kind of tribal sounding percussion, and then a strange vocal melody comes in. Pretty soon the guitar riffs drop in, and they are absolutely killer, along with the drumming. The overall tempo is fairly slow, but the intensity is undeniable, partly due to the minor Arabian scales used. There's a very cool psychedelic solo from Frank before we're taken back to the vocal line from the intro. Then for the last 2 minutes, things lighten up a bit. Not sure if we made it through the eye, or not sure if we made it through the storm, or if we are now in the eye. We ride out on layers of overlapping reverse guitar over a great bass and drum groove. A fantastic opener. Frank is back.
Yep.
He's Calling features a super cool distorted guitar riff consisting of only 2 notes but done very effectively. The riff is a pattern of 3 and the drums are in 4, which creates a cool hypnotic groove, and the use of very slow wah is awesome. Like he starts with it low and slowly pushes it up.
Mm-hmm.
Some very catchy vocal and lead guitar lines come in, and a super cool refrain with an interesting vocal harmony over just the guitar. We're then treated to a fantastic extended solo by Frank. This one definitely sounds improvised, and he allows himself lots of room to stretch out and take us to many different places throughout the solo.
Yep.
Overall, the song is very repetitive, staying on that simple motif for its entirety, with really only a few guitar-only breaks and a couple key changes to switch things up. But that said, it's such a cool riff that I don't really get bored with it, and the soloing is super interesting.
Yeah, the solos in that song are what they bounce off that pedal tone, that you know, if you just did that without the really cool movement of the solos undulating, it would be fucking boring as hell.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, he does the da 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 da. He's calling.
Yeah,
and I think it's about God. I'm pretty sure, because his faith has grown even stronger as he's gotten older. Which I don't care. Frank's never preachy. He's never preachy at all. He's never like, you should believe it, but he's a very world conscious guy. You know, I mean, he's just got this sort of world consciousness, and that song I'm pretty sure is about maybe his relationship with God and what everyone else should kind of look for from his perspective. But man, the souling in there is just oh man, yeah, another
Yeah, like
11-minute song that doesn't really feel like 11 minutes.
no, exactly. And like I said, it's same riff pretty much the whole time, but the
Hmm.
solo is what keeps things moving.
Well, the solo and his vocal inflections, the
Mhm.
way he,
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, if he was just singing like kind of monotonously, he sings, the vocal melody really changes up a lot, and how it modulates is how, in with the guitar, makes the song move along fluidly, as opposed to, oh god, this is monotonous, the same shit over and over. But it kind of is underneath there. It is a pretty monotonous, samey riff. It's just all the other accents that happen that make it really cool. And it's got a pretty tribal drum
Hmm.
beat, right? You said
Yeah.
it's in what, 4/4?
Yeah, the drumming is in 4/4, but the riff is a pattern of 3.
Okay.
So it kind of like gets into this weird kind of hypnotic
Yeah, because
swirling kind of thing.
the drums are like doo, ja, doo, doo, doo,
Yeah.
ja, doo, doo, ja. And it's fucking it's one of the highlights on the album for sure.
The tribal kind of sounding drums in the intro sort of almost give me like a Native American kind of feel.
Yeah. Hmm.
Like I don't know if you've ever heard. I'm sure you know who Robbie Robertson is. He's in
From
the band.
the band,
Yeah,
of course.
he's got a solo album. Um, it was
Yes.
actually what's that?
Yeah, I'm aware of that. It's about Indian stuff, right?
Yeah,
Because he's
it's
part
called
Indian.
Music. Yeah, he's like Métis, I guess, which is half First Nations.
Right.
And he's got an album called what's it called? Music for the Native Americans, I think. And it was originally a soundtrack for a documentary,
Yeah.
but my parents had that CD. They still have it, and I remember listening to that quite a bit when I was a kid. It's actually a pretty cool album, and some really cool guitar playing and stuff on there too.
Yeah, I
But
like Robbie Roberts. He's a cool dude.
yeah,
He's
some
got to
of the
be
percussion and stuff in there is what the intro to this
reminds
song
you of.
reminded me of. Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's got to be getting up there, man. He's got to be my mom. He's got to be 78 or 79 now. Just kind of crazy, but all right. So where are we at? We're on learn my lesson.
Yeah,
Well,
learn my lesson well.
mm-hmm.
Here, just a second. Robbie Robertson was born in 1943.
Yeah, he's a year older than my mom, 79.
Okay, so he'd be 80 this year, I guess.
Yeah, it's
July.
fucking crazy, man.
Yeah.
Crazy shit. I mean, you gotta understand, your parents are probably my age, right? Or a little, maybe.
Yeah, my dad's 68. My mom's 62,
Oh.
I think.
Oh, so they had you late.
Yeah, my dad was 40 when I was born.
Oh, I think you told me this. Now I remember. You have siblings?
Just a younger sister.
Oh, wow. So they really did get started late.
Yeah,
that's unusual because he's your old man's 10 years older than me. So, but my parents, my dad, who I live with, is 80. He'll be 82 in a couple weeks, actually. And my mom, I think she's turning 79. She's 44. So she just turned 79.
yeah.
Or no, wait, no, where are we at? We're in April, right?
Yep.
Okay, no, she turns 79 on the 28th.
Okay.
24th or 28th, one of those days. I'm really bad at remembering people's birthdays, dude. Like the worst. I just never. My poor kid, I always mix her day up for some reason. Now I remember my younger daughters for some reason. I always mess up Lauren's day. You heard me on that Carcass stream. I'm like, you're 20, 27, right? Or 26, right? And she's like, no, I'm going to be 28, Dad. Because she was born in August of 95.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Rip into it.
Yeah, learned my lesson well. Very much funk and blues based. Definitely some cool riffs here, and the trippier section we get at 4 minutes is great, but overall not as strong as the last two songs, in my opinion. Heat of the Moment. I really like the main motif here. It has a cool stuttering feel to it. Not crazy about the chorus though. Just before the 4 minute mark, we get a laid back kind of jazzy section with a cool solo that takes us on another journey. There are a couple moments where the intensity builds up, but Frank keeps it on the down low for the most part. Sounds like he's really just having fun on this one.
Yeah.
Uh, Overall solid and enjoyable, but not quite a standout here.
Great.
Window to the World. Really like this one. Some of the riffs and drum work, especially the snare, remind me of the Emperor, for the Emperor.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a little bit. It's got kind of that like marching drum.
Yeah, I can see that. It's got that
almost.
Arabic. It's got that Arabic thing too.
Mm-hmm. About halfway through, things are pulled back to make space for Frank to solo. More reverse delay and Arabic scales here. Super cool how the guitar chords from the main part of the song come in under the solo later and creates an ominous feeling, but it mellows out again pretty soon, and we stay in that zone for the remainder of the song. Since You Came Into My Life, a cool up-tempo but relaxed vibe on this one, with some awesome guitar work peppered throughout. There are a couple moments where Frank seems to be reaching a bit beyond his comfort zone with the vocals, but overall just a very pleasant song to listen to. It seems like this one's written for his daughters, which seems cool.
Hate to admit, I really don't like that song. That was the worst song on the album for me. It's
That's
almost like a reggae song. It's got a reggae beat to it.
It's very different
Yeah.
from everything else on the album. It doesn't really fit that well, but I don't know. I still kind of like it for what it is.
Did I miss a track here?
Avalon. Super
Ah.
jazzy instrumental track. Tons of great soloing from Frank here, and even some cool Hammond organ work. I really like the opening guitar riff and the slightly more intense one that comes in now and then. Super cool to hear Frank doing something that's a bit outside of his normal wheelhouse and nailing it. Absolutely.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me a little bit of the jazzy breakdown in It's Begun to Rain. It's not the same thing, but it's got that sort of improvisational free form sort of thing going on, and it's some of Frank's best jazz playing. He just goes off on these tangents, and you're like, wow. The thing about him is he can wow you with his speed. He can wow you with his note choices, okay? Because he really picks good notes to play solos that constantly hook you in earworm wise, right? And that, or he can just blaze your fucking face off, and that's what I love about this guy. He's just so creatively inventive,
Yep.
What do you give this one?
Oh, I got one more song still.
Ordinary
Man.
Yeah, sorry.
Another very long one to close out the album. Honestly, the first half is okay, but nothing really grabs me. Thankfully, things pick up just before 6 minutes with a great riff and Frank going crazy with the whammy bar for the rest of the song, which is pretty cool. But not quite one of my favorites from here. Not bad. This album I gave 7.5 out of 10.
Oh man, I'm a little bit higher than you.
Yeah,
I remember getting this. Huh?
Leaning towards an 8, probably.
There you go. This peer pressure thing's working. I remember getting this, and I got it because the website. You could get it through the website. If I remember correctly, I think that's the only place you could get it because you couldn't find it in stores. They just didn't have real good distribution for it. And I'm not gonna lie, the artwork's it's okay. Yeah. It's kind of cheap and cheesy. Yeah, it's got low budget. Yeah. But I mean, I like the idea, and he does have that guitar. There is a guitar that looks like that. Guy made him. I forget who it was. A fan that's a woodworker made him that guitar, and I think he even used it for a while on tour. But yeah, when I put this on, I honestly have to be honest with you. I kind of was like, you know what? I don't I don't think I'm going to like this album much because I remember when I got it, I was like, man, some of these songs are so fucking long. Like, what is up with that? 72 minutes and 16 seconds. Like, he was filling that CD up. But that was the days, that's what you were supposed to do. Every band started making more and more material because the format changed, right? And but I know I jammed this a lot back in the day, but I was trying to remember back and I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to like this. Well, the opener thing, the Storm intro thing it's kind of weird. There's some footage, news footage samples and some synths and kind of noisy. It's kind of really sounds dated, quite frankly.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't sound like it came from 2000. It sounds like it was like an 80s thing. But then Eye of the Storm starts. Wow. Oh, man. Oh, boy. All right. Sit back, strap in, get ready. Pretty rad. Heavy Arabic, Middle Eastern vibes. Long-ass jam that has some super cool modulations in keys and tempo. Really cool song. He's Calling, very drony riff jam plotting, but super cool track. But I honestly could say, even though I said the 11 minutes went by, I could see it being more like a 7 or 8 minute song. But I like it. Even though it's 11, I really like it a lot. Like I said, it's probably one of the better songs on the album. Learn My Lesson Well, droning bluesy but rad, smoking riff fest on there. Great chorus, catchy singing, and solos. I really like Learn My Lesson Well. Really, really liked it. Heat of the Moment, right? Is that where we're at? Yeah, Heat of the Moment is a very long song, man. That's another one that should have been cut down. However, it's jazzy, those jazzy chords, those 7th and 11th chords that he's playing there. Where's that? It's very memorable. It's a memorable song. I got it in my head. It's almost poppy, actually. The chorus is memorable, but it's mostly a long ass jam for Frank to go off. The singing part of it's maybe 4 minutes. The rest of it's 7 minutes is Frank just fucking going nuts. Great. I like that song a lot. Window to the World, cool. Cool. I don't know why that says that. Horribly. I don't know. I was probably falling asleep or not paying attention. It almost has a spaghetti western vibe, this song. Do you hear that a little bit? Like almost like a Morricone sort of vibe to it in the guitar riffs. I don't know. I heard that.
I could hear that.
And it's massive jams on this one. A lot of Arabic themes. That's a killer fucking track, man. Window to the World is a killer track. Since You Came, I don't really like this song, man. I'll have to re-listen to it, but I didn't like that song much. Avalon. I love Avalon. That is a badass tune, man. 8 minutes. Shortest song on here, by the way, gang, is, other than the intro, which is 2:51, is Since You Came Into My Life, the ballad. And it's probably a little too long for my liking. But it's these songs are all, like you said, they're all fucking 9:54, 10:21, 11:21, 7:47, 10:49. The last song is the Avalon's just so good. Again, amazing jazz piece. Kind of like I said, it harkens back a little to maybe world anthem-y stuff like Lady. Not in directly, but just kind of gives you that jazz feel that Lady had. But it's a little more epic sounding, a little more world sounding. It's just, like bigger sounding. Last track is Ordinary Man. Really, really good song, man. It's again, a lot of jams. That's what you get out of Frank, man. I said it again, I'll say it again. If you don't like guitar jams and guitar solos, don't even try Frank Marino, because you're either gonna be bored or you're gonna be like, that's it. I mean, it's just, the guy, he's a musician that loves to jam, and he puts together amazing solos for these songs. A lot of them, I'm guessing, are free form and improv. I don't really think he sits and maps out 20, 11-minute solos in a song. I don't know anybody that could do that. He just goes and rips. And I much better than I recalled it being. Could use a trimming of some of these songs because a few of them go on forever as jams. I love Frank's jams a lot, but at 72 minutes, it's honestly pushing the limit of how much you can pay attention. For me, I want a 45 to 50-minute album next time. I'm going 8.5 on this, 8.5 out of 10. Surprised me a little bit. This and From the Hip were the big surprises in the catalog as to how much I couldn't remember, and re-listening jogged my memory. It was like, oh, this is pretty fucking good. Mainly the detraction for me is due to the repeated motifs and too much fat on the bone, but it's a very, very good album after nearly 10 years away. So that's that. So that's the albums. Well, we got one last thing to talk about. So looks like we're going to be a 5.5 hour episode. That's pretty crazy.
Well,
I never would have guessed it would have been this long.
Yeah.
I thought 3.5, but what's that?
There's a lot of albums too. It's got a lot of albums.
12 albums. And you put a lot of effort into the history stuff and pulling out some of the anecdotes and stuff, and that was huge. But we have to talk about the fact that after that album, Frank would tour occasionally.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really look up what all. I don't know that he was doing it every year. I think it was like every other year that he would go out and he'd do, 25, 30 dates in the U.S. and Canada. To my knowledge, he did not go overseas at all.
There's here, I'll read what I got from the book.
Yeah.
The band did a short tour with almost the same lineup as the album, apart from Dave Good, who was placed by Josh Trager on drums. The final show of the tour was a hometown show at Club Soda in Montreal and was recorded for the Real Live album, though the near 4 hours of the show wasn't included on that release.
Yeah, Real Live.
A few shows were played in spring of 2002, and at the tail end of the year, Frank joined the Legends of Rock tour, which was organized by Uli John Roth. And that was
That's right, Uli.
Yeah.
I remember that tour, dude, and I almost went to it, and I forget what year was that? 2002.
2002. It said here that was in and around the UK only, but
well, maybe they did go over. They might have done. Yeah, actually, I think you're right. I think they did. But I remember that tour because it was Uli was doing his Sky Universe or Sky, whatever that thing is, that real hippy dippy sort of thing. And I thought, man, that is like the perfect pair to go out together. And they played Sellersville, PA, where I live. And I can't tell you why I didn't go, but it seems to me there was maybe a conflict with another show I'd already committed to. So anything else on that front?
Not really, but we could mention Real Live here for a minute.
I got to be honest with you, I did not listen to that one. So
it's really good.
It's got
it's my favorite live album, I would say.
Oh no shit.
Yeah.
Is it recorded at one place or multiples?
Yeah, Club Soda in Montreal.
Oh,
the
Club
last
Soda.
show of the tour.
Yeah, you said that. Okay. So it's got Voodoo Child always does a Jimmy cover. Something's Coming Our Way excerpt. He's Calling, Red House, Hendrix. Guitar Prelude to a Hero. Stories of a Hero. Jesus, why can't I read that? Poppy, 17-minute version. She's Not There. That's Santana. Well, actually, it's Zombies, I guess, right? That was a zombie. Huh?
I think. Isn't it Beatles?
She's Not There?
Yeah.
No. Which one are you thinking of? That's not Beatles. She's Not There is No One Told Me About Her.
Oh, maybe there's two different songs.
Yeah. No, wait, no. And it's too late to say I'm sorry. How would I know? Why should I care? Find her. She's
Oh.
not there.
Oh,
Zombies.
yeah, okay, it is the Zombies.
Zombies, and then actually Carlos Santana did a version of it too.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah,
My
Zombies, and then Crossroads would be Hendrix or Cream rather. I'm sorry. She's Not There, Return, and then you got Poppy, Return, and then you got on the second side you go Let There Be. I don't know what that is. Strange Universe. Not even sure what that is. Ode to Creation. Strange Universe. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Ain't Dead Yet. Slipping and Sliding. Don't know what that is. Back to the Hall. Don't know what that is. 2 and 4. Just Josh, and don't know what that is. It's probably a drum solo. Avalon. Rumble and Roll, for Pete's sake. Don't know what that is. Jazz the Moment. Don't know what that is. Tales of the Unexpected. A short version.
Mm-hmm.
Return to Avalon. Rattle of Sabers. Electric Reflections of War. A 5-minute version. Aftermath. The World Anthem. And A Prayer for Peace. Oh, Somewhere Over the Rainbow. And then a 12-minute version of Try for Freedom. Frank likes to do a lot of these medley things where he throws in like 2 or 3 minutes of something. He did it on what we're going to talk about in a minute here a lot. So so that's that. So Frank does some touring here and there. I kind of remember him around 2014 playing Sellersville again. So, like every 2 years or so, I think he would go out on 20, 25, 30 dates, right? And then that was kind of it for him. But in well, you tell the story of show it and tell the story. So in 2019, we get this. And I do not own this. I'm very jealous of Erik for this. Tell them what it is. Live at the Agora in Cleveland, right?
Yeah, Cleveland, Ohio. I forget when this was.
2012, I think, wasn't it?
No, it was longer ago. I want to say 2006 or 9 or something.
Nah, it wasn't that long, was it?
I should know this.
Grab the book. Grab the book.
Yeah, I was trying to read some of this. The last half of the book is about this whole thing. Let's see. I should have at least written that down. I didn't have time. I didn't end up having time to read this whole part. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's kind of
all right. Well,
hard to find in here, but
it came out in 2019. But the basic story is that Frank was coaxed by some fans who were videographers to do a show where he could kind of do whatever he wanted, and the set list could be whatever he wanted, and he could, they would just record everything, and they would do all the editing, and they would do all the sound, stuff, and run it by him, and let him do the mixing, and then, anyways. So this, I swore it happened in 2012. You think it was in the aughts earlier?
I could be wrong.
Yeah, and I couldn't really find. Actually, look on Amazon and look that up on Amazon. No, it's not going to come up on there. Well, pull his website up. Can you do that on your end?
Yep.
Pull it up and pull the information up on that. I'm pretty sure it's in there. But because I don't want to give out the wrong stuff, because I thought it was 2012 or 2014. Anyways, I believe it was 2 nights. They recorded 2 nights there, right?
Yes.
They ended up, what's up?
Yeah.
They ended up doing 6 hours of footage. But I think there's actually more of that on the cutting room floor, Frank said. I think it might be more like 12 hours, actually, that they videoed. And they did 3 sets. I believe it's 3 sets, right?
Yep.
Okay, so 3 sets. And what they ended up doing was Frank puts out a DVD with a Blu-ray. That's what, 2 DVDs and 1 Blu-ray?
3 DVDs.
3 DVDs, okay.
1 set each, and the Blu-ray includes the entire thing on 1 disc.
Right.
And then
a nice big book, right?
Yeah, 170-page book.
Holy shit, look at that.
Yeah. Here, I'm not great at this probably, but it's got this basically the whole story of the band and Frank throughout the first half.
Dude, I want that so bad. I'm gonna have
to photo album here.
What's that? Well, I'm going to have to resort to doing something like robbing a bank or something like that to get that. So,
Yeah.
oh, it's awesome.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool photos in here.
That's badass. When did you get that?
Probably about a year ago.
Okay.
Something like that.
And you watched all the sets?
Yeah.
Right.
I've only watched the entire thing once. I mean,
Right.
it's 6 hours long. I don't.
Right.
It's not something you pull out every day.
That's almost impossible to sit and watch a 6-hour concert.
Yeah, I didn't do it all in one shot. But I did, from what I did get to reading the last half of that book,
Right.
was basically Frank wanted to capture a concert on video to kind of mostly as a tool for the band to actually like watch back and see where they could improve things. But they had a light show at that time, which is I forget what the term for it exactly is, but basically they had a guy with two like glass discs, and he would put paint and soap on them and move it around on top of a projector.
Yeah, we look all psychedelic like a lava lamp and shit.
For like a projection behind where the band was playing. And it sounded like they were going to have issues trying to capture that on camera because they didn't have any budget really to do the filming. He was just going to get a few buddies with cameras to.
No, it was a company.
No,
it was
it
was all buddies.
Eventually, his first idea was to just do it with some friends with cameras,
right?
Like not a big budget kind of thing. And he actually at the last minute, their projector had broken on the last date of their previous tour. And at the last minute, when they were going on the next year or the next tour years later, he remembered at the last minute that they didn't have a projector, and he was scrambling trying to find one. And he ended up finding a place that would rent him a projector.
Right.
They just loaned it to him basically, and he went to meet the guy at the first show, and it turned out the guy was a fan, and he his business was to record live videos of bands.
Exactly. Yep.
And Frank said, "Well, we can't afford to hire you to do this, so thanks anyway." And the guy basically said, "Well, I'll just do it for free, even if I don't make anything off of it." And Frank refused, of course, because he's like, "I can't."
He didn't want to take that gift, right?
Yeah. He's like, "You already went above and beyond loaning me this projector. I'm not gonna make you do all that." So basically, he refused, and a few months went by. They did the rest of the tour, and then they showed up in Cleveland, and the entire crew was there, ready to go. And he was just like, hadn't even called the guy back really, or anything like that. He was just kind of surprised by everything. Yeah. But that's about as far as I got in that, reading that, unfortunately.
Yeah, so they did do I think they did 12 hours. I could swear I wrote that. But the whole thing is, a lot of that ended up edited out. The whole thing ends up being about 6 hours, right on the nut. And when they went to sync the audio with the video, there was a major problem. One of the drum tracks was fucked up, and apparently, it was so bad they were just going to shit can everything. But Frank then started to look into video editing and audio editing, and he realized, or he figured out, he could do one bar at a time or something like that. And it took him how many years? 6 or 7?
I don't remember offhand. I'm trying to find the dates, the info about this. It's not really, doesn't really have much on his site either.
Yeah. Well, long and short, he worked on that video project for years and years. Like we're talking a minimum of about eight or 9 years, and or 7 or 8. I can't remember what it is, but he finally got it worked out that the drum tracks were repaired and salvaged, and they ended up putting that triple DVD 1 Blu-ray out, and it is not cheap. And the reason I don't have it is because when I found out about it, in 19, I was getting sick around that time. Things were starting to get weird, and I knew I was probably gonna have to quit my job. So I was like, well, I can't really afford to drop $100 on this. And 115 was shipping or something, 110. But I would kill to have that thing, just to watch it once, because there is footage online that we're going to show a little brief snippet of here soon.
I think you were right. It seemed like it was 2012 or so.
Yeah,
so
I think it was 20,
on it for about 7 years.
Yeah, I think it was 2012 or 2014. I just can't remember which. I think you're right. I think it was 7, so it was probably 2012.
12.
And he basically taught himself how to edit this video and audio, and he'd never really done anything like that before, but he figured out how to do it, and he could only do it in small chunks. And let's be honest here, I love Frank to death, but he's not like fucking, I don't know, who the hell puts an album out every fucking 6 months? Omar Rodriguez, the guy from Mars Volta, puts out a fucking album every other month, I think, or he did. He used to be that way. But yeah, he's not. This isn't like Frank is not a massively prolific guy in that now, anyways. The latter 20 years, and I don't know whether it'd be interesting, and it's none of my business, but it'd be really interesting to know what he's doing for a living, as far as like, did he make enough money? Did he banked a lot? Didn't sound like it when he talks about it. Did he, when he had money, was he investing and he's living off that? Did somebody die and leave him, his parents have a lot of money and die and leave him a inheritance? I don't know. I mean, it's none of my business probably, but it does make me wonder, like, how the hell how's he doing this? How's he lived all these years without putting anything out? And then he finally puts out Eye of the Storm, and I'm sure it sold a couple thousand copies, maybe 5 to 10, but that's, you're not going to make you're not going to live years and years and years off that. You know what I mean?
No.
So, all right, let's, so yeah, that's the DVD package. And if you want it, you go to Frank's website, which, by the way, I'm going to, tomorrow, after I get some sleep, I'm going to go in and edit and fix up the description for this video, because I am slacking. I missed it on this one, and I missed it on the last deep dive I did, which was, who was that? Not Bowie. Who's the one I did?
Dead Can Dance?
Huh?
Dead Can Dance?
Yeah. Oh no, I did it on there. I did fix it on there.
Okay.
Oh, I know what it is. I know it is. It's Fate's Warning and Scorpions. I don't have anything written up. I got to get my write up and get my links in there and stuff like that, because it's important. If people want to get into that stuff, I want to provide a gateway for them. So we're gonna get Frank's website up here. I think there's actually an Instagram. Am I wrong about that? No, I think there is.
I can check for Frank.
I think it's Frank Marino or Mahogany Rush. I can't remember which one. Could swear I saw it. Maybe I'm dreaming. But anyway, a couple of. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's do our ranking when you find that. After you find that, let's do our ranking quick, and then I got a couple quick thoughts, and we'll wrap up here by 5.5 hours in, which is crazy. Yeah. Fucking 3 o'clock. It's midnight your time, right?
Yep.
What time you got to get up?
Uh-oh.
Are you working?
No, I make my own work schedule.
Oh, you make your own hours. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, cool. How about we start with our bottom number? Wait, how many do we have? 12? 2. Yeah, 12. So give me number 12.
Man, okay. Well, I gotta have a disclaimer here. I mean, these are super hard to rank, and they could switch around a lot too. And honestly, even though Maxoom is my number 12,
Same.
but it's not necessarily even a bad album. It's just like it's kind of mediocre. And it just kind of pales in comparison to most of the other stuff in this
Exactly.
catalog because a lot of it is so
Very well put. Very well put. And it's right on. You're right on the nose. It's just. It's not awful. There's a couple of redeeming tracks on there, and it's but it's very rudimentary. It's very late '60s, '70s psych. It's not particularly great overall, but there are a couple of cool tracks on it. It's also my least favorite too. Yep, number 12. What do you got for number 11?
I got Full Circle.
Oh wait, did I fuck up there? I fucked up. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I screwed up. Okay, yep. Same here. I have Full Circle. Man, too much 80s production, too many cheesy synths. There's a couple good songs on it, but overall, I would never recommend anybody start there.
No,
With the last
not
two
at
at
all.
all. And I, frankly, that's an album I probably won't go back to much. It's probably, to me, Maxoom is bad because it's a 16-year-old guy finding his way, finding his sound, finding his tone, finding his way around a studio. From the Hip is just not good. There's
Full Circle.
or Full Circle, sorry. There's probably only about 4 tracks I really like on that album. So, all right. How about number 10?
I got From the Hip here, but now that I'm looking at my list again, it could move up, but I don't know what I would move down. So that's where it sits for now. It's like that's a big step above the last two, though.
Absolutely. That's light years steps. I'm going Child of the Novelty. I really like a couple songs on there, but overall I still think there's too much of Maxoom in there, and it's good. It's not great, but I did rank that at 8, didn't I? I think I did. It's a solid album. The 6 tracks are really good or great. The 4 that aren't, or whatever it is, however many, not they're just really, they drag it down a lot. That's for me. So, all right, number 9, is that it? 9, yeah.
I think I gotta go Power of Rock and Roll.
Boom. Same here, man. Power of Rock and Roll. I like it, but I really don't love it. There's some uninspired song choices on there, I think.
Yeah. And there's like we said, there's a couple amazing songs on there. The rest is kind of not amazing, not terrible, but
it's not terrible, but it's comparatively speaking, it's kind of filler.
Yeah.
Or basic. It just doesn't stand up to the better tracks. In particular, the last track, what's the last track called again? Change the Space, right?
On Power of Rock and Roll.
We're on the Power of Rock and Roll. What am I saying?
Ain't Dead Yet.
Ain't Dead Yet. Yeah. That's the monster track. But other than that, yeah. How about the next one? Where are we at? Number 8.
Do Child of the Novelty, I think. Yeah, like you said, I mean, some absolutely awesome songs there, but some other ones that do definitely drag it down.
Yeah, they're just mundane. Some of the tracks are just mundane. They're just not real. They don't really inspire you to go, oh man, we really want to listen to that again.
Yeah, I remember seeing the album cover at first, and I was like, oh man, this is going to be amazing.
Yeah.
And it is in places, but not all the way through.
Nah, it's kind of that thing where you're like, man, I really want to like this more, but I just don't.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so for me, I've got Eye of the Storm in there. I really like it. I really do. It's a great album after 10 years, but it is too long. It's
Mhm.
just too much. And it wears me out a little bit. It wore me out listening to it. I was like, all right, I'm kind of ready for this to be over. But the weird thing is, a lot of times when I do these deep dives, I'm like, man, I don't want to listen to that band again for like a year. But that's not Frank. I'll definitely listen to this a lot. So um but it's good. It's Eye of the Storm has a lot of great tracks on it. It's just it struggles to get up to the next level. So okay, where are we at? We're at 7?
Number 7, I've got Eye of the Storm. This
Okay.
one, yeah, it could kind of flip flop with Child of the Novelty for me, probably, but in a different reasons. I mean, yeah, it's definitely more consistent overall, but yeah,
Right.
just mainly the length is not something. I mean, it's easier to put on Child of the Novelty because it's like 40 minutes or whatever, you know.
Yep. Yep. Totally agree. All right. Where are we at? 2,
7.
4, 6, 7. Yeah. I am going From the Hip. Um, really surprised me how much I like this album. And actually, it might even could bump up one more. But for now, we'll leave it where it's at. But man, it's that was the surprise album for me. It was like, man, after 15 or 18 years of not listening to this, why have I not been listening to this? I should have listened to this, And that's kind of how it went. So really, really, really good album. Um, we're on 6, right?
Yeah. I probably should have put From the Hip higher.
Yeah.
I need to listen to that album again soon.
So do I. I'm gonna.
Number 6, I got Tales of the Unexpected. Again, like some amazing stuff on there, and then couple songs that I'm not crazy about.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm going. What's next? What's next for me has some unbelievable tracks on it. Obviously, Finish Line. You got Living. Um, you got. Hold on here. I'm getting tired. I can't remember song titles now. I'm like,
Oh,
what?
Something's Coming Our Way.
Yeah, something coming our way. I mean, just a goddamn fucking tour de force, man. Just one of the greatest songs they ever did. I really, really love Love by You. And I don't mind Mona much either. So
Yeah,
it's the really good shit on here is fucking fantastic, man. Just fucking
absolutely.
amazing. Especially something that's coming our way. It is
It's
just a monster track.
yeah,
It is a song that if it could, it would curb stomp you. That's how fucking badass it is.
yeah,
So yeah, I'm going what's next at 6 there, right?
yeah. And
All right,
I've
we're
got
going
it.
numero cinco.
I've got it at number 5.
You got one
Just
next. What's next?
yeah. I mean, it's close to Tales. Those two are like neck and neck pretty much.
Interchangeable,
But
yeah.
honestly, just Something's Coming Our Way just like tips it over the edge for me. Just edges it out.
Not hard to argue that, man. Next up at what, 5?
5.
Strange Universe. The two bookend tracks just knock me the fuck out, man.
Yeah.
They just knock me out. And then you got Land of a Thousand Nights. You got let me look here again at the tracks so I remember them all. It's not that I don't remember, it's just I'm getting so tired talking about all these tracks, I'm getting them all mixed
Yeah.
up. And I gotta eat. I've only eaten a grilled cheese sandwich all day
Yeah.
long.
I've kind of been munching away on some
Yeah,
pizza.
I see eating pizza. I'm like, motherfucker, I want some pizza, man.
I'd give you a slice if I could. I don't think it'll quite
Kind of
translate.
hard to do. You can mail it to me. While you're at it, mail me some weed. Like a
Okay.
big fucking bag of weed, please.
We got good BC bud up here.
Here we go. I'm sorry, Moonlight Ladies, killer. Dear Music is really good. Trying anyway. So there's a lot of good tracks on that. I love the production. I love the guitar sound. That's where Frank really started to lock in on his tone. So yeah, Strange Universe and the strong song Strange Universe, man. Come on,
Yeah.
come on, come on, come
One of
on.
the best.
All right, we are on number 4, right?
Yep. Strange Universe.
Ah, there you go.
Same reasons. Those standout tracks are just so good. But yeah, I mean, in terms of overall consistency, it's not quite at the level of the next few that I'm gonna mention.
Exactly. All right, so we are at number 4.
3.
And I'm going.
Oh yeah, 4. No,
I'm
sorry,
at 4
for you.
Yeah. I'm at 4, and I'm going Tales of the Unexpected. I love side 1 to death. Love it to death. Even the 2 covers, especially the 2 covers, because they're done so well. I love Sister Change, just a fucking killer track. I love Down, Down, Down. I really do. I love Woman. Door of Illusion, I'm kind of lukewarm on, and Bottom of the Barrel kind of fucks it up a little bit at the end. It's not a good track, but I love. Just Strange Universe. The song is just absolutely a top 3 banger for me, man. So goddamn good. It's like the jazzier version of Something's Coming Our Way.
It is.
It's just so it just kicks me in the balls, and I'm like, keep kicking me, man. Just keep going. I could listen to, like, seriously, no joke, I could listen to a 20-minute version of Strange Universe and love it.
Or Tales. You're talking about, right?
Tales. Yeah. See, I was looking at, I saw Strange Universe, I said it.
Yeah.
All right, so we're on number 3.
Yeah. World Anthem for me.
Same here.
I mean,
same here. Requiem for a Sinner, man.
Yeah.
And In My Ways, man.
Yeah.
Just those 2 tracks are banger motherfuckers. Ladies really killer. It's funky and weird, and Jive Baby's fucking weird and cool. And
Hey Little Lover.
Little Lover's great. That's so good, man. And then, really, quite frankly, the only track I don't like is the 3rd one, but I like it quite a bit. I know you're a little bit lukewarm on Try for Freedom, which I agree probably could have been like a 5-minute song, but I still like it. I still love it.
It's still really good, yeah.
Yep. All right. Numero 2.
Juggernaut. I mean, honestly, before we started doing this video today, I would have had it lower.
Right.
But like while we were talking about it, and that was one of the more recent albums that I listened to. I just listened to it yesterday. It might have been the last one I listened to. And just talking about it again and looking at all the songs, I was like, man, all these songs are great.
Yeah, and you heard me singing a couple of them, and you're like, God damn, that's so good. It's a super catchy album. It's got I would say it's probably his catchiest album, but it still rips. It rips ass. It rips ass, man. It's so goddamn good.
It's not as complex as some of the other stuff, like Tales of the Unexpected, or some of the stuff from World Anthem.
I don't know. I think I certainly think Tales of a Hero, The Story of a Hero, has a lot of complexity to it. And I think the second song, Midnight Highway, man, the chords on there are a lot trickier than you think, playing wise. Where it goes, and then it's just so fucking catchy. And that song right there should have been a monster hit everywhere,
and it's just the consistency too. Like the whole album is good all the way through.
Yep. And Juggernaut's my number 2 too. It's just love that album, man. I remember one of my greatest remembrances of that album is my buddy had a place down in Maryland with a huge fucking like backyard. It was probably like, I don't know, 4 acres or something. It was like woods and everything. And I remember we were drinking heavily, getting really fucked up, and probably smoked a little weed, I think, something like that. I don't remember exactly, but we had this album blasting out back while we were playing fucking volleyball, and I was just wasted, and I'm all in, man, because I don't like losing anything, right? I'm super highly competitive, and I'm just like, playing, and fucking Strange Dreams is blasting, and Story of a Hero's blast, Midnight Highway. I'm like, play that song again. I'm yelling up to the guys saying, repeat that song. Like it was the first three. I just wanted to hear them over and over and over again. But you're right. This is a highly consistent album, just like our number ones, because it looks like we have the same number ones.
Yep.
4 is my favorite album by far. It's such a complex, amazing album, and it just shows how Frank matured. And keep in mind, man, Frank Marino on that album is like 22, 23 years old, and he's writing these fucking killer songs like I'm Going Away and The Answer and Dragonfly and The Emperor and Moonwalk and it's just, and then the pièce de résistance, so to speak, It's Begun to Rain. I mean, I only gave it a 9.75 because of Little Sexy Annie, which should not been on the album. I would have rather have had another instrumental, or just honestly not had anything, or just a different song. That's the only reason I deducted points. That would have been a 10 out of 10. Production, guitar, performance, songs. It's just so damn good, man.
We didn't really talk about the production much, but it's just it's amazing. It's like it kind of sounds like the album cover in a way. It's just like
spacious and weird.
Yeah, there's a lot of space to it, but it's just razor sharp at the same time.
Yeah,
but not too. It's not grating on your ears. It's just like everything is just like perfect.
It's fucking awesome is what it is. I'm going to tell you right now, if people are watching right now, the first 5 of my first 5, I think yours was close to mine. 4, album number 4 is number 1 for me. Juggernaut is 2, and New World Order. I keep saying that. New World Anthem. Were our top 3, right? Both of us?
Yeah.
Okay. We switched the next 2. We had different. Well, you had Strange Universe in there. I had that at 5. I think you had it 4, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What'd you have as 5?
What's next?
Yeah. And I have Tails, but to be honest with you, What's Next could jump into there. That top 6 tier is fucking awesome, man. It's just so goddamn good. You can't go wrong buying any of those albums starting there. Would I suggest the first 2, 4, and Juggernaut first? Yeah, but I'm telling you right now, the first 6 albums, any one of those, get them because they're fucking awesome. Especially if you're in a used store and you run into those things for, I don't know, CDs for $4 or $5 or albums for 6 or 7 or 8. I don't know what they go for because I don't go to album stores and look for this stuff much. But
I feel like I paid about 15 or so for this.
Yeah, but that looks like a pristine copy, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, so you might pay that for a couple of the top ones, but and then honestly the rest of the things except the last 2, they're all exceptionally decent albums. And you're probably going to want to, if you dig on Frank and Mahogany Rush, you're going to be like, "Oh yeah, I got to get them all." I mean, I'm only missing 1 and I feel pretty bad I'm missing 1, 2 really. I'm missing Double Live and I'm missing From the Hip, but I'm going to fix that. Erik, man, I can't thank you enough for doing this because this was one I've been wanting to do for so long, and I'm like, man, I kept putting it off because I'm like, I don't want to be the only guy talking about this because nobody wants to just watch one guy do this. Not much, not for 5-6 hours. You know what I mean? And of course, I would have done it in 2 or whatever, but it's really cool to see a young guy your age, because you're Lauren's age. My daughter is going to be 28 in August, and it's so cool to see a young guy appreciate such amazing fucking music like Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush. It's just, whether he's Canadian or not doesn't matter. He's just a consummately amazing fucking composer, guitarist, singer. Seems like a decent human, a super decent human being.
Yeah.
A good guy, a guy that was like, man, I'm not going to be, he's not Nicky Six.
No.
You know, he's not fucking Bret Michaels. He's not those guys, you know, Axl Rose.
Yeah.
Which is sad because, frankly, he's as talented or quite a bit more talented than all those guys. Even Axl. I mean, I know Axl's pretty talented, but man, I can't stand his voice anymore. But we were doing last night on the stream, we were doing albums or things we never wanted to hear again. We all agreed none of us really ever need to hear any more Guns N' Roses songs ever again. Which that may not affect you because you're a younger guy, but for all of us, we were there.
Yeah.
I saw him on the Use Your Illusion tour. I got spit on by Axl because he was up on stage and I was 2 rows back and he hit me with a loogie. But yeah, man, I mean, Frank is, if you don't know him, man, go, God damn it, go fucking listen to this guy. He is. Final thoughts. What do you got?
I mean, a lot of what you just said. Yeah. Just an amazing, absolutely amazing guitarist. Great songwriter. Yeah, like you said, great singer even too. But I mean, he never gets mentioned really. And that's not what he should be most known for. But to be completely honest, when I first there's a few videos on YouTube of some of the songs from this.
Before we go, hold on to your thought there for a minute. We're going to take a chance here. Hold on a minute. Hold on. We're going to give you a little bit of a taste of Frank Marino from the Agora. And this is It's Begun to Rain. Now that on the album is about how long is it on there? Does it say on your album?
No. Just a second here.
I'm thinking it's about 6 minutes. Might be.
Yeah, 6.5.
Okay. All right, we're gonna take a chance here, guys. I really don't know how this is gonna go, but fuck it. We'll try it. If they come after me and put a copyright strike, I'm sure I'm going to get that. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. See, I can't hear on my end because of the damn microphone hookup. South, I thought I knew. So I'm gonna watch it while I'm gonna watch it on my phone so I can hear where we're at. This is a really weird thing. I don't know why, but my audio will not work because it's plugged into that USB. Can't believe 7 people are watching. People must have fell asleep while they were watching.
Yeah, I don't know. That was cool to see. I was checked a couple minutes ago expecting to see 0. But
we got up to 12. Or no, actually no. Earlier I think it was like 17.
Damn.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks to everybody watching.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys being here. I'm gonna. Breezes up into they gently caress my mind. Are you getting my audio from my phone too?
Yep.
Tell me where the video's at time-wise. What number?
Which video?
Oh, you can't see it?
The YouTube one? No.
Yeah. Okay. I probably see it. Hang on. Okay, we're at 2 minutes in. I jumped ahead. So there he is singing and he's doing some pretty mellow jazzy playing, right? I'm going to bounce ahead a little bit when he gets into the jazz stuff. Gotta get a little bit ahead. There we go, right here. By the way, that's been Frank's getup for quite a while, the full leather suit.
Yeah.
That's got to be hot as fuck up on stage.
Yeah, apparently the show, it was super cold inside the venue.
Oh, right? Oh, was
That's
it?
why, like, I was watching this too, and I was like, man, the drummer is wearing long sleeves. Like,
Okay. I remember hearing that because they did this in like February, wasn't it, or something? Or
Can't remember. Yeah,
maybe
it
it
was winter, late fall or winter.
I mean, just God damn. That gives you a little taste of that. Seeing if there's here we go. If I'm gonna get a copyright strike, fuck it, I'm gonna go out on a high note. Let me do this quick. Bear with me a minute, and I will. We'll throw something a little bit heavier on. This one was out on YouTube a lot, so. See how he's playing it there, those octaves? You there? Oh, you're eating, okay. Sorry. Got you in a mouthful. But he's doing you can tell by where his fingers are in the fretboard. Down, 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 down. Oh man, so goddamn good. I gotta get this thing. And I tell you, they did a great job. It looks great.
It sounds amazing too.
Yeah, and I mean, the nice thing about it is too, they don't add a lot of fucked up, production stuff in. For example, since you're a Porcupine Tree fan, you'll know what I'm talking about. The Arriving Somewhere video. There's all that goddamn shit going on that Lassie got crazy with.
Yeah.
And the editing is like quick edits here, and I hate fucking videos where I feel like I'm having like a brain lesion seizure or something because they're jumping from thing to thing to thing to thing. It's like, goddamn, just watch for a little bit. These are at least fairly. I mean, they're doing a lot of edits here, but they're not overdoing it, and they don't have like they're not messing with the video itself to make it look like certain.
Once Frank did soloing too, like there's a lot of long shots of this like fretboard.
Right. It's very cool. I'm gonna see
what I was talking about before you started playing this. Honestly, when I first saw this video, it was the answer. I heard his singing, and I was like, man, it almost sounds like there's auto-tune on that.
On which song?
This song.
Oh.
But it's just because he's such a good singer. He's nailing the notes so well. And I didn't realize that at first.
Listen to him fucking wailing, man.
Yeah.
fucking love this guy so much. This guy means, I said at the beginning, this guy means so much to me. He's definitely one of the 3 or 4 people that got me to pick up a guitar, and they would be Alex Lifeson, number 1, Frank Marino, number 2, Rick Emmett, number 3, and probably Steve Howe, number 4. Jimmy Page, probably 5, or maybe Hendrix. That's how important Frank Marino is. I just fucking love this dude. All right, well, we're probably gonna get. I'm gonna definitely get a copyright strike for all that. Probably it's in my email right now as we speak.
Well, it's not on a major label or anything.
No, but it's his personal website. I don't know. Maybe. Let's see anything? Not yet. And maybe it'll get to me, but hopefully not. But anyways, so wrap up real quick. We'll wrap up at 6 hours and 5 minutes. Wrap up quick. What do you got?
Yeah.
Because I interrupted you before.
I mean, we've said a lot already. It's hard to know what else to say.
Yeah, it really is.
This
incendiary, legendary guitar player. Amazing songwriter, I think, for the most part. Just very consistent for the most part after Strange Universe, I would say. From 4 on, all the albums for the most part, with the exception of maybe from Full Circle, are just super high level stuff. And what's going to happen, I don't know. He didn't really address whether he said he's always writing. He's got tons of material, but as far as doing an album, he's like kind of like, what, why? What's the purpose? It'll cost probably, I'll never get the cost back. From what I put into it, I probably won't make any money out of it, or make enough to make it worthwhile. But the one thing about Frank that's really special is he really appreciates his fans, and he knows that there's guys like me out there and that have been there most of his career, from the time we were pre-teens, right? 12, 13 years old. And then he's got a whole new generation of fans your age, kids. You're a kid to me because you could be my kid, Don't take it personal.
No.
But there's young people your age that are going, man, Frank Marino, what a fucking guitar. What a guitarist. What a songwriter. What a performer. Whether you ever get to see him or not, hard to say. I mean, he did sort of hint that maybe he might think about doing that. And just so people know, I'm going to say it now. I'm going to put it in the comments. MahoganyRush.com. Did you find an Instagram or no?
No, I couldn't find one.
No, okay, then maybe there isn't one. I think that's about it on Frank.
I'll just say a couple things.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, as much as we've talked about this stuff, a lot of this music, like, you can't put it into words. It's just, it speaks for itself.
It does.
And you have to, this is like bucket list stuff for any rock fan, honestly. Some of these songs are just so amazing. Some of my favorite songs ever written, to be honest. And while I said that there's no quite 10 out of 10 album for me, that doesn't matter, because there's so much amazing music here that just like really grabs me in a unique way too, because a lot of these songs have a certain feeling to them that you cannot get from any other band or musician.
It's a vibe, man. It's a vibe.
Mm-hmm.
There's a vibe that Frank Marino has as a guitar player, as a singer, and as a writer that is so unique. And it's kind of weird, man. It's so fucking weird. 3 of my favorite bands in the world are 3-pieces, and they're from Canada. Power trios. It's Rush, which we all know is my favorite band of all time. Mahogany Rush is in that top 10 zone, maybe close to 5. Triumph in that top 10 zone, close to 5. And then you got Voivod and you got Skinny Puppy. So, man, I love the Canucks, man. I love the Canucks. they're hosers, but I love them. You know, they're just great. Yeah, man. So, wow, dude, we fucking tore this apart like surgically, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Now, whether anybody rides this out for the 6 hours, who cares? We enjoyed ourselves.
yeah.
What's going on with your channel? Anything yet? Or are you going to try to
Uh,
get something going?
I haven't had time to do anything on that yet. What with
Okay.
all my homework
Going to be
for on here.
Psychic Vacuum, right? It is Psychic Vacuum.
Yeah,
And you actually,
the channel exists, but I haven't put anything up there yet.
okay. Well,
I've
you know
got
what you
some
ought to do?
ideas.
What you ought to do is just shoot a short intro piece and say, stuff's coming.
Yeah,
Not sure when or how, but stuff's coming. Just
yeah. I
do
was
it
thinking
an
of
intro
doing
video.
that. Yeah.
Do you know how to edit video at all, or would you just do it live?
I don't know. I've never done much video editing at all.
I have
I'm
a
sure I can
program
figure it
that
out.
I have the program Jimmy sent me that I
Okay.
can send your way, or tell you the name of it. And you can download it, and it's quite simple and it's free, and it does a real nice job.
That'd be
And
perfect. Yeah, I don't want to. I don't need to do anything crazy or fancy.
yep, same here. And
Maybe
maybe we
like
can get
pop in an album cover here or there or
yep,
whatever.
or a song snippet or something like that. Yeah, it's really cool. I forget the name of it though. Here it is right here. What's the name of it?
No worries. Like you can just send that
It's
to me
called
whenever.
DSDC Video Editor.
Okay.
DSDC. All right. Hang on. Nah, get out of here. Get out of here, man. Hold on. Close. Why is it not giving me the option to shut it down? Oh, come on now. Fuck. Hold on, dude. There we go. Yeah, so get something going up there so people know you're coming, and
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll figure out some cool stuff to do. We've got coming up this Friday night. So I've got 4 days. I got 4 fucking days. I got 4 days to listen to all the Fates Warning albums and all the fucking Scorpions albums. So I've got to get 10 Scorpion albums and I think about 10 Fates Warning albums. So I'm going to get some sleep after we're done. I'm going to eat and get some sleep. And tomorrow morning, when I get up after a couple of hours, I'm right into Fates Warning. So I'm doing Fates Warning at 8 o'clock on Friday night with Kevin Huffnagel from Gorguts. I think that's it. There might be a special guest, but probably not the way things are sort of lining up. Also, I've got on Saturday with Erik, right?
Sure.
And with Dennis, and maybe with Matt from Accusation Network. He's got to confirm yet, but he might be joining us too. And we're gonna do the Scorpions from Lonesome Crow through Savage Amusement, the first 10 albums. It's unlikely that we'll do the last 9 albums, but maybe we'll reconvene later to do it. But I'm thinking probably not, because a lot of those albums just aren't that good. But the first 10 albums, a lot of fucking bangers in there, man. A lot of good shit.
Yep.
So that is at what time did I say that was? 9.
I think so.
I think 9. Yeah, I think 9. On Saturday, the 22nd. Friday night is the Fates Warning 21st. And then we're gonna try really hard to do Bowie Part 2 from Station to Station through Never Let Me Down.
Yep.
Never Let Me Down. Bowie Part 2 with my daughter Maddie, and with Mr. Erik Berk again. He's going to be joining me for a bunch of these. I then have a Fish from the singer from Marillion.
Oh yeah.
We're going to do Fish's solo career with John McMeechan, I think his name is. I might have said that wrong. And damn it, what's his channel? Damn it. Fuck. Serious? Hold on. I can't go away leaving this fucked up because I'll feel really stupid if I do that. Because John is a right good bloke. Good guy. And where's he at here? Yeah, where are you, dude? Come on now. son of a bitch. Where's he at? I know he's on here. John Meekin. Yep. And his channel is, his YouTube channel is called Rock and Metal Plus. He's got 466. He's got a couple more than me, man. He's got 6 more subs than me. Damn it. I think I'm up to 4. What am I up to? 4. I'm getting up there.
No, you're at 559.
559. Okay, there you go. 559. So yeah, he's got me by 7 right now.
No, he's got 466.
Oh, I'm over him. Yeah, what, 5 over 6. Man, you can tell I'm fucking tired as hell, man. I'm fucking loopy here. John's a great dude, and we're gonna do Fish probably down mid-May if things hold up. And also look for Catacombs of Depravity episode 3 coming up probably around the 13th. Looking to do that with Tom from Cine Arcadia and also Greg Chandler from Esoteric. Anything else I'm missing? Am I missing anything? Oh, yes. We've got 2 interviews coming up. One with Mike Abdo from Fates Warning. He's the guy that took over for Frank Aresti when Frank couldn't tour anymore, like regularly, and Mike took over for him. Killer guitar player. And a big one to announce, Aaron Turner of ISIS. I will be interviewing him very, very soon too. So that's what I got on tap, and lots to get done and not enough time, of course. And I did want to do a recap on Decibel Fest and the Death to All tour. So I might do that tomorrow where I just sit and do a real video on it. Or maybe I'll talk about it live. I don't know. I've already done that kind of. So anyways, for everybody that stuck with us tonight, you guys rule. Or else you're just gluttons for punishment or something. I don't know.
Maybe both.
We gave you a lot to think about today, a lot to talk about, a lot to digest. Go check out Frank Marino.
Absolutely.
That's simple. All right, Eric. Thanks a million.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, man. I'm glad we did it, and I really appreciate your contributions. You did your homework, dude. You did your homework hard. I really appreciate that. So, and if I manage to somehow get to talk to Frank, maybe, just maybe, I'll have you jump in. We'll see. I got to see what his thing is. I don't think he's gonna have a problem with it because he's a phone guy, so he wouldn't even see that you're here. But I'd just be like, hey, it's us from the channel, and Jeff and Erik, the 2 guys that did the deep dive, and we're gonna do a joint interview of you. So something like that might happen. When, I don't know though. So
yeah.
All right, dude.
All right.
Thanks, buddy. Go get some sleep.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Thanks, man. I'll talk to you. I'll be talking to you soon because we're going to be doing this again in a couple of days.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Get on that Scorpion. See you, man.
I will.
See you, everybody. Thank you.
Take care.
All right, bud. Later.
Thanks.
Hang on one second.